commonly used the Declaration of Human Rights for as a symbolic instrument, as an as a hermeneutical piece tool to use to apply in the specific context of minority groups. In the case of LGBTQI people, the Constitutional Court has used the Declaration of Human Rights in its terms of the equality and non-discrimination principle, specifically to applying it to, apart from the formal equality of this principle, applying it to the specific context of violations of human rights in LGBTQI specifics by specific needs. I think it's very hard to think in this moment to think a body to that the United Nations creating a new body to interpret a new court that apply the human rights, the Declaration of Human Rights. Maybe we can work in applying it in the every context, but by the national courts as the constitutional court in Colombia. That's what I think about this matter, because I think it's very far the possibility to think a body that a specific instrument, a specific court that applies the Declaration of Human Rights.
What I want to say as well, it's somewhat related to your question. It's not a direct answer, a direct response to your question, but I think it's also relevant to know that the Declaration of Human Rights, I mean, from the point of view, like of political and legal realism, it was also conceived as a geopolitical tool. Like back in history, if we go back in history, the Declaration of Human Rights was the legal framework of the liberal order after the Second World War, and like during all the years of the Cold War, the Declaration of Human Rights became like the head of the legal order established by the liberal order, by the Western Bloc. And like there are many interesting analyses in which like many researchers and like lawyers compare, for example, this legal order like determined by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the legal order like created by the other bloc, by the Soviet Union, like the bloc of social, cultural and economic rights, economic, social and cultural rights. And how these blocks started to compete. And for example, it's very interesting that the social movements, like a lot of social movements during all the time of the Cold War, they didn't appropriate first the Universal Declaration of Human Rights because they were seeing in it like an instrument of the liberal order, of a humanitarian kind of solidarity, which was absolutely depoliticized. I mean, it wasn't politicized for the sake of the social movements, but for the sake of the liberal order and their interest in countries in Latin America, in Africa, and somewhere else. And then we start seeing that towards the 70s, there's a discourse that starts changing a little bit among many social movements, particularly in Latin America, in which they say, okay, this is not a legal battle. We can also use that instrument and we can appropriate that instrument, even though it was created like by the Western Bloc from the point of view of humanitarian solidarity, like from a hierarchical solidarity point of view. And many social movements started appropriating as well this instrument, but of course, it wasn't easily appropriable. I don't know if you can say that in English. I mean, it wasn't easy to appropriate it. Precisely because, like, as I mentioned it in the article, like the philosophical point of view, the onto-epistemological point of view of the declaration was necessarily a Western one. So for many social movements in the global South, it was very hard, like, to take it down, like to take the declaration down from the onto-epistemological heavens of the liberal order and the Western Bloc. To the realities in which, like, for many of them, the core concept of dignity, for example, it didn't have the same sense as for the as for the lawyers and all the personalities that participate in the creation of the Declaration of Human Rights. For example, in Latin America, the concept of dignity was interpreted for many social movements, indigenous, Black social movements, feminist social movements, from the point of view of concepts as el buen vivir, good living. I don't know if you can translate that in that way. I don't think so, but el buen vivir, for example. And that's a completely different concept of the one of dignity consecrated by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So many of these aspects, also, for example, the onto-epistemological view of who can be a subject, of who can be a subject, like this is very well defined as well in the liberal legal order. And for example, right now we can see that at least in Colombia, like many different entities, non-human entities have been considered as subjects. Now we talk, for example, of the rights of the rivers, of the rights of, for example, animals within the household, and all that are innovations that were not part of the epistemological point of view that gave birth to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So I think we have to see also, like in these differences, the ground of geopolitical interests as well, because defining reality and the ways of defining reality are the first step for defining rights and for defining the way of fighting for rights and like, yeah, claiming rights and being entitled to claim rights.
Yeah, I think honestly, what you just said there reminds me of, and it's a similar situation. I guess since we're in New York, just to speak of the American context, so many things in America are challenged under the idea of, is it in the Constitution? And then there's this question of, well, if it is in the Constitution, what did the founding writers mean when they wrote it? So you're trying to interpret this document that is hundreds of years old and apply it to today. And there's sort of pushback from conservative groups and different groups that basically say if it is not explicitly written in the Constitution, it is not deserving of rights, essentially. Like, so different groups aren't necessarily mentioned in the Constitution. It's spoken about as like sort of land owning white men. So when we talk about what you're entitled to in the US, there's even a question of, well, it depends on who's you're asking, because half, or not half, but there's a large portion of people who might have this interpretation that if you aren't one of the people who are explicitly mentioned in the Constitution, then any sort of interpretation of your rights is an extra. It's not something that is codified into the Constitution. So therefore, it is up for debate or question. And similarly, I think when we talk about like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, with how many countries are excluded in that conversation, to then try and take that document and apply it to your own local context, you need to have an interpretation that is different from necessarily what the founders of that document said in the United Kingdom or the United States or even France. So yeah, I think that's a very like interesting and obviously the most important point when we talk about any sort of legal document is like, well, what is the framework for this legal document? Who does it cover? And then when those people aren't explicitly covered, how do we determine exactly how they fit into this document? And I think most of us would agree that obviously none of these documents are living, or they are living documents when we try to interpret them today. But without having the people who wrote those documents, it's up to us to interpret those and apply them applicably across the board to everybody. So yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I guess at this point, I guess we can continue the conversation on decolonizing human rights and the different contexts within that. Or it's up to you if you want to pivot to the video from Anya Rebri and have that discussion on some people who I think when we talk about human rights, we talk about Rojava and the Kurdish people. I think it's a great example of a people that live on different sides of different borders. So they have different interpretations legally that are placed upon them from whether it be Turkey or Syria or Iran and Iraq. So there's a question of what is the legal framework that they're working with. They're today currently, and what is the universal application? How do they sort of apply the universal aspects of human rights beyond those different states? Because as a minority group, Kurds are often sort of excluded from the sort of states' rights that are granted to all civilians. So I don't know if you want to pivot to that. And
you got muted.
Oh, sorry. I could pull up Anya's bio just before we play that, just so the audience has an idea of who's about to speak. Anya Rebri is a New York-based researcher and journalist focusing on the Kurdish movement in Syria and Turkey, and indigenous movements in Mexico. Her writing has appeared in The Nation, Jacobin, Truth Out, Open Democracy, and other outlets. And she's also on the steering committee of the Emergency Committee for Rojava. And I'll share some links to some of her writings so viewers can have a look at these as they watch the video.
Okay, so I don't know if before playing the video, Mariana and Alejo would like to say like a last reflection, maybe in 7 minutes, because we have like in small 7 minutes to keep to keep the recordings hour by hour. So if maybe in these last 6 minutes you wanted to maybe Mariana and Alejandro to say a last word about this discussion we were having together.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I stay with the question of Julian, and I think like talking about accountability, I so much agree with you, Esteban, saying that the declaration is a geopolitical tool. And I think accountability it's a political process, like we can believe in an objective justice, but this is not a reality in the ground or ever in practice. And I think it's very, very obvious and like that's just very obvious how it will, in this system that we have today, it will be impossible to think about making countries accountable for this. I mean, the clear example is like countries like the US, Israel don't join the Statute of Rome, and so then cannot be trial for crimes against humanity and things like this. I think it's very obvious how easy it is for states to politically navigate these spaces, because there's no need for them to join or not. And I think also inside the states themselves, I mean, accountability inside the states and the possibility for movements to make use of for example, human rights language and tools inside their own struggles. It really depends in the political climate and the possibilities that there are in that country. I mean, I think, I come from Argentina, and I would say, like, yes, the trials against the military junta in the 80s, there was a very particular way of seeing that, after recovering democracy. And this was such an important moment that really frame, I grew up in the 80s, 90s, really frame us into that. And I think today that we're seeing like that democracy is eroding, that the far right is getting to leadership spaces. I think we are in a completely different, moment. And this consensus on human rights that we used to have, like it's eroded. I wouldn't say it's not there, but it's much more weaker than it used to be. So I think, it's. I think Julian said it should be a living document, and it needs to be reactualized, by each group, by each political moment, and etc. Yeah.
And Alejo, your last words. Last words.
My last words. By this matter, my criteria is that the way to seek decolonization is through the application of the pro persona principle and the understanding of these instruments as living instruments. And this necessarily involves listening to and encouraging the effective participation of minority groups to seek the protection of their rights by the specific look of the matter. That's my final thing to say. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you. So Julian, it's all to you.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna drop in the chat real quick some different links to Anya's work. So this next topic, as we pivot, as I just said, Anya Rebri covers different women's movements both in Turkey and Syria and in Mexico. So when we talk about the rights of women, I think oftentimes it's unfortunately the burden is placed upon women, and different organizations catered around women to fight for their own rights because they're often excluded from the conversation and rights making conversation, especially at the different state levels throughout the world. So I'm just gonna drop some different links to the different movements, women's movements, both in Syria, Turkey, Rojava, and in Mexico as well. So yeah. Should I share my screen and start the video?
Yeah, it's the video. I can share it as well if you want. Whatever you
yeah.
want. It's the 47 minutes
Mhm.
video, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll just share it right now.
Thank you.
Okay. You will tell me. Oh,
My
wait.
name is
You will tell me if you can listen. Wait.
Yeah, I can hear it. I just can't see it yet. There we go.
Okay.
Hi
Can you hear it?
everyone. My name is
Yep.
Anna Ribri, and thank you very much for having me at this very important event and for giving me an opportunity to share about two extremely interesting, extremely inspiring women's struggles in two different parts of the world. It's the women's struggle in northeast Syria and another struggle in Chiapas, Mexico, the Zapatista struggle. And I think there is just so much that we can learn from how women have been able to organize in these two movements and how they have been able to push for gender equality from within these two social movements. And I'll start with Northeast Syria. I think it's more recent. Perhaps you have heard about it more recently. And I'm pretty sure that everyone listening right now has seen the images of armed Kurdish women defending themselves, defending their homeland in Syria against ISIS, against a very brutal force that was enslaving women and girls and massacring people. And that went viral, as it should have, right? That was such an important event to see women defending themselves against a genocidal, misogynist force. But what the mainstream media missed at that moment of time was that this was not a one moment in which women rose up spontaneously and started defending themselves. They were not just defending the land. They were not just defending themselves against a potential occupation by this genocidal force. That moment was part of a much longer struggle, and that was something that was lost in the mainstream media coverage of this fascinating Kurdish women. And so today I would like to sort of show you a longer trajectory to show you how that moment was made possible by certain decisions, by certain developments, by certain evolution that took place within the Kurdish movement that initially originated within Turkey, but then sort of spilled over into Syria. So, we have to start with basics, of course. Kurds are one of the largest peoples in the world right now who do not have a state. And, that's one of the reasons why whenever I talk about the women's struggle in Northeast Syria, I have to first start by explaining who the Kurds are, right? They don't have a state and they don't have recognition. And very few people, unless they're interested in politics, right, hear about the Kurds. So the Kurds are an ethnic group that unfortunately was sort of left out of the post-World War I division of the Middle East by the imperialist powers, by Britain and France in particular, but also the United States. At the time, right, the new nation states were forming, but the Kurds did not get a nation state, even though they were one of the largest ethnic groups in the Middle East. And so what happened was that they got divided between four nation states, current nation states, which is Turkey, Syria, Iran, and Iraq. And because they ended up being a minority across all of the states, they have been oppressed and marginalized in all kinds of ways for decades now, massacred at times, right? And they found themselves as Kurds, as a minority in nation states that were dominated by other ethnic groups, right? So in Turkey, they found themselves facing Turkish nationalism, right? The Turkish state denied even the very existence of Kurds. They claimed that the Kurds were just mountain Turks, right? They were not an ethnicity in themselves. And very similar types of oppression these people experienced in other nation states where they found themselves as minorities, right? They were not able to speak their mother tongue, Kurdish language. They were not able, they would be criminalized for, still now, right? They criminalized for celebrating their traditional holidays. They're not allowed to engage in politics, etc., etc. But of course, they resisted, right? From the very beginning, they resisted. And the Kurdish women who took up arms in northwest Syria and started fighting ISIS, they are part of the Kurdish liberation movement, right? They are sort of a product of the Kurdish liberation movement that began within Turkey, right? In Kurdistan, that's colonized by Turkey in 1970s, 1980s. That was the period of anti-colonial struggles, of course. And so the Kurdish people inside Turkey decided, to follow the example of what was happening, just think about Algeria, right? Think about Vietnam, think about all the armed struggles, right? Who found that the only way to liberate themselves from colonialism was through armed means. So in Turkey, some Kurdish students came together and decided to start an armed struggle to liberate Kurdistan, right, to stop colonial oppression. And they formed a guerrilla group, again, very much in the spirit of the anti-colonial struggles of the time, sort of shaped by Marxist, Leninist ideology. And it was not just an anti-colonial struggle, it was also an anti-capitalist struggle, right, that they were pursuing. But what's interesting for us, right, so what's interesting in terms of women's perspective, is the fact that the anti-colonial struggles of the time, but also the armed struggles of the time, right, more broadly, you can think about Latin America as well, they all were recruiting women. Most of them were recruiting women as militants, as fighters, to enhance the fighting force, to enhance the support base for those struggles. And, for women, those were largely patriarchal communities, right? So it was sort of a break for women. It was an opening. Those struggles presented an opening for women to take on the roles that they otherwise didn't have access to, right? So they were able to enter the public, the political, the military sphere that was traditionally thought as men-only sphere. So it was an opening. But what we, looking historically at different armed struggles, of the 60s, 70s in particular, what happened to those women, right? Once the armed struggles that reached some sort of conclusion, We can think about the case of Algeria in particular, right? Once the struggle sort of achieved the end of colonialism, once the Algerians came to power themselves, what happened to those women who were an essential part of the struggle? They were pushed back, right? They were pushed outside the public sphere. They were sort of sent back home, back to the kitchens, right, where their place traditionally was. So patriarchal codes, patriarchal norms were reasserted, often with vengeance, right? Despite these women's very active participation, despite their breaking away, violating traditional norms during the struggle itself. And so what we have with the Kurdish struggle in 1980s within Turkey, right, they also started recruiting women, again, for pragmatic reasons. Women's liberation was also part of the ideology, as it was, in other struggles, but it was seen as sort of a secondary struggle, right? The main struggle was against colonialism, against capitalism. And then once those goals are achieved, then we can liberate women, right? Then women can be free. So it was, there's little emphasis on really integrating women's liberation, put it at the center of the struggle. But women were part of it, right? Women were women were among the co-founders of this group, of this Kurdish group. It's called the PKK, Kurdistan Workers' Party. So there are women co-founders. They had this consciousness that women were oppressed, not just by colonial powers like Turkey, not just by capitalism, but also by patriarchal norms within their own Kurdish communities. So there was this consciousness. And then an interesting thing happened, right? So the movement faced a lot of violence by the Turkish state. Many of these women were imprisoned, and they had to endure, torture, and incredible amount of violence within Turkish prisons. But this kind of wave of repression encouraged more and more people to join the movement, to join the struggle. So more and more women started joining, not just the guerrilla structure. The movement grew its popular base and started setting up civilian institutions, civilian organizations, started engaging in electoral politics within Turkey, again, with the goal of improving the Kurdish people's conditions, their status within Turkey through a variety of means. And with this influx of many women, the party, right, the movement from within began to change. Because just to give you like one very obvious example, when women started joining the guerrilla force of the Kurdistan Workers' Party, they faced quite often a situation where their male comrades would not welcome them because they had this patriarchal mentality that was common to the Kurdish society, right? They didn't think it was the right place for women to fight, to have a gun. And so there were examples, right? There were cases when women would come and join the guerrilla, and then they would stand back by their male comrades for these patriarchal reasons. And so the women, who wanted to join the struggle, who saw this as their struggle as well, they had to struggle from within the movement to expand the space, right? That was given to them initially for pragmatic reasons, but it was not enough, right? The patriarchal mentality, patriarchal views on women's role still persisted within the movement, despite its sort of liberatory, emancipatory ideas in all other regards. And so the movement is sort of unique because this influx of women's mobilizing from within, women's pushing right against this entrenched, deep-rooted patriarchal mentality within the movement, it enabled a transformation of the movement, transformation of the PKK in particular, but also the broader movement, transformation of its views on liberation, views on what freedom means. And so in the 90s, like starting already in the late 80s, but more significantly throughout the 90s, the PKK leadership and the PKK membership, they were rethinking the emancipatory paradigm that they had from the beginning. As I mentioned, it was sort of this typical anti-colonial liberation struggle against colonialism, against capitalism. And they started expanding the horizon of liberation, right? They realized, as you can see from the writings that emerged in that decade, they realized that it's actually central to any liberation to make sure that women, right, to make sure that marginalized sectors of the communities, right, that support the movement, that they also gain freedom, right? So one of the main products of this transformation of the paradigm was the conclusion that we can't liberate anyone unless women are liberated, right? So we need to work towards women's liberation within our movement, in parallel to working towards ending different structures of oppression that are external to the movement. That also meant, or at least that was another conclusion that the movement came to through this analysis, that women had to liberate themselves, right? That women had to have the right and opportunity to organize themselves from within the movement, right? To fight against patriarchy within the movement, just as they're fighting colonialism and other external forces of oppression. And that's how the PKK, the Kurdistan Workers' Party, ended up setting up its first women-only military structure. It ended up setting up its first women-only party, right? That was sort of parallel to this mixed-gender party that the PKK was. And those sort of pioneer structures that were set up within the PKK, based on their rethinking of their emancipatory paradigm, they also spilled over to the civilian part of the Kurdish movement. So within Turkey, right, you had parties, right, Kurdish parties that would participate in electoral politics on the municipal, on the national level. They also started setting up these structures, autonomous women's structures within the movement, to allow women to fight patriarchy from within. And so, right, so this is happening in the 90s, in the 2000s, and they come up with this very original ideas, right, how to do this in practice. And then it spills over, as I said, to Syria in 2011, right? 2011, as I said, Syria is one of the 4 nation states where Kurds ended up being a minority as part of the post-World War I division of the Middle East by the imperial powers. And again, oppressed, not dispossessed of cultural, economic, political rights for decades. But what happens in 2011, it's the moment of the so-called Arab Spring, Arab uprising across the region. Of course, we know it as sort of, it remained in our collective memory as the Arab uprising. But of course, it was not just Arabs who rose up for the Kurds of Syria. It was also an important window of opportunity. And of course, we know the tragic fate. I mean, some of you must know the tragic fate of the Arab uprising in Syria that was crushed so brutally by the Assad regime throughout, that led to a civil war, which of course Assad seems to be emerging as the winner of, because he was able to oppress the Syrian opposition forces. But what it meant for Kurds in 2011, so the Assad regime had to fight across the country against the Syrian opposition that was becoming more and more militarized. Partially that was a result of the Assad regime's tactics, to suppress the movement, right? The regime wanted it to become militarized, to sort of alienate the broader base of support. But in any case, so the Assad regime, the Syrian government, had to fight these forces. And so they ended up withdrawing from northeast of the country, northeast of Syria, where Kurds constitute the majority of the population. The Assad regime withdrew its military forces largely, and the Kurds saw it as an opportunity to the Kurdish movement in particular, right? So the movement was organizing there underground. Before then, it was criminalized on and off. But this was an opportunity for them to start implementing their new emancipatory paradigm that came out of Turkey, out of the PKK, the Kurdistan Workers' Party. It was an opportunity to start implementing this paradigm, this revolutionary philosophy in practice, right? Because the state just left. And I mentioned that this philosophy included, right, put women's liberation at the very center of the struggle, but there were other changes, other transformations that the initial paradigm went through. And an important thing was that the movement recognized, kind of looking at the experience of anti-colonial struggles of the 60s and 70s and sort of where they ended up, right, once the colonial powers were out and once the revolutionary movements took power. So the PKK, the Kurdish movement, they saw that that did not end oppression, right? Yes, the colonial oppression was ended, at least formally, but they did not end oppression of the people, because the new governments, right, the new governments set up by the local people, former revolutionaries, they basically just reconstituted oppression through in a different form, right? So you ended up with hierarchical, oftentimes authoritarian, oftentimes patriarchal governments, right? That consisted of former colonial subjects. And so the movement, the PKK, realized that the nation state is not a solution. The nation state is inherently oppressive. It is a nation state, right? The idea is that it's one ethno-religious group. Usually it's an ethnic group. It can be a religious group. It's the state as a whole equals this particular ethnic group. So you only belong to the state if you're part of this ethnic group, right? Through which the state defines itself. So the Syrian state, like the formal name of the Syrian state was the Syrian Arab Republic, right? So it identified itself as Arab, even though there were people of other ethnic identities living in the state, like the Kurds. So the recognition was that the nation state, is inherently oppressive. The state itself, as a form of organizing society, is oppressive because it creates hierarchies. It creates power hierarchies, and those power hierarchies produce space for all kinds of abuses and all kinds of repressions and oppressions and marginalizations. It creates space for a political class to emerge, for authoritarian regimes to emerge. It suffocates sort of democratic possibilities because of its hierarchical structure. So the PKK, the Kurdish liberation movement, kind of came to a conclusion that we also need to rethink, we need to set up different political structures. And what they had and still have in mind, and what was what they are trying now to implement in Syria, right, after that opening in 2011, is to set up bottom-up decision-making mechanisms, right, not top-down, right, like your typical state would have, right? The decisions are made in the top by president, by the Congress, etc., by ministries. They thought of setting up assemblies or communes, right? They use the word commune, which means a body on a neighborhood or a village level, a house, right? A space where people, everyone who lives in that neighborhood, in the village, they can come together and they can make decisions concerning whatever aspect of their life, you know, they need to address, right? Let's say they need to build a school. Let's say there's no school in the village. They need to build a school. And so the villagers come together in this space and they discuss what kind of school do we want to have, like who will build the building, what are we going to teach the kids, right? Who's going to work on the curriculum, who's going to teach, you know, how much we want to pay the teachers. I'm just an example, but it sort of gives you an idea, right? It's a sort of a reversal where the decisions are made. The decisions are made at this grassroots level. And of course, there are also higher levels of decision making in the system, right? These assemblies or communes, they send delegates to the next sort of geographical level in order to coordinate, because there are a lot of decisions that have to be coordinated on a larger level, right? On the regional level, let's say natural resources, control of natural resources. That's something that has to be coordinated by the people of the entire region, not just by a village. And so these lower level assemblies, villages, town districts, city districts, they send delegates to the next level, let's say municipal level or provincial level. And, you know, certain decisions are being taken there, but still the power flows from the bottom up, right? So still regular people have this decision-making power, and it's sort of set in opposition to the to representative democracy, right, that we have here in the United States, that, you know, most of the states in the world right now have, where people do not make decisions, right? In the United States, we usually don't take decisions. What we do, we vote for certain people to whom we delegate our power to make decisions, right? And once those people are elected in office, you know, Congress or president, let's say, there are very few means for us to hold those people accountable, right? They can promise us, you know, all kinds of things in terms of what they would implement once in office, but once in office, right, they're really free to do whatever they want. They're no longer accountable to the people who elected them. So that's kind of what these revolutionary philosophy that's the Kurdish freedom movement came up with, that's now being implemented in Syria, in northeast Syria. That's what it's supposed, it's designed to get rid of this lack of decision-making power that people have in representative democracies. Another element of the transformation of the revolutionary ideology was recognition that ecological sustainability, right, was no longer a secondary concern, right? So building a democratic, building an inclusive society also means building an ecologically sustainable society. And that's also something that they're now trying to do in northeast Syria, right? Initially, right, the Kurdish majority region that took advantage of the Syrian civil war and started setting up new institutions, new organizations, guided by this revolutionary philosophy developed by the Kurdistan Workers' Party, by the PKK. And now women, right? So the movement, right, the people who started building up these new structures, they knew what was happening in Turkey. They knew what was happening in the Kurdish liberation movement in Turkey, right? There was already a model of how to organize women within a movement towards for the goal of women's liberation. So what we have seen in northeast Syria, right, in addition to women-only army, right, those Kurdish women with arms, whom I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, whom mainstream media sort of glorified, They were part of this women-only military force set up by the people of northeast Syria to fight ISIS. But that's just one element of a much broader program of women's liberation, with the many other elements that have been designed to make sure women have their rights and to make sure they can protect those rights against any forms of backlash. Now, any institution in northeast Syria you go to, any institution, I should have mentioned, right? The movement there, right, uses the name of the Autonomous Administration of Northeast Syria to refer to this de facto autonomous regions, not recognized by anyone except Catalonia, but de facto autonomous region in Northeast Syria. And so any institutions you go to there these days, you will be greeted by two co-chairs, one woman, one man. And that applies to any institution of authority or power. Every institution now has a women-only autonomous council that gives the women members of that institution veto power over any decisions taken by that institution that may negatively affect their rights, their lives. And to ensure that women are equally represented across all of the institutions of the Autonomous Administration of Northeast Syria, you also have women quotas in all institutions that has recently been raised from 40% to 50%, right? It started out with 40%, and then so many women are now active politically, socially, that they decided, we can now raise the quota. So, it's a clear advance. They also have women's houses. They call in Kurdish Malajin women's houses that are part of the new justice system that the movement there has set up. That's based on the principles of restoration and restorative justice and mediation. And these women's houses have been set up specifically to protect women's rights when it comes to marital and family issues. So if a woman experiences domestic violence, now, instead of going to the police or the court, she goes to a woman's house run by women who are there specifically to defend women's rights. Quite unprecedented. And they do everything that it takes to make sure that domestic violence ends, right? There are women's shelters, right? There are women judges, there are all different elements to this new justice system that, like, at each level, at each step, makes sure that women's rights are protected. And now, perhaps even more inspiring part of this whole process is that this model of women's self-organization has been spreading beyond Kurdish communities where it originally emerged, right? As I said, this is a mixed area. It's a mixed region. You have all different ethno-religious groups inhabiting the region. And the project, this autonomous project that emerged out of the civil war in Syria, it emerged initially as a Kurdish project led by the Kurdish movement, but very quickly became much more than that, broader project in which other ethno-religious groups were incorporated, Arabs, Armenians, Syriacs and Assyrians. You also have Turkmens, Chechens, in such a diverse region. And what you now see in terms of women's organizing is that the ideas and practices that were pioneered by the Kurdish women initially, they're now spilling over to other communities of Northeast Syria, the communities that I mentioned. So when I was there last year and earlier this year, I did not just talk to Kurdish women who have been fighting for their rights. I've also met Arab women. I visited Raqqa, for example. Raqqa was the de facto capital of the Islamic State until the city was liberated in 2018. And that's one of the cities where women and girls were traded as sex slaves on the same city streets that I visited. So ISIS violence was exceptionally brutal. Women's situation was not easy even before that. Again, I mean, you have just general idea. This is quite a conservative part of the world. Women traditionally don't have access to education. Child marriage is quite common, right? The women who I talked to in Raqqa, right, they told me that they were married off before even finishing primary school, and that's like a good case scenario, right? Many women don't go to school at all, right? Their only life path is serving their husband and giving birth to children. And now things have changed. Raqqa was liberated, as I said, in 2018, and these Arab women with whom I talked to, they were part of the women's umbrella organization that operates across Arab majority regions that constitute part of the autonomous administration. The umbrella organization is called Zanubia, and they told me, look, we suffered enough under ISIS, but then when Raqqa was liberated, we told ourselves, if Kurdish women are able to organize themselves, to liberate themselves in the north of the country, we as Arab women can do this here too. And they started organizing. They set up this women-only umbrella organization. They're doing many other things to defend their rights, kind of using a similar model, but of course modifying it to specific cultural, traditional, historical circumstances. I've also talked to Armenian women, I've talked to Syriac women, and all of them have seen this revolution, as the developments in the region are often referred to. They've seen the autonomous administration as an opportunity to organize themselves as women and to fight patriarchy within their own communities. And very quickly, perhaps, this all sounds very exotic, very unique, very unprecedented, and actually it's not that unique, right? I'm also studying the Zapatista movement in Chiapas, in Mexico, that sort of entered the global imagination in 1994 with an armed uprising. That was the day when NAFTA agreement went into effect. It's an indigenous movement that's fighting against centuries of oppression, initially under the Spanish colonizers, but then under the Mexican state following the independence. And the Zapatista movement has sort of a similar trajectory when it comes to women's organizing within the movement, right? They also started out in the 80s recruiting women for pragmatic reasons. They also had ideas, that they're building a society that's inclusive and equal for all, including women. But again, there was no emphasis. There were no real concrete actions taken to make sure that there was gender equality within the movement beyond just recruiting women. So it's quite similar to the Kurdistan Workers' Party, the Kurdish movement in Turkey. And then again, in a very similar way, the Zapatista women who started joining the struggle in the 80s and then participated in the armed uprising in 1994, they started pushing against patriarchy within the movement. So they were not just fighting, right, or not just opposing the Mexican government, the global sort of neoliberal system, right? They timed the uprising, to take place on the day when NAFTA went into effect, because they knew all the negative consequences that it would have for indigenous people, for peasants of Mexico. And so they were not just fighting those external factors and forces that were destroying their lives. They were fighting against their male colleagues within their own movement who, had a very kind of narrow view of what women can do with her life, right? And they also, like the Kurdish women, now we're seeing women from other ethno-religious groups in Syria, they have been successful in pushing from within, transforming the movement from within, to expand organizing space from within, but also to, to achieve gender equality within the movement, right? I mean, not, of course, it would be a tall task to do that on the state level, right? To do it on the Mexican state level, but they have been able to achieve, an quite impressive degree of gender equality within their own movement through kind of similar organizing techniques as Kurdish women have used, in particular autonomous women's organizing, right? So that, as I mentioned, a very important safeguard to ensure that women's rights and women's freedoms are not violated within the Kurdish women's movement, now within Northeast Syria, is the kind of women's bodies, right, in Northeast Syria. They're institutionalized as autonomous women's councils. They're part of every institution where women talk about the issues that impact their lives, and they can act as a collective body, right, to put forward demands to the movement, right, when it concerns women's rights in particular. And so in the Zapatista movement too, you can see all these various women's autonomous spaces where women can come together, discuss their grievances, discuss their concerns, discuss tactics and strategies, discuss the way forward, right, emphasize with each other, where they can build collective power, right? And in the Zapatista territories, it often takes form of collectives, economic collectives. So let's say women run a garden, or women run a chicken co-op, and it serves, it helps them to achieve economic independence from men, which very important advance compared to their situation, the traditional situation in the society. But it also gives them space to come together and build collective power. And so, again, very inspiring, a lot to learn. I like to emphasize, right, if we here in the United States had these similar safeguards, let's say a women's autonomous council, right? Let's say there would be a women's autonomous council in Congress, or let's say we had a co-chair system, right? One woman, one man as co-chairs. Would we be seeing this very successful backlash against abortion rights happening right now in the United States, right? So there are just no mechanisms, real mechanisms that ensure women's participation, that ensure that women's rights are not just a formality, but an actual life experience. And that's why I think, there's so much to learn from the Zapatistas in Northeast Syria. I would like to finish my presentation by just talking very briefly about kind of what sorts of violence these women continue to face. And as I mentioned, right, these two movements, they have been fighting or struggling on different fronts, right? And one front is internal front, right? The women struggling for women's rights within the movement, but also there's also struggle for greater democracy within the movement. But there's also a struggle against external forces. And I think, if we want to talk about violence against women, we need to sort of expand how we conceptualize it, right? So there have been articles and books written about the Kurdish freedom movement, about the Zapatistas, sort of criticizing for lack of advances, so sort of some persisting, and indeed there are some patriarchal practices have persisted within those two movements. But really, what we should be focusing on in terms of violence that these women continue to face is the external violence. So let's talk about Northeast Syria. In Northeast Syria, Northeast Syria has been in an ongoing war, right? They defeated ISIS. ISIS lost its territory. It's still active, but it's no longer this threatening force. But the region has been under war waged by Turkey, right? Turkey is one of the nation states that colonized Kurds historically. It has been trying to annihilate this region, this autonomous region, to destroy the autonomy that the Kurds, together with other ethno-religious groups, have been able to gain in northeast Syria. Turkey also has its geopolitical interests. It wants to expand its influence in a neo-Ottoman fashion. And we don't hear about that much in the news, but Turkey has been cutting downstream water flow of Euphrates into northeast Syria, depriving millions of people of access to water. It has imposed an economic embargo on the region, making it difficult for the autonomous administration to even bring in very basic necessities. It has been bombarding, it has invaded the region twice over the last few years, in 2018, 2019, and has been occupying the parts that it has invaded and installed a rule equal to ISIS in those areas, especially brutal towards women. It has been bombarding the territory that the autonomous administration controls on a daily basis. It has been carrying out drone assassinations of the autonomous administration's political and military leaders, especially targeting women who were driving the women's revolution in the region. Most recently, it has carried out a 5-day long aerial bombardment campaign in October this year, wiping out intentionally almost half of the region's power, water, oil infrastructure, oil facilities. Trying to, the goal is to basically eliminate the autonomous administration's capacity to provide for the people, to force people to flee, to diminish the popular support for this autonomous project, for this revolution, as the people on the ground call it. And so this is the violence that the women have experienced on the ground. Of course, there's still patriarchal practices within the society of Northeast Syria, within these different communities, but really the biggest violence they're experiencing now is from this external force. Turkey, that's a NATO member, has been supported by the United States, right? I'm speaking out right now in the United States. I'm a citizen. I pay my taxes. So the United States has been sponsoring this violence against women and the communities in general in Northeast Syria. For example, there is a potential sale, a $20 billion sale of fighter jets that the Biden administration is currently pushing for, to reward Turkey for allowing Sweden to join NATO. So Turkey, as a NATO member, is like an historically important ally of the United States, has been able to get all these crazy concessions that endanger people's lives in Northeast Syria, because Turkey gets carte blanche to carry out this violence. And with the Zapatista women too, very similar. Like the biggest violence they are experiencing right now at this moment is not from the men, right, from their male comrades within their communities, within their movement, but rather from the mega projects, these major development projects that the successive Mexican governments have been trying to implement in the region. One particularly relevant for the Zapatista territories is the Maya train that they know, right? It's like a tourist project that the government has been trying to sell as an improvement for people's lives, for poverty that has persisted in Chiapas. But the indigenous peoples, the Zapatistas, they know that this project will intrude on their kind of traditional ways of living, right? It will destroy the traditional ways of life. It will have negative impact on the environment there. And so, they've been protesting it. And the militarization that comes with these mega projects, with the Tren Maya in particular, right? They also see that this is a threat to women, right? Bringing in the military, right, that has traditionally inflicted violence on indigenous peoples, on the social movements in Mexico. And another source of violence, another major source of violence is cartels, right? The narco cartels that have been increasing, they're expanding their activities in Chiapas. And what I've been hearing from the people on the ground, they have, they have been able to operate this narco cartels. They have been able to operate through either the government turning a blind eye towards their activities, or through like local and medium level governments direct complicity with those activities by narco cartels. And so again, the biggest sources of violence come from outside the communities. And I would like to end on this note. There is so much that needs to be done in terms of support for these women who have achieved so much in terms of gender equality within their movements, within their communities, but who continue facing violence because they don't have the means, right? Those movements don't have the means to take on these larger external factors that continue bringing violence into their lives. And again, thanks so much for having me. And I hope to engage in more dialogues about this topic in the future. Again, thank you so much.
So thank you to Ana for sharing that video. I think we got a good picture of what the situation is like on the ground throughout Turkey and Syria, and also in Chiapas in Mexico, for women organizing amongst themselves and fighting for their own rights, as a sort of like safety net that is just not presented by the nation state models in which they're currently enclosed in the borders of. So a really great conversation from Ana. And like I said, there's some links in the chat if you want to read more about both of these cases, both in Rojava and in Chiapas with the Zapatista movement. In the chat, there's the links there. And while we transition to our next conversation, which will also feature a conversation predominantly about the Kurdish people, but more so on the rights of ethnic minorities and linguistic rights for ethnic minorities, we're going to actually play a little Songs of Slavery, which is an RLS project. And I'll also drop a link in the chat here right now if anybody's interested in purchasing. And you might hear some more of these tracks throughout the evening as we transition between topics. But I think it's a really good cultural element, American cultural element of actual slave songs that RLS helped produce back in 2022. So this is by Matt Chowton. And yeah, you can, I guess, play the first couple of tracks while we wait for our next panelist to join us. You want me to share it, Esteban?
Can you share them directly?
Yeah.
Those, okay, yeah. That's great. Okay.
Today,
Maybe over here.
our time passed away.
Yes.
They tied me up in bondage long ago. In old Virginia state is where we separate. And it fills my heart with misery and woe. They took away my boy, Lord, he was his mother's joy. A baby from the cradle, he never was. Then they are apart, and it broke the old man. I praise the him who looks down where the little children play. Every shoulder goes agonizing through slavery day. At night when all is dark, we hear that watchdog bark, and we listen to the murmurs of the wind. It seemed to say to me, you people, you must be free, for the happy times are coming, Lord, we pray. My memory still on that dear old cabin floor, and in the shadows I'll find those passed away. And for them will we alone, for our soul would not grow in those agonizing cruel slavery days. I'm very old and feeble now, and my hair is turning gray. I have traveled all the roughest kind of road, through all the toils and sorrows. I have reached the undone lands. Now I'm resting by the wayside with my Lord. Forget now and forgive has always been my guide, for that's what the golden scripture says. But my back to when I was tied down in those agonizing cruel slave days. Though they'll never come again, let us give praise to him who looks down the way to live. I'll pray for them that gone in those cruel agonizing days.
Did you ever stress about us having 3 kids?
No. Every man who toiled and sweat in slavery bound, who toiled and sweat in slavery bound, and when your health and sweat are gone on earth to hunger, all and trust and swear by him that's always just, that no white gold in your hand, that no white gold in your hand shall slay your wives and daughters more, all of them. That truth and justice will prevail. Of bondage.
I think we stopped listening, no? But
Rest the thoughts from the God's hand, and drive each tyrant from the land.
Okay, we're gonna get started with our next topic here. So I'm pleased to introduce Shael Kurto. Shael is from the New York Kurdish Cultural Center. She's actually the founder of the New York Kurdish Cultural Center. And I want to give her the floor quickly to speak a little bit about her background. And again, our topic for this hour is actually ethnic minority linguistic rights. So we're going to touch upon a little bit of what we heard about in the last hour, and learn more about Kurds living outside of Kurdistan tonight. So, Shael.
Julian, thank you so much for having me. It's a great pleasure joining in this meaningful and much needed panel. So I'm Khayal Kartal, representing the New York Kurdish Cultural Center. I'm from Bakur. Bakur means north in Kurdish. So I'm from Bakuri, Kurdistan, and I live in New York City for 2 decades now as an educator and community organizer. New York Kurdish Cultural Center since 2017 it's been dedicated to preserving and promoting the cultural heritage of the Kurdish people. In the realm of human rights, our activities focus on fostering resilience and preserving Kurdish cultural identity, particularly in the face of ongoing challenges, such as occupation, because our land is being occupied by 4 distinct nations, and systematic assimilations by all 4 nation states. Through initiatives like Kurdish language classes, New York Kurdish film festivals, our book and cinema clubs, we strive to empower individuals and communities to stand up for their rights. And how relevant it is to UDHR. For instance, if you take a look at Article 27, which emphasizes the right of everyone to freely participate in the cultural life of their community. Unfortunately, the Kurdish people, being the largest ethnic group, of not having their own nation state and being under constant occupation, face constant challenges to maintain and express their cultural identity. Occupation, therefore, has been limiting Kurds having access to educational and cultural resources. And that makes our work, New York Kurdish Cultural's work, crucial in upholding our basic human rights.
Thank you. And I guess my first question would be a little bit along the lines of what you were just speaking about. So Article 27 emphasizes the rights of everyone to freely participate in cultural life of their community. When we talk about a group like the Kurdish people who don't necessarily have their own state, how can this be exercised with repression going on in different places, and what does that look like?
Mm-hmm. One thing I think we have to step back and say, what does it mean to Kurds not having rights to express themselves in cultural arena, right? Unfortunately, our foremost rights, and that is to speak, right? We cannot even speak on our mother tongue. That is being abandoned, forbidden, and once by occupiers by North Kurdistan, and that is Turkey, did not even acknowledge our existence while they are occupying their land. So imagine the centuries-long of systematic assimilation politics and ongoing occupation, appropriation of our culture, either us being preserved our culture in, within 4 walls of our home and not being publicly express ourselves because we had all these connotations, negative connotations. Oh, you are Kurd. Oh, are you Kurd? Right? Even for someone who recognized us as Kurd, it brings all these negative connotations that we are socially, culturally, intellectually backward, and Kurdish language is just a makeup language. That limited us even openly expressing who we are, right? And those who were brave to do so were either punished physically or legally and that was legal not to punish someone who's speaking in their own language. And because it's still very political, it means that you want to divide their nation states. Actually, their border is within our territory, within our homeland. That's been thousands of years Kurdish indigenous homeland. So that, I'm so sorry.
No problem. No.
Sorry about that. And now that we, for the last 100 years, we do not have our nation state. We have no space to exercise what UDHR recognizes as human basic rights: speaking in our language, singing in our language, expressing our cultural richness, or doing our rituals. We've been striving for all of this, and now as first generation, second generations in diaspora, we are creating safe spaces for Kurds in diaspora to exercise, to unite, because we've been dispersed across various geographical distance, and that also made us isolated from each other and from our culture. So New York Kurdish Cultural Center plays a crucial role empowering Kurds and like-minded groups that being forced to hide or not being able to exercise their basic rights, to get together and to enjoy and to be proud of.
And I guess just to piggyback off the point you were speaking about with language, can you speak a little bit about the role of the New York Kurdish Cultural Center in keeping the Kurdish language sort of alive and well here in New York and this side of the world? And how does this language continue to survive when it is outlawed in places around Kurdistan historically?
Of course. Since 2017, we've been holding various workshops, and for the last 3 years, continuously, we are offering Kurdish language classes to adults and kids around their needs. Kurdish language is actually part of Indo-European language family, and has so much richness. Because again, we are indigenous in our homeland, and through various assimilations of policies, we had to use our history, oral history, using our language. But almost never we had of course, a few time periods, we almost never had opportunity to turn that into written format. Therefore, New York Kurdish Cultural Center teaches kids, Kurdish kids are born in diaspora, to have this historical connections with their parents and their ancestors. Because unfortunately, again, not having our own nation state, we do not have centralized publications to read our history, our traditions, our songs, our cuisine, and to learn them, they needed the language, right? We then, as individuals, volunteers, try to fill in that vacuum that's so crucial from Bakur, North Kurdistan to Bashur, South Kurdistan, from Rojhelat to Rojava, from east to west, and all diaspora have that then connection and unity with the language. Our students now are ready to speak, write, and read Kurdish language in their mother tongue. That makes us gaining once and is being still taken away human rights back to us. Giving such opportunity for kids and adults, not only learning that language. Imagine Kurds are having huge part of homeland, never seen each other, and never get a chance to exchange their experiences. Through these classes and through our other cultural activities, people from north, from Bakur to Rojhelat, are coming together and talking, and with our own language. Julian, this is something, it's unimaginable, unfortunately, while we were living on our own homeland, because again, it's been occupied by four distinct nation states. So that brings another bitter fact, and that is, in diaspora, we are able to exercise their basic human rights, and we can identify ourselves as Kurds. So we are becoming more Kurds, free Kurds, while we are living in diaspora.
I guess that'll take me to my next question. I think it's a good point. So, what would you say is the relevance for your political commitments? What is the relevance for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights today? So this is a document from 1948. How is it still relevant to you and your work today?
As New York Kurdish Cultural Center, our political commitment align closely with the principles enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In today's complex landscape, the UDHR remains highly relevant as a foundational document advocating equality and human dignity. Therefore, it serves as a guiding light, inspiring our commitment to defending the rights of the Kurdish community and promoting cultural diversity. Therefore, the UDHR provides a universal framework that transcends borders, crucial in our pursuit of justice and human rights. And referring to document, Articles 2, 15, and 21 emphasizes the rights to equality, nationality, and participation in government. The Kurdish people, dispersed across various regions, face, again, ongoing challenges in asserting these rights due to geopolitical issues and historical injustices. Therefore, our political commitments involve advocating for the recognition of these fundamental human rights for the Kurdish population, echoing the principle of the UDHR.
And I guess just to piggyback off that question, what is the political situation like with respect to participation for Kurds in places like Iraq, Iran, and Syria and Turkey?
I can give you recent example, maybe not so recent anymore, for last 7-8 years. Kurdish political party, or pro-Kurdish, as they say, pro-Kurdish and democratic democracy, HDP political party, has passed thresholds, and that is 10%, I think the highest thresholds in the world, was able to pass the threshold and had more than 80 representatives in the Turkish parliament. And these representatives were openly advocating not only Kurdish rights, but rights to write for, free journalism, or rights of LGBTQ, or rights of recent immigrants. Then Turkish parliament dissolved that victory and assert another one. Yet HDP passed the threshold, that time got less, but still representatives, is because they got less representatives because they were openly going, Turkish security enforcements were going, and political representatives too, openly threatening Kurds. If you vote such party, then then you will know what had happened, referring to infamous 1990s era in Turkey. And that is just ended up with thousands of villages burned, thousands of Kurds being kidnapped, killed, and imprisoned, and some of them are still in prison and tortured. And these are well-documented facts by human rights advocacy groups. Therefore, Kurds use all the opportunities in all four, again, distinct occupiers, political systems, to represent themselves, carry their rights in the parliament, right? And even that is being punished. The political party that I mentioned, HDP, is the continuous effort of Kurds trying to raise their voice and saying out loud within the legal frame of Turkey, saying that, hey, we are here, and that we want you to say that you are on our land and recognize us as equal citizens. But just like previous Kurdish parties, leaders have been imprisoned, even followers are being imprisoned, or other unfortunate incidents happened. Therefore, our continuous effort in all arenas, including political representations, have been undemocratically dismantled and punched.
Yeah, it sounds like a moving of the goalposts and like changing of the rules when Kurds meet the thresholds that are set forth for political representation. So like sort of textbook oppression in that regard. But I guess I'll pivot to another question, is like, from your own experiences, how could you recommend other institutions, organizations similar to the New York Kurdish Cultural Center sort of appropriate the declaration to strengthen their own struggles and their own movements?
I think I can say, based on our experience, we recommend institutions and nonprofit organizations such as ours to first integrate the principles of the UDHR into their missions and values. And this alignment will serve as a moral compass and resonates with diverse stakeholders. Practical steps could involve leveraging the UDHR in their legal advocacy, or educational initiatives or international collaborations. Therefore, utilizing the document's universal language will help bridge cultural gaps, fostering a collective understanding of shared human rights. I think another aspect should be ongoing dialogue and networking with like-minded movements globally in enhance the impact of collective efforts. Can't remember the articles, but Declaration also emphasized the rights to freedom of opinion and association. Our recommendations, therefore, for organizations to actively embrace these rights, encourage them for open dialogue and collaboration.
Awesome. And I guess just to, again, piggyback off that, what specific articles do you use in your work at the Kurdish Cultural Center to sort of advance your goals as an organization?
I think I should then emphasize the articles to stress the rights to life, liberty, and property. Because unfortunately, Kurdish population has faced displacements, uprootedness, restrictions on their freedom, and challenges in securing rights to our own homeland. I think this one especially speaks to us, but the basic one, just being human, dignity is enough to deserve to exercise our language and our identity and access to cultural activities.
That's awesome. And just to, I guess, one more on your own activities. What do you have planned for 2024? I know we work together as partner organizations at RLS and the New York Kurdish Cultural Center. So just to give an idea of like the sort of plans you have for next year, that different Kurdish cultural events that'll be taking place maybe in New York City and even outside New York City if those are happening.
Great question, Julian. We are looking forward another fascinating year. Briefly saying, we have weekly, monthly, annually, and unscheduled cultural activities throughout the years. Weekly activities are our language, Kurdish language classes. Monthly activities are our book club, Kurdish book club, and a new one, cinema talks. So follow us on our social media accounts and website, kurdishculturalcenter.org, and from there everyone can find our social media accounts. And we like to collaborate like-minded organizations. So if anyone would like to collaborate, join in our efforts, or amplify their own voices, we are more than welcome to. So that's a new initiative, cinema talks, monthly cinema talks. We will have Shahbazistane is celebrating the longest winter night, and that is coming next week. For 2024, we are going to celebrate New York Kurdish Film Festival's 8th edition. In March, we will celebrate 3rd edition of Kurdish Heritage Month celebration, and ongoing activities for book club and cinema talk. So in March, we will have various activities from Kurdish fashion exhibition to book talk to workshops to in-person activities, and we might have another new initiative in March that I like to keep it as a secret for now.
That's
And
awesome. And I dropped the link to your website in the chat if anybody would like to have a look at it. You can also follow the socials there as well, as Shea said. I guess maybe I'll just give you the floor if you want to give us any sort of parting words, any parting message to the audience, either on the 75th Declaration, anniversary of the Declaration of Universal Human Rights, or anything about the New York Kurdish Cultural Center, any message that you would like to get out.
I'd like to highlight the importance of such initiatives to introduce various organizations and creating platform to talk and to know, and that makes us feel not alone, right? That's very important, to collaborate, show solidarity with our missions, because I know how hard it is to start a new initiative, start a new activity. It is very challenging, especially in a place as New York. So if anyone would like to collaborate or contact with us, if they like to start their own cultural center, if they like to start their own film festivals, we are here to share our experience or guide them. Or if they want to have Kurdish films on their institutions, we are also very open to collaborate. And I like to see more talks to highlight UDHR's values more often, I guess. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much for joining us and taking the time to speak with us about the New York Kurdish Cultural Center and how the Universal Declaration of Human Rights sort of strengthens your work and everything that you do and the rights of Kurdish people in Kurdistan historically and the diaspora as well. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So at this point, I guess we're going to play a little bit more of the Songs of Slavery, but I think one thing we want to do is give you a little bit of background on where this comes from and the process of making it. So I think it fits well with this conversation on ethnic, minority, and linguistic rights here in the U.S. As descendants of slaves. I think our rights are always sort of not necessarily spoken about as rights because they're just assumed that you know, former descendants of slaves actually have the full rights that anybody else in America as a citizen might have, but that's not always the case, or it's not always playing out that way, so to speak. So again, I'm just going to share the screen and play a little bit of this documentary about the background of the Songs of Slavery album, Songs of Slavery and Emancipation album, and then play a few more before we pivot to the next conversation. So.
Times passed away when they tied me up in bondage long ago. In old Virginia State is where we separate, and it fills my heart with misery and woe. In my experience, what I've seen is that we as a society really do suffer from historical amnesia. And, you know, that comes from simply not valuing history. So most Americans have either very shallow understanding of our history, oftentimes a distorted understanding of our history, but it's a lack of understanding that really does have major ramifications for the kind of society that we're becoming. So I think that if we do have hope of resurrecting what this country purports to be, a democratic, egalitarian society, that it has to come through re-engaging the real story of this country. They took away my boy, the mother's joy, a baby from the cradle. Then they put us far apart, and it broke the old man's heart. In those agonizing, cruel slavery days. I was in an old bookshop in San Francisco, not actually looking for anything in particular, but in a section of historical books having to do with slavery and Civil War and so on. And I found this. The title, Negro Slave Revolts in the United States, 1526 to 1860, immediately caught my attention. First of all, Negro slave revolts is a subject that most people don't even know about. And secondly, the date, 1526, because anybody who's at all familiar with the history of slavery in the United States usually refers to 1619, when a Dutch slave trader unloaded human cargo at Jamestown, Virginia. That's usually the date that people say the slave trade began in the United States. 1526 is almost 100 years before, and it's only 34 years after Columbus bumped into America. And so that piqued my interest a great deal, and I bought the book. Found out that not only was 1526 the beginning of the actual slavery in North America, with the first load of slaves brought by a Spaniard, but it was also the first slave revolt, because these slaves at this particular colony, which was formed in South Carolina, did indeed rebel. The colony itself collapsed. The slaves absconded or ran away to the native peoples who were living in the area. And that was the beginning. The beginning of what? The beginning of slavery on the one hand, but the beginning of this story.
I learned about this project through the president of our college, Lyle Rudolph. He sent me an email. Would I be interested in being involved in a project of recording these old songs, abolitionist and slave songs? And the answer was, of course, I would be interested in it, not knowing any more than that. So then I got to meet the great Matt Callahan and talk with him about the journey that he's taken over these last 2-3 years of pulling up music that songs that I had never heard of before. And my specialty is teaching African-American music, and I had never heard these songs. What? So I was even more intrigued by the prospects. So then when Matt sent me some examples of the music and samples of it, I was reading about them and very excited. And Lyle asked if I'd be interested in having being a part of putting together a recording for some of this music.
Apparently this song was sung or composed by and sung by slaves preparing for an insurrection in South Carolina in 1813. And the words to this song are, "Arise, arise, shake off your chains. Your cause is just, so heaven ordains. To you shall freedom be proclaimed. Raise your arms and bare your breasts. Almighty God will do the rest. Blow the clarion's warlike blast, call every Negro from his task, wrest the scourge from Buckra's hand, and drive each tyrant from the land. Firm united let us be, resolved on death or liberty. As a band of patriots joined, peace and plenty we shall find. Now, I grew up listening to Go Down Moses, Many Thousands Gone, Steal Away, and a number of other great Negro spirituals, but I'd never heard a lyric like this one.
So my vision of who would sing was just to pull together my friends from many different areas. So I pulled together friends from the church communities here that I knew, some really powerful, wonderful singers in the style, invited them to participate. I invited some of my students who were in that gospel choir to participate. And I invited some friends from the American Spiritual Ensemble who are professional singers. But one of the things that they do is participate in this group, which is itself about restoring, preserving, and sharing the Negro spiritual. So folks answered the call and we got together, and it was just such a wonderful event of sharing with people from different generations, different performance aspects, some who were first-year students and never really sung all the way into some seniors who've sung all their lives, professional people who have sung around the world, all on this one theme and idea of bringing to life these powerful, powerful songs that helped our ancestors, my ancestors, to live, to survive, to conquer, to overcome, to have hope, to move forward, to make a mark that over 100 years later, we were able to pick up that mantle and continue on.
So
Thanks,
apologies if there was
Julian.
audio issues there.
No, I think it's because we had it earlier as well. I think for the if we share the next time we have to check the like there's a little box when you say share sound, you know, like share your audio, because
Mhm.
otherwise we listen like the output of your computer
Through the mic.
and then the
Okay.
quality exactly. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll
That's
note it for the
right.
next one.
Yeah. So I was telling you before welcoming our next guest, who's in Mexico. Maybe it's interesting, like to wrap up a little bit the last interventions that we heard. Mel, because we're right now in Mexico. Aldo, the next speaker, and me, we're both in Mexico. And there was something very interesting in the two last intervention of representatives from the Kurdish movement. Like mainly in the first interview, we heard a little bit about it, and it's the convergence between the movements, the Zapatista movement in Chiapas and the Kurdish movement. We have been also working on that in our association, which is called Popular Convergence, because that's like a proof of convergence of how like two completely different movements in two completely different parts of the world can like create convergence in their political projects, like how this project of autonomy in Chiapas joins also like the same purposes as the Kurdish movement in the Middle East. So I think it's also very important. We were talking earlier with our friends from South America about the question of international solidarity, about the question of precisely popular convergence. And I think this is like an exceptional example of how like these different political intentions can find a convergence towards like a movement of democratic autonomy, as in Chiapas and also in Kurdistan.
Sure. And do you think there's like some commonality about like the conditions of like the states just not either repressing organizing and these movements that like sort of strengthens almost the grassroots level, like the people's resolve to sort of formulate different and alternative streams of governance for themselves, because they realize that, hey, like if it's not us, nobody's going to be able to provide it for us. So it's, yeah, I think it's really interesting. Just a thought I had, like maybe this is because essentially of the failures, directly because of the failures of the state, that almost galvanize the grassroots level. Just an
Yeah,
interesting-
definitely, and maybe Sayal can also tell us like a little bit about it. But I think it's been the case either like in Mexico, but also in Kurdistan. I think there has been like a state repression, but also abandonment. We have witnessed the abandonment of the state in these regions that are, I mean, far from like political and power centers. And I think that has been the reason as well. Like in Chiapas, the Zapatista movement started as well as an art movement. And I think that the interesting thing, like in both, like in the evolution, the development of both of the movements, is also the rejection of the state, because like they realized that the political project had to be one of autonomy rather than taking over power. And I think that's also like a consequence of how the state has been precisely treating these populations, how the state has been repressing all these populations. And it's like a long process after realizing that the solution is not just taking over power and becoming another repressive power, but like creating something different, as Zapatista said, to create a world in which many worlds can exist. I don't know if this is maybe with Sayal, if this is maybe something that also has like echoes in.
Yeah, I don't know if Shea wants to speak on it. Shea?
I think movements have been serving in the basic human rights, not only for their own, but like other groups that have been oppressed and suppressed in various ways. And while they are doing it, I guess they're emphasizing and manifesting how nation state sovereignty does everything to, you know, keep status quo, violating even their own people's rights, and definitely minority rights and indigenous rights. And this is a way that, you know, universal way of illustrating what is happening on their homeland. And while criticizing nation states, these movements are also collectively showing how nation states are dangerous to not avoiding exercising neoliberal politics, to violate not only human rights but rights of animals, you know, environmental justice, using or weaponizing water, for instance. Turkey does that as they're occupying Western Kurdistan, Rojava, cutting off their water. You know, they are not only sending their soldiers, but each time they cut off their water, it's very, very similar to what Zapatistas are being, you know, facing and fighting against. That is almost, as Julian said, movements are seeing how much commonality they have, and that, you know, then solidarity is the way to get out. So in our center, we are again trying to fill that vacuum while resistance continues. What happens to the culture, right? What happens to the song that you are playing? Like the first gentleman that it was very beautiful document. Thank you for sharing the link, Julian. He says, I never heard of these songs. How come? Like, we grew up without knowing that how much common we have with our Kurds in Rojava or Bashur, because we been alienated. They be being isolated. Just like Zapatista said, hey, wait a minute. This is who we are. That's what we've been facing. And these are our struggles. And these are the values that we've been demanding or fighting for. And we are only on very small, but very, very important to create instruments or being instrumentalizing these activities to speak generations to generations and from nations to, you know, one part of the world to other part of the world. Like, not so sure, Julian, if you were with us with the workshop of our Black sister had during film festival, talking about the values that we should be adopting during documentary filming, right? It was just, we hugged each other after the workshop, because what she was saying, we could replace Blacks with Kurds or vice versa. So then all these bring us to the values of UDHR and how powerful they are, and how by having these platforms like these to sharing our experiences and defending these roles like autonomy. You know, how come then my mom had to talk to me in oppressor's language to ensure that I will not be imprisoned, I will not be, you know, raped or, you know, tortured, or, you know, whatever the form of oppression that's in our case, in Bakur, had all of them and still have all of them, just to make me breathe. That's all, right? How unfortunate that I do not know many of our songs. I cannot even speak fluently or write in my own ancestral language. So imagine how much I'm losing in our cultural. Therefore, we are only one aspect, but I hear you, and I, you know, how powerful these solidarity is, you know, coming out in the context of human rights, because our rights being violated by the nation states, our rights have been violated by neoliberal policies, and combining of the two, and with other radical, you know, religious format, it's only making us to unite and showing the world that these are the sides that you have to either with us, or you will, even, you know, some people are lucky not to be oppressed because who they are, but then, you know, there's another aspect, the class aspect. How about the water? How about the poisoned air or polluted air? Everyone's future. So these are, I think, only empowers us, not taking away from our beliefs.
Yeah, actually, I recently, just speaking about water, obviously, I know many people are aware of the situation potentially in Flint with regards to the water there, and it's obviously not like explicitly the government shutting off clean water, but it's de facto that's what they're doing by not replacing the piping system and citing like cost concerns as a reason for why like the current piping system is what it is today. So it's really a failure, as more so than an actual deliberate shutting off of their supply of water, but it de facto creates the same conditions for the people on the ground. So Another sort of example that I was just reminded of during this conversation is like the Black Panther movement in the United States that basically was responding to a multitude of different crises across the board. So you'd start with something like a food program, a breakfast program to basically provide food for children who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford a breakfast, not offered in the public schooling. So then you take that and you turn it into an educational opportunity for the children. So kids are getting their free breakfast, but they're also getting a lesson from the Black Panthers on their own history and histories of these sorts of anti-capitalist movements across the globe. So it's like it turns this sort of awful situation into a potential opportunity to radicalize people and organize them at the same time, which creates a stronger grassroots to push back against the state in repressive situations. So yeah, definitely think this is a fascinating conversation. I wish we could stick on it for a little bit longer, but I know we gotta pivot to the next conversation with the change makers out of Mexico. So I'll basically lob it back to you, Esteban, and maybe you can introduce the organization and who's joining us. I forgot off the top.
Yes, of course. I'll just cut the recording and launch it again because we're like doing slot by slot recordings. So, okay, so for our next time slot, we'll be coming to Mexico. We were earlier in South America, and we'll be coming back to Latin America, this time Mexico. And we have a guest who's Aldo Medina. Aldo, I think you're already here. So yeah, so welcome to this 24-hour conversation on the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So Aldo is coming from an organization that is called Ticket for Change. It's a very interesting organization. Aldo will tell us a little bit about it later. Who's trying to accompany and trying to help people who wants to change what they do. For example, people that have been working for capital, like in industries, capital and profit oriented, and they want to do a different thing, environmentally or socially meaningful. So Aldo, thank you very much for being here with us. And maybe we can start this conversation with a short presentation of yourself and what you do in Ticket for Change.
Yes, hi everybody. I'm very pleased and thankful of sharing this time with you, this space. Thank you very much. And well, to get us started, maybe putting the frame of what we do in Ticket for Change. As a lot of you are since long time activists or working in this area, I feel like a complete stranger because that wasn't my case. I had like a very random and classic, let's say, career in the corporate area until COVID, where I actually start asking me the right questions of saying what I'm doing with my time, what I'm doing with the work I do. More than just giving more money to big corporations, what is my work doing for the best of the world, right? So I think we are a lot of people out there in the world asking these questions. And this is how I found the path of Ticket for Change, which is an organization that try to help people to rediscover their purpose. Because, I think there are not enough activists, there are not enough people changing the world, but we all have the potential of being a change maker. And things that sometimes when you're a teenager, when you have to follow the path, or you have the pressure of the school or your parents, you have to choose, right? Either the social area, either you have a job. And I think that's a problem because we're asked to choose a path. And sometimes we believe it cannot go together. And what we do in Ticket for Change is actually breaking that dilemma, right? Because we do believe that you can work in a company and you can still be a change maker. And we believe that you can change paths, right? And become an activist at 35 or later, or that you can actually be an activist, but also have a profit company that creates also social and environmental impact. So the movement started in Paris 9 years ago, and today we're expanding. We started in Mexico, And what we do is we help people to find this path, to say, whatever you want to do, use your talent. We all have skills. And we know that these movements, these organizations that are fighting for human rights, they need helpful people. They need people with talents to go beyond what they can do, right? Sometimes you have the idea, but how to connect with the right persons, how to finance the work you are doing, how you can become more attractive in social media so your voice can be expanded, right? So you need help as an activist or as a movement. And there's a lot of people there that have talent, and they say, okay, you know, maybe I have time. I work 9 to 5, but I can engage myself somehow. So we help people to use their talents to help projects either launch their own social environmental project or get engaged into these organizations to help other organizations to follow their path. So we try to do that. So we try to activate this talent from people all around the world, because we do believe it's not enough the work we're doing with current activists. They do need help. They do need to go further with their organizations. And we do believe that it's not, the problem is that people is not sensitive, you know? The problem is that it's too far. We don't feel connected, right? We were talking about the Kurdish situation. Maybe first, sometimes we're not aware. This is the first problem. But when we are aware, we can say, you know, I'm not a policymaker. You know, I'm not working at NGO. So what can I do? And actually, you can do a lot of stuff. You can help with marketing skills. You can help with finance skills. You can help with whatever you know, because these organizations need support. And this is what we want to do, to get people use their talents to support these projects. So this is like a first, like a short resume of what we do in Ticket for Change.
Thank you very much. I mean, it was interesting, like the way in which you were talking about like this kind of conversion, because I think, I mean, it's maybe something very interesting we're facing. I mean, we've been talking about a lot of important topics earlier in our conversation. For example, just transition. We will have also a panel from colleagues from the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation in the COP28 who are discussing very important environmental questions on just transition again. And I think the question of the conversion, it's very important. You were talking a little bit about your own conversion and like the professional reconversion of many people who have been working for capital oriented and profit oriented sectors and companies. And I would like to ask you a little bit more about like this process of conversion, because we've seen it like in many different ways of how like people that have been completely disconnected with social and environmental issues can, like, I don't know how this process works, like for you or for people you accompany when they become aware of the need of a change, not only in their lives, but also like towards, you know, like this kind of problematics in the world.
Yes, of course. Well, first of all, I have to say something. We're not against companies. That's the point, because we will work like most people in the world. They spend at least 8 hours a day working, right? So we do believe actually that we can change the world using your work time. I'm not saying that the capitalist model is the unique model, but is a reality that we spend a third of our lives working at least. So we have to make something with these 1,100 hours that we're gonna use in our lives, more or less, right? So if you could help people to use 8 hours per day to solve social and environmental problems, the world will be completely different. So what we believe is that people sometimes are scared, sometimes they are confident enough, you know, to get off the system, right? To say, okay, I want to fight against injustice, or I want to become 100% activist. So people need to pay the bills. People need to have some family. So some people cannot just break their life and start again, but they do want to do something. So we're providing alternatives for these people to actually say, okay, first of all, why don't you get to know yourself better, right? Which are your talents? What are you good at? Okay. because a lot of people lack confidence. You have a lot of people with a lot of good ideas that could be activists, that could be doing some things, but they don't believe they're credible enough. They don't believe they have the right voice to speak, right? And sometimes we do believe, I have these ideas, but who am I to lead the change? But that's the point. If we still think that only certain people can bring this social change, that's a problem, because there are not enough change makers. So why don't we make everybody a change maker? Because everybody can do it. So don't worry, you don't have to stop your work. You can do change from your work. The only thing is that you have to get to know your talent, and with your talent say, okay, I'm really maybe at creativity, or I'm really good at finance, or I'm really good at whatever you do. And now how can you use this talent that you have to some topics that are the biggest stakes in the world, or in your country, or in your city, okay? And talking about human rights, okay, there are a lot of problems around there, right? We're talking about education, we're talking about gender equality, we're talking about violence, peace. So how can I actually use your work and your time for this project? So we help people to discover these two things, because a lot of people, we realize their lack of confidence to actually become a change maker and help these movements, or this change in their cities, because they lack of confidence. Second, they're missing some skills, right? There are some people that are really good at something, but they cannot do public presentations, or some people, they cannot actually share what they want to do. So we help them to get those skills that are necessary to become a change maker and to take action, right? To create a project, not only in my mind, but okay, how we do these things, something concrete. And third, we connect people, because we know that it's very difficult to create change. We have to create a system change, right? There are systemic problems, so we need to work together to change. So what we do is we connect people with other networks of change makers, with other people, with other companies, with other associations, because we do believe we cannot imagine the world only working from the activist point of view, right? You have to engage companies, private sector, policymakers, so you can change the system, right? So that's what we do, and this is something has been working for 9 years now, and doesn't mean that the movement is quick, but I think it's super important. Most people believe they can do something, right? Because sometimes this is why a lot of problems still not having a solution, is that we believe that only few people are asked to that mission. We believe that only NGOs are supposed to solve that. We believe that only governments are supposed to do that. And as a random citizen, we don't get action. We don't get engaged, because we don't feel that empathy, right? Or we don't believe confident enough to that. So if we change that, imagine the world of having a lot of change makers helping those organizations, helping those initiatives, and actually they can also raise their hand and say, okay, I want to fight for this, right? But this is a different approach, right? This is an approach where we don't exclude companies. We actually say, how can you change the company, how we do business? Actually, we're even talking of a third alternative, is actually having companies with a social mission, right? That at the same time, for each dollar, or for each euro, or for each peso that you're invoicing, you're also providing something positive to the world. And we do believe that is not bad cops and good cops situation, is that getting everybody together to create a system change. And so far, this is what we have been working on.
Hi, Aldo. Thank you again for joining us. I really appreciate you hopping on the stream. And I just have a question about Ticket for Change. And is there a particular sector or certain position that people sort of approach you with, that they're in currently, that they're sort of just frustrated with, and really want to make a change from this position, whether it be like banking, I don't know, insurance, or anything like that?
Your mic is muted.
Sorry, I'm sharing my screen, so we can maybe give you more ideas of what we think. Actually, there's not a sector in particular where I would say people are more sensitive or more conscious. I think what we said is this, right? A lot of people want to do something, but they need confidence. They lack some skills or knowledge, and they miss the networks, right? They're not connected with the right people. So what we want to do, we connect with three different profiles. I want to share the second slide. I'm not sure if I can. Okay, I'll share it again. But the second thing I wanted to share with you is that also we see a difference in age, actually. I think sometimes when the first time you ask yourself these interesting questions is when you have to choose a career, right? Some people that go through a classic path, like having high school, that have actually the privilege, because it's a privilege, right? Is even if it's a right education, we are aware that not everybody has this right of getting to university or to high school. So maybe at this point, some people just get aware of saying, okay, you know what, we should be doing maybe other things more than just getting a diploma or making money, right? So I would say students and people in transition, people that at some point either get laid off, either they cannot get a job. I think this is the point in the life when you ask yourself sometimes these questions, right? What am I doing with life? Should I be doing this in the same path? How can actually I become a change maker and help these social and environmental problems? So this is some part of the people that come to us. Another is that people that already have this idea of becoming social entrepreneurs. This is what I'm saying. You know, capital sometimes we believe is the root, and I want to differentiate the system, the capitalistic system, from the idea of being an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur, without thinking of the capitalistic system, is someone that wants to sell something, right? That doesn't have the idea of what would be the output, but what they want to create something, right? So these people create jobs. These people have creativity to say, okay, we have been without water, or we have been without problems in our community. How can we do things different, right? So they bring innovation. So how about helping these people that have these skills of being entrepreneurs, but helping them to create social entrepreneurs, right? To create social venues, social enterprises that actually do have in their mission providing something good to the population, right? Not only using as a colonialist approach the resources of that community, but actually bringing back. Okay, so we help those people. We're not saying you shouldn't be using capitalism as a resource. We say, okay, why don't we switch a little bit the system? So let's be an entrepreneur, but include the social area, right? In your business model, in the way you act, in the way you design your products. We're talking about eco-design. We're talking about our circular economy, like some things that are trendy now, and that we need people to be talking about these things and to include them in the way they consume, in the way they interact with the community, right? And the third one is people actually in some companies that get the chance to have positions where they can change things, you know? If you are the manager of the marketing, if you are the manager of sales, if you are the manager of an area where your voice, where the way you think can change the world, maybe you could be changing the way a company has its process, right? We're talking about equality, we're talking about migrants, we're talking about a lot of problems that we have regarding the human rights. But how can you shape the way we actually approach those rights in your company, right? One example is that how can you provide in your company a space for migrants or for people that are traveling, right? Say, okay, you know what? I wanna make people of my company aware that we actually can include these people, that they have skills, that it could help us. So you are becoming an ambassador of human rights in your company, right? You can also address the problem of gender in your company. You can say, okay, you know what? Probably we should be changing some things. So why we only have men in the direction or in the managing positions? And you could actually ask to have in a committee, you could actually raise the hand and say, okay, let's make some things, let's make clear what's the difference of payment between men and women, right? So we need these people in the companies addressing these topics and making a change in the companies. We don't want these people to leave the company and necessarily or mandatory become an activist, because actually their place is in the company, and they could be changing the world and changing the way we work in the companies, changing the way we approach these human rights from the company side. So we do believe these people, if they are there and they are skilled enough and they have the talent, they can change this, they can make this change in the company. So I would say this is how we are approaching the thing, right? Everybody can be a change maker. So use those 8 hours a day to change the world, wherever you are, as a student, as an activist, or as a social entrepreneur, or in your company. Because we do believe it's easier to do it that way, instead of asking everybody to become an activist, right? Because it's scary, it's not easy. We know how difficult it is, and in so many countries, the threats we have as an activist, right? People have, is you against a system. So it's super, super difficult. So it's scary. So it's not easy to ask someone, live your life, live your family. There are very, very courageous people doing this. And I'm impressed of these people. But you have a bunch of people that could be doing change without asking them to be in this position, but actually using their current position of influence or of skills to change the world, right? So this is a little bit what we do, and a different maybe way of seeing things. But I think there's only one way. If we want to change the things, we have to do it in a systemic way, and I do believe that.
Yeah, it's an awesome explanation. I do think like meeting people where they're at. I think your last point is really important. Like not asking people to quit their job right now and get out in the streets, but what can you do even if you're sitting at your desk for 8 hours a day? How can you use that time to sort of shift your priorities and in your work to actually include some people who otherwise wouldn't be included in that work? And I guess just to follow up on that, are there any like particular skills that you found are really sort of advantageous to making people change makers in their current roles? Like what skills do you see most often that people have that are really easy to use to start sort of changing the world from their positions?
Well, I think first of all, empathy. We have to work a lot of empathy, because as we were saying, we were talking about Kurdish, right? In Mexico, in Latin America, we don't get a lot of curriculum of history around the world, right? So a lot of people, they may know where is Turkey, but they don't know the province and the different people that live in what today we call Turkey, right? And the thing about nations, I think we have to get people inspired. So first of all, to be a good or to detect potential change makers is curiosity. People that actually are asking themselves, is this the right way? Is this the only way? This what I'm told as a history is the only way, the only narrative we may have. So we need more curious people. So we have to foster curiosity, and we have to detect curiosity, right? Because those people asking questions, they are important. They are necessary. They are important, right? Because they're gonna actually challenge the colonial way history has been told, or they're gonna challenge the system way we are told to behave, right? So I would say first of all, this curiosity. Second, we need to improve the empathy, right? And empathy is not, I have to live the same things you are living. It's understanding that sometimes we have a privilege, and from my privilege, what can I do actually? Or how can I actually help someone, right? Or being sensitive to this. Sometimes you have people that are not facing these problems, right? Let's talk about migrants. A lot of people, maybe they haven't had the necessity to leave their place, so they don't understand how difficult it is to start again. But if you have been at some point, even just traveling, feeling disappointed because you have this cultural shock, or just feeling not in the right place, you can maybe start understanding what would be the life of someone that sometimes they don't have the opportunity to work, even if they can work, if they have abilities and if they want to, but it's just because the system is not enabling them to do this. So second point, I would say empathy, to understand that there are people struggling there and that you could help them, right? And the third point is to take action. you cannot be a change maker if you do not take action. And you have a bunch of people with very good intentions, people with a good and incredible ideas, but that's it. It's in their head, right? If you don't take people to take action, things are not going to change. We need people with courage enough to say, okay, I'm going to speak up. I want to change things, right? And this is where take action is the most difficult part, because a lot of change makers, they want to do something, but they don't know how or they don't know what. So the fourth point I would say after you take action is connect with people. You know, your voice is stronger when you're not the only one talking, right? If we connect people with other persons, that would be amazing. And this is something important with change makers, right? We have seen that in this ecosystem, people are very collaborative, right? You have a bunch of organizations around the world, like Ashoka, you have Global Shapers, you have a bunch of organizations. And sometimes the problem is that everybody is doing common things on their side without talking. So it's super important for activists actually to get together, to get to know other organizations, other people, get inspired, help, put resources together. This is the way things have to be done, you know, to go faster and to move faster. It's like, for instance, Ticket for Change. I'm not the guy with the idea of creating Ticket for Change, but I got to this organization and say, hey guys, I love what you're doing this. Why don't we do this in Mexico? And you know, replicating an idea, instead of saying, okay, I have to be the one with the biggest or greatest idea, we have to stop this ego. And sometimes in activism, there's ego too, right? So sometimes, why don't we join a movement that is already there? Why don't we join forces, right? So this is something also very human, that we are raised with this competition approach instead of thinking of a system approach, right? Of solving things. So I would say those 4 things, right? Curiosity, empathy, taking action, and working in networks. That is the way, so far I have seen, change makers are doing great jobs, and we can move faster in this area.
Thank you. And maybe I would like to ask you also like another question. And it's about, you told me that you were also trying to address, like in the different processes you were carrying on, you were trying to address also like an orientation towards human rights. So I wanted to ask you as well, how is the work you do related to what we're talking about today in these 24 hours, which is human rights and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights?
Yes, that's something very, very important. I would say, first of all, I think it's very difficult, right? If you talk about human rights, sometimes people say, okay, I know what it is as a concept, but they feel it far, right, from their reality. So what we try to do is to make people understand what are the topics actually you care most, right? Some people will be very sensitive because their own history to liberty, right, or to freedom, or to the fact of saying the gender perspective, or maybe sometimes even if it's not a human right by itself, of living in peace, maybe in an ecosystem without pollution, right? I think sometimes we have to think about, more than understanding like the concept of human rights, is concretely how do I do in my daily basis in my community to actually change things and make things clear, so people can live in peace, so people can live in good conditions, right? It could be education, as we're saying, it could be gender. So we help people understanding these problems, because if I talk to you of something, maybe let's imagine equality or gender, right, or violence. Some people maybe will say, okay, that's important, but you know, I'm more sensitive to some other topics like education, right? Or I'm more sensitive to maybe other topics like animal health or slavery or whatever. So we try to connect people with a problem they are really more empathic to, and when they get to know this problem, we say, okay, what can you do actually for that? What are your skills? And some people say, well, you know, I can do this. I have some free time. Maybe I can volunteer. I'm really good at teaching, or I could help actually someone. I'm really good at writing. Okay, why don't would you use your writing skills to help those people, right? In this topic, in this particular topic. And this is how we have connected people with some specific topics related to human rights, right? Getting to know other people that are working in these topics and saying, okay, how can you help these initiatives? So this is how we have connected people in education programs. This is how we have connected people working on gender, specific in Mexico with the violence to women. We are one of the most violent countries for women in the world. So we're helping these people, right? And we have got people from law school. We have got people from different places and different areas that are saying, okay, I'm really sensitive to this problem. I want to support these organizations. I want to do something. So they get engaged, they get connected as mentors, as volunteers, or sometimes they launch their own side business. And their side business could be when I say a business, is more an activity, right? Sometimes it's like an NGO saying, okay, I'm sensitive with this topic. Let's get some time and let's help people in this topic. So we try to do it with this approach, more hands-on, let's say. We never talk about, okay, do you know human rights or what do you know about human rights? So let's talk about human rights. We try to make it more concrete in their daily basis, in whatever they connect most. And once they are in this area, they understand, right, that everything is connected. That once you help people with education, this education will provide peace maybe to this community, and this community will provide maybe this free movement, and you have a lot of things interconnected. So this is the way we approach it so far.
Thank you very much. I don't know, Julian, if you have like another question or any other questions, or
Yeah, I guess maybe just one more to wrap up for my questions. I think what like motivated you to join Ticket for Change, and like what were you seeing in your own life that did the sort of organizational message like attract you, or did you kind of just stumble upon it and then figured like, no, this is exactly the organization that I want to be at and where I can make the most change by like basically finding other people who want to make change?
Well, I think to me, what the trigger really was the pandemic. At some point, I said, okay, I have been always sensitive to these topics, but I never had this activism side, right? I went to business school and I was working, but I was sensitive to that. But that was the problem. I think I connected really with this idea of understanding everybody can be a change maker. Because before I used to say, okay, that's not for me, right? I would like to help, but I'm not ready to live whatever I have done. I have some engagements too. So I was not ready to live this life, but at some time I was feeling that I was missing a good opportunity to do something more, right? So I think this approach of saying you can do change whatever you are, I think that was very powerful. And I said, okay, that's good because let's make it possible, right? And they're not asking me to leave my family and to go to the other side of the world and maybe to be in a war zone because it's horrible and we need people in those places, but we're not all able sometimes to take that engagement, right? So that was very powerful to say you can make change from where you are, right? But take action. I think that was a good idea, and maybe was also the way of understanding that is a movement, right? That today, wherever you are, you can be part of this movement, and that this movement actually is part of other movements of change making. This is what I like too, because what Ticket for Change is doing is only a part of a whole ecosystem of change makers that are doing some things, right, with specific focus. Some of them more into human rights, some of them more into environmental issues. But being connected in a network, I think that's super interesting. So this is what I also like. The way Ticket for Change works and the way we're doing it, this in Mexico, is super collaborative. What I mean by collaborative is that all our programs, we try to connect with other people's. We try not to be competitors. We try to understand the offering and say, how can we bring something to the table, right? Instead of having programs very similar, we say, okay, there's someone working in human rights issues. How can we support them, right? How can we be complementary? So I think that's also a new understanding and a new way of working. And a lot of NGOs miss that, right? Sometimes they fight for the same fundings, or they fight for the same beneficiaries or same positioning, instead of saying, okay, let's work in a collaborative way. So I think this is also something we have to change from our mind. How can we work together and bring things together? And this is also what I appreciated a lot, because I was coming from a very competitive world, right? In the classic capitalism world, where is everything competition, either you, either me, who's winning. And when you break this and you say, okay, we're fighting for something, so saying it different ways, let's put everybody the best, and let's see how things work. And this has been very powerful for me.
It's awesome. It's a great answer. And I think I also came from actually a similar like organization. It's actually nonprofit, but it also had competition, and there was like a lot of overlap operating in the same spaces as similar nonprofits. So it was also interesting, the places where there wasn't any like sort of competition, so to speak. Like, yeah, the impact is highest when you can essentially find the areas that aren't covered and try and like help those people out as well. So definitely a fascinating conversation, and a really great organization, Ticket for Change, doing great work down in Mexico and in France as well. So really appreciate you hopping on and joining us for the stream. And yeah, if you want to have the floor for any parting messages.
Well, whoever is listening to this, I mean, take action. That's what we need. We need more change makers. We need more people asking questions, not just accepting the way we're living today, right? Or whatever situation we have in the world, and just to let them know that you can make a change, and start knowing yourself, start knowing what you can bring to the table, how can you engage, get to know change makers around you, get to know activists, get to know people that are changing things, and just connect with them. And the more change makers we'll have in the world, the more people taking action, I think the faster the changes we need, the social changes we need will come, right? This is how it works. We have a tipping point. We need to get to that tipping point the fastest. But when we get to that tipping point, we have seen this change in the world, right? We have seen it in the US, we have seen it in South Africa, South Africa. We have seen it in a lot of places. We need to get to that tipping point. But to get to that tipping point, we need to move things, engage people, get them aware, and taking them to take action. So join a movement, do something, get engaged as you wish, but get engaged and go further. Thank you very much, everybody.
Great answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I guess we're about 25-ish minutes from our next panel, our last panel actually, on the rights of labor. So different labor movements, both within the US, New York City, but also around the globe. So I'm going to try and share my screen correctly this time, and we can resume the documentary on the songs of slavery and emancipation, and be back in about 20 minutes, 5 minutes before that next panel starts. Introduce the topic again for the viewers, and hopefully get ready for a great conversation. We'll have 3 speakers for the final panel on labor. So let me try and share my screen here.
That's great. Otherwise, if you want, I could share it as well. Well, if you manage to.
Yeah, let me try it first.
Okay.
I think
yeah.
I got share sound. Share.
Yeah, exactly. That's great.
It's very easy to like go to like a Black studies section or an African American studies section. It's very easy to go to Netflix and like kind of like choose your algorithm. Like I want to see a Black movie that's a documentary and things like that. But it's hard for us to imagine that there was a time when that was not available, right? That a lot of the history that we're talking about today came from insurgent sources. They came from people doing research and deep into archives, going deeper into archives and then representing that work as a category of Black history. Part of the reason that that's the case was the fact of the matter is that at the end of the Civil War, there was a concentrated effort, right, amongst like the ruling elites in this country to bury the radical history of the Civil War.
We want no cowards in our band that from their colors fly. We call for valiant hearted men that are not afraid to die. Children, we all shall be free. Children, we all shall be free. Children, we all shall be free when the Lord shall be. We see the pilgrim as he lies with glory in his soul. To heaven he lifts his longing eyes and bids this world adieu. Children, we all shall be.
I was impressed with the fact that there were abolitionist songs in this collection of songs. The whole abolitionist movement is not understood. You know, it's marginal in the telling of the story.
For a long time, revisionist historians of the Civil War had portrayed it as a needless conflict and one that was brought about by fanatics, North and South. And abolitionists were seen as these extremists, these religious fanatics who had no idea what they were doing, and that they sort of created a problem for the country by raising the issue of slavery in a very strident way. And of course, you know, that view of abolition had been challenged, you know, by African American historians. And during the Civil Rights Movement, you had sort of an alternative picture of abolitionists as radical activists, particularly because civil rights activists wanted to sort of look back at history and look at predecessors. And they saw abolitionists as fighting for similar things that they were fighting for, racial equality, black citizenship.
People who were the generation after the revolutionaries see that the promise of freedom for all that was part of the revolution is not being fulfilled. And they engage themselves in the process of fulfilling that promise. And of course, the big issue at the time, two of them really, but the largest one was in the early part of the 1830s was abolition. And out of that was spawned the women's rights movement. And it happened that in central New York, there were a few people who had the means of doing something about that. Gerrit Smith, of course, was one of them.
His influence on abolition at the time was huge. Frederick Douglass, who came to Rochester and wanted to produce the Liberty newspaper, didn't have the finances to do it. He came to Peterborough to get money from Gerrit Smith. John Brown, this radical zealot who wants to bring about an armed reaction to the slavery situation and ends up attacking Harper Ferry, comes to Peterborough and knocks on the door seeking financial and moral support, which, shockingly enough, Gerrit gave him.
You know, going back to the history of abolition, Germany played a tremendous key role in that. Many of the folks who immigrated to the United States in the 19th century were 1848ers. They landed in New York or other places and started socialist newspapers. But the core of what they were thinking about and writing about was abolition of slavery.
Following the defeat of the revolutions of 1848, many revolutionaries, especially Germans, emigrated to the United States. Known as the 48ers, they were very active in the abolitionist movement. Eventually, 200,000 German-born soldiers would serve in the Union Army.
The other interpretation that was very influential and continues to be to a certain extent was this notion that abolitionists just focused on slavery and they were blind to other wrongs in their society, and that in an indirect way they sort of justified or legitimized the rise of wage labor and of capitalism. And when I started looking at abolitionist papers, particularly the Garrisonians, who were the sort of more radical wing of the movement, I found that they were actually fairly perceptive and fairly critical of many other wrongs in their society. That caricature of the abolitionist as an armchair philosopher was simply not correct.
city's brave. Come join in your country's salvation and free the American slave. And free the American slave. And free the American slave. Come join in your country's salvation and free the American slave.
I was first contacted with the possibility that I might be able to contribute some banjo or fiddle music that would be appropriate to the time period and relate to the abolition movement. But as it turned out, my dissertation deals with a tradition that very few people were aware of that speaks directly to the topics at hand. Shape note singing as a contemporary practice with these roots that go back to the 18th century and beyond, if you want to get into it, that is something that groups of us as friends, as community members, get together to do largely from The Sacred Harp, a book first published in 1844. There are other books as well. That's one thing. Second thing is old folks concerts, which were a practice singing many of the same songs starting in the mid-19th century in New England. That it was a tradition, it was a fad that became a tradition. And the third thing is abolitionist singing, which employed old folks concerts that included some of these songs, as well as some of those same tunes, but with new texts that specifically addressed the issues of the day. Having done all this research about the connections between this shape note music that we sang as a community of friends and the abolition movement, I became really excited about getting the word out that this was kind of a part of the unknown soundtrack, the silent soundtrack of the abolition movement, and the reasons why it made sense, the reasons why people used it were as interesting as the music itself. They wanted to reach people where they were, and using popular song was a really good way to do that. Henry Wright, this anarchist abolitionist who was involved in leading one of these old folks concerts up the river a bit, he was the first one to really recognize that potential because he saw the whole community coming out and how, he saw the tears in people's eyes and he saw that this was music that really reached them and reminded them of the hearth, reminded them of home. And he wrote in a letter to William Lloyd Garrison, he said, imagine getting those people to that place where they're just full of nostalgia and feeling of their youth and family and home, and then introduce this topic, well, what if you were enslaved? What if your child was enslaved? What does home mean to you? What would that bring to mind? So he saw it as really an effective tool of getting right into their souls.
Come join the abolitionists, you young men bold and strong, and with a warm and cheerful zeal, come help the cause along. Come join the abolitionists, ye men of riper years, and save your wives and children dear from grief and bitter tears, from grief and bitter tears, from grief and bitter tears, and save your wives and children dear from grief and bitter tears. Oh, that will be joyful, joyful, joyful. Oh, that will be joyful when slavery is no more, when slavery.
My job also was envisioning how we would want to arrange the music, wanting to put as much of the authenticity as I felt like I could share with it, while at the same time wanting to remain true to what we had. So it's always a bit of a challenge because you need to know, well, who was the transcriber when they wrote the music? Did they write down the pitches as they thought they should be or as they actually heard them? And if it's in the Black singing style, we don't even have all of the correct nomenclature to get all of the side twists and all of that stuff in it. So there was an understanding in the performance practice that we wanted to add some of that. The fact that John G. Fee, the founder of this college, was being inducted into the Abolitionist Hall of Fame was the connection that helped make us a part of this project. The choir, the Black Music Ensemble, the choir that I was directing, went to Peterborough, New York for the ceremony. During that induction process, the director of that museum got to know about Berea even more and about our really special history. And so when the producer was looking for a group to sing this kind of music, Berea came up. We have a history of being a place full of abolitionists, trailblazers, folk making a difference. We stand on the shoulders of those who did that in Berea College.
My father,
I was led to the Library of Congress and into the archives that have been collecting since the Civil War. And I looked through literally dozens, if not hundreds, of books, pamphlets, broadsides. These were little one-sheet things that were sold on the street in the United States with songs on them and so on. And I kept coming across what I would consider to be kind of a pattern, which was that the song collectors themselves, some of them in the early 20th century, some in the late 19th century, all came at it with a certain attitude about slaves, slavery, black people and their music, and so on, and apparently either did not hear any songs like this or didn't want to hear any songs like this. This is, of course, a matter of speculation. But I did uncover two things that led me to the conclusion that there were, in fact, more songs than had been collected by, let's say, traditional song collectors. The first was a piece of sheet music that was published in 1820. And it was called the Recognition March for the Independence of Haiti. And it was an instrumental piece, but just the title alone told me that there was something really important here. And the composer of this piece was Francis Johnson, and I found out later that he was a free man of color and was an accomplished composer and Kent bugle player. And it so happens that he was among the most popular band leaders of his era. In fact, he was hired to compose a march and lead a band for the triumphant return of the Marquis de Lafayette to Washington, D.C. So this man was obviously of some standing as a musician. And then I found another song, and this, in this case, was actually a recorded piece of music. And it was a 93-year-old man named Elijah Cox singing a song called Agonizing, Cruel Slavery Days. Those two songs told me that there is more here than had been put into these collections, which the collections themselves stand as the canon of Negro folk music or slave music in the United States.
On one side of slavery, you have that awful oppression, but on the other side, you also have enslaved people resisting their enslavement. And they could do it by rebellions, by running away, but many of them also wrote about their oppression. The poems of Phyllis Wheatley, who was a genius by any standard. She is one of the first American women to be ever published, not just one of the first Black women to be ever published. And I found that it was really important to look at these early Black writings and see them as part of the abolition movement, which is a way that they had never been looked at. A lot of literary scholars had looked at early writings, essays written in protest, poetry, etc. But historians did not think of that as abolitionist material. But it is important to recover their voices and to hear what they have to say in terms of fighting against slavery, fighting for their rights, and fighting for freedom.
It's worth noting that many of the songs in this collection were not recorded by song collectors, ballad hunters, folklorists, or whatever, but in fact were preserved by people who were directly engaged in the struggle against slavery, for the emancipation of the slaves. And for example, Samuel Chapman Armstrong, who was the leader of the 9th Regiment U.S. Colored Troops, and he recorded this song, which in a book is called The Enlisted Soldiers, but he gave it a different name. His notation about this song is the following. While recruiting and drilling the 9th Regiment U.S. Colored Troops at Benedict, Maryland in the winter of 1863-64, the men gathered around the campfire would sing by the hour the melodies of the plantation slave life that they had just left, not always very melodious. But late one evening, I was startled by a magnificent chorus from nearly 1,000 black soldiers that called me from my tent to listen to its most inspiring strains, and I caught the following words, which I called the Negro Battle Hymn.
They look like men, they look like men of war, all armed and dressed in uniform. They look like men of war. It sets my heart quite in a flame, a soldier just to be. I will enlist, gird on my arms, and fight for liberty.
What I liked about the songs, which I think is part of the reason why some of them disappeared in some respects, because they speak to a certain level, to me, of revolutionary clarity. You know, some of it's coded, but if you know the code, it's very clear about, fighting back and keeping the quest going, until we kind of reached the land of the North Star. That was very clear, from the songs. And I think, much like we used a lot of the work of Sweet Honey in the Rock in particular, in some of our kind of anthem songs and get out and move songs and things to inspire us. And when I was sharing it with some of our staff, just even earlier today, some of the music, that was the thing that immediately popped into people's minds. And it's interesting because I made a comment that, it's like, oh, I hear Sweet Honey in the Rock. And I was like, actually, it's the reverse. You hear them building on this legacy. This is just Sweet Honey in the Rock is just more the version that you are familiar with, since it's a little bit more contemporary. But what it speaks to is the foundation of that tradition, and these styles go back, probably over 200, 300 years at this point, if we could even dig further, and I think find some material. So it's very relevant in the here and now.
Bernice Reagan once said, she's the great song archivist, singer. From her voice is iconic in terms of Eyes on the Prize, those early films about the civil rights movement. Bernice Reagan said, we will never be free until we learn these songs. And she was talking specifically about spirituals, but in very broad terms, we will never be free. We talked earlier about how oftentimes spirituals use coded language. I'm going to Canaan's land. I'm going, to see Jesus, when really you mean heaven and all of those things. But in these songs that you brought to us, that you researched, the language was raw. The language said, I'm going to Canada. I had never seen a spiritual that out and out said, I'm going to Canada. I'm going to do this, singing Nat Turner's praise, all of those things.
Nat Turner was the leader of perhaps the most famous slave revolt in the United States. Launched on August 23, 1831 in Southampton, Virginia, Nat Turner's rebellion shattered the image of the docile, contented slave.
The one that sticks out in my mind the most about the misconceptions that are out there is that Nat Turner, the Nat Turner rebellion was not viewed as a major source of inspiration, and that his form of resistance was not praised, celebrated, and thought about and contemplated, and I'm sure tried many, many times over in many places, in stories that were often buried or untold. And it just counters this narrative that somehow, Black people, my ancestors, that we just kind of accepted our fate, didn't resist, when in fact the resistance was constant, multifaceted, very nuanced and very complex. And that it also, I think, really shaped the reality. It doesn't mean that slavery ended, but it changed the terms and conditions of slavery, and I think that was very clear from these songs, and it speaks to what Du Bois called the Great Strike. Like once the Civil War started, how the word spread like wildfire and how people just immediately stole themselves and got into motion and got into action.
The argument that
It's so hard to stop the video there, but we have another panel coming up here on discussion on the rights of labor. So I'll just give everybody a minute or so to get back in, and then we'll get started. I'll introduce Dario. And I'll also drop in the chat here just a link to the Songs of Slavery and Emancipation SoundCloud or Bandcamp, so you can download the album if you're interested in hearing more. And I think it also comes with the audiobook or the book, the actual book. But if not, just give it a Google, and there's a book that will accompany it as well. So definitely a very interesting piece of like oral history or audible history in that case. So a very fascinating look back into how to keep history alive through different methods. And I think this let me just open up the chat here as well. Oh wait, it's off. Okay. Yeah, so I guess we can get started. It's about a minute to go here before 9, but I guess I'll get started and introduce one of our partners, Dario Azzolini, who can speak a little bit about his work with RLS, and more broadly about his look into the labor movements around the globe. So Dario, the floor is yours. You're muted still.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. This came a bit of it's a surprise that fast and that quick, but thank you. So I've been working on labor and with labor on workers' takeovers of factories for workers' control production, and in different kinds of new forms of workers' resistance. I've been doing this on a scholarly way as an activist, and I studied my first PhD with 40-something because I've been an activist in different movements before that. And what I studied mainly was like in Latin America and in Southern Europe. So this is like the more or less where I'm coming from. I don't know. I guess we should maybe first do a round of introduction, right? Or what was your idea?
So I can open up the floor. I think we're still waiting for Alex. She should join us like any moment. But yeah, if you want to just give an introduction to, I guess, yourself and your history with RLS, maybe a little bit, just to give the audience an idea of our previous partnership. And then I can like sort of start the questions to guide the conversation.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I just thought we might maybe like make a little like presentation round first so that I know who else is on. So I've been with the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation lately. I've published like 2 years ago, yes, a book which is available for free download in English and German on workers organizations, workers groups against fascism, authoritarianism, racism, etc. So looking at workers' organization as something that is much more than just about income or something, but like it's a different idea of the world and what role they played in all kinds of movements all around the globe. And the second thing I did like recently for the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation is a study on sustainable work and just transition, looking at a few European countries, but also at the Philippines, Mexico, and Colombia. So the idea there is that because we always talk about sustainability, but not about work. So how about if work, we say, okay, work, every work should be sustainable and checked for that. And maybe also to make that clear for like the discussion that will follow, under work, I think we should like understand all kinds of work. So paid and unpaid work, the supposed productive and reproductive work, which is a distinction I don't think makes any sense, but it's there. We have to think about all these and also think class as more than just the workplace. Class is the communities that live in a certain way and live together, struggle together. So I think that like class is not just a place in the production, but is coming through struggle. So the class only exists in struggle. So it's, yeah, maybe a short introduction. Sorry if I was too long.
No, it's perfect. And just to introduce the audience to Michelle Zhang Mai Chen from Cornell University, a journalist by trade.
Journalist by trade, maybe an academic by training for now.
Okay.
But yeah.
Awesome. And can you just introduce like what you cover in your work as well?
Sure. Right now, the reason I'm at Cornell is because I have a postdoc in labor history at the School of Industrial and Labor Relations. So that is kind of a temporary respite, perhaps a permanent one from being an underpaid journalist, being a precariously employed academic, at least for now. But prior to this, I wrote for publications like The Nation and Dissent in these times about primarily about labor and migration issues, and also about civil rights and social policy, and in some ways about how technology and technological change kind of intersects with those. That also intersects a little bit with some of my academic work, but I started covering I became interested in migration back right after college. I did a Fulbright in China looking at internal migration in China and sort of the social and cultural impacts of migration from rural areas to urban centers within China. And that was sort of interesting for someone who is primarily grew up in the US and is used to thinking about migration in a sort of transnational global perspective, and looking at how human movement and demographic change can lead to profound social and economic changes, both within countries and across regions, is something that's kind of a through line in what I write about. Academically, my dissertation research, which I'm trying to turn into a manuscript right now, was focused on deportation resistance among trade unionists and activists on the labor left in the 1950s during the McCarthy era in the US. So that's definitely sort of going, looking at a period that's quite a bit in the past compared to what I wrote about as a journalist, but it is interesting to take a historical perspective on some of these issues and see how things trends tend to persist over time, and we're still grappling with the same questions about dealing with the question of borders and the meaning of borders and citizenship, civil rights, economic citizenship, and labor rights. I also do a couple of occasional podcasts. I do one on labor called Belabored. It's with Dissent Magazine, and I have done I have done a podcast / radio program on Asian America and Asian American politics and culture since around 2010. And actually, I first started working. The first thing I did with the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation actually was I did a panel on community radio and grassroots radio and activism at the World Social Forum in Montreal. So that was kind of my introduction to RLF, and that was really cool. So in addition to labor, I'm also sort of interested in how the media can influence social movements and vice versa.
That's awesome. And I guess just to briefly introduce Alex Press. Alex is a staff writer at Jacobin who covers labor movements around the country. So Alex, we want to just say a few words on what you've been working on recently this year.
Yeah, I've been working on being everywhere in the United States where there are strikes, which usually is a slow beat. These days has not so much been slow. So I mean, in a sort of overview, I've been covering the UAW's rebirth and then the big three auto strike. I covered, out in Hollywood, the actors and the writers striking. There have been strikes that didn't get as much attention, but I think are really interesting, like theoretically and politically. I went out to just outside of Erie, Pennsylvania, where a bunch of locomotive manufacturing workers struck a plant, and their demands were around kind of taking back control of the shop floor in the realm of being able to strike over grievances. There was new management bought the plant and was violating their contracts. They also want green locomotives. So I thought it was really interesting compared to kind of caricatures of the Rust Belt, fairly white working class. These were like fairly radical demands. There are many other things we could talk about, I guess, just by way of to follow Michelle, just kind of like what else I'm up to. I also have hosted some podcasts of labor history. I did one with the historian Gabriel Winant, where we went through the making of the English working class, the E.P. Thompson tome. And we have another one in the works with a couple other historians and kind of organizers. It's a good group called The Fragile Juggernaut, which is about the CIO's history. And then I also just wrapped helping with a documentary about the Amazon Labor Union, which I also have covered very closely because it's in my neighborhood. It's in Staten Island in New York City that they unionized that warehouse, which was only the start of their problems. Getting a contract at Amazon is very hard. So that'll be premiering at Sundance next month. So I'm really anything to do with US labor, whether it's new organizing, whether it's old organizing and strikes, that's pretty much my beat.
That's awesome. And yeah, definitely seen your work very prominently, very recently, over the last course of I guess since the strike started, all these big strikes started. So you've been covering them with great detail, and we really appreciate that and you joining us here. I guess just to kick off the conversation, maybe we'll start with Dario again. So Article 23 in the Universal Human Rights Declaration is the right to work. So that might mean something very different today, especially in the American context, than what was originally meant when this declaration was signed back in 48. So I guess, Dario, the question for you is like, what is the relevance to the right to work today for humans around the world? Oh, you're still muted.
Yeah. I think that the main problem is that, first of all, the right to work is not respected. So that people, there are people that don't have work, which wouldn't be a problem if you still can make a living. Yes. So the problem is the connection between work and make a living. So which starts to be something which is already fundamental against the Declaration of Human Rights. So, the interesting thing about this declaration is that most of it, you can say, it's not valid on the workplace. There are no human rights on the workplace. There's no free speech. There's no free movement. There's nothing of all that. So that's something I think that even related to 23, which is about work, we also have the problem that there are people that work and still cannot make a living. Yes, and not just in the global south where this is very common, but even like in the global north, and especially like in the US, which is kind of most of it should be considered part of the global south, looking at the conditions workers and working class families have in the US. So I think that it is interesting that these rights we're not even any closer to these to realize these rights. I would think that the main problem is that it's not even something that is a subject of discussion. So that the workplace is an extra legal zone that does not comply neither with the universal human rights, nor with civil rights, nor with anything, is not only something that is accepted, it's legalized this way. So we can say that this, and I think we should always be clear about the fact that work in how we know it in our capitalist societies is something that's been created in an extra legal space. Yes, so this is like I think the basic point where we have to start and not think we're thankful for work or whatever, but it's like they created an extra legal space where human rights don't count. So what is the meaning of this today, or what is the importance of the Human Rights Declaration? Obviously, it's the importance of showing that these are rights that everyone has. And I think this is very important because there are like many more, like, for example, the right also, to join trade unions for protection of interests doesn't exist in the US, the right. You can join it, but then you lose your job or you don't have a union on the job. That's the reality. So I think it's important kind of signal as making clear these are fundamental rights. Yes, and there was a time where governments even recognized that. It was like the shock of the Second World War, blah, blah, blah. Most countries wouldn't sign that today again, and the US probably not for sure. So countries signed that, and it's important to be always aware these are basic rights. So at the moment, we're not fighting, not even for basic rights in our workplaces. Yes, we're like people are fighting to not to be able to make a living, or to not work under completely brutal conditions. But like we're at the moment, we're not even at the point to fight for the realization of universal human rights at work, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think this idea of the workplace being an extra legal space is very sort of relevant today with what you're seeing, with different people being videotaped at marches or filmed doing actions in the streets, and then calls for this person to lose their job, with the idea that this person was out in the public, but they're somehow representing the private when they're in the public and doing these actions. So it's very interesting, a very, very interesting theory or reality that we're living in with this idea of an extra legal workspace that, oh, by the way, everybody needs to participate in, because you really can't make a living outside of the workspace. unless you're an entrepreneur of great success, I guess. But I guess, Michelle, same question to you. Like, so what would you say? What would you say is the sort of importance, the relevance of this Declaration of Right to Work that you've seen just abroad or throughout the world?
Yeah, I think I generally, unfortunately, I do agree somewhat with Dario about how the so-called right to work, or at least the spirit of that provision is generally more honored in the breach than in actuality today. But I guess, I mean, I think the problem is not so much the right to work per se. It's more about the right to the right to decent work, the right to, a humane workplace, the right to basic health and safety protections on the job so that, you don't die while doing that work. I mean, I think it's probably not a coincidence that the phrase right to work has been co-opted by the right in the United States anyway, to become the basic shorthand for kind of one of the principal policy horses of the right in terms of pushing anti-union policy, because right to work laws, which are spread throughout about half the country in terms of states, are essentially there to undermine unions. And the phrase "the right to work" has kind of been used to suggest that any kind of labor protection is essentially undermining people's access to work, or undermining people's sort of freedom to work, right? And of course, the labor movement often counters with, right to work laws being sort of the right to work for less, right? So I just think taking that one small example of how even the wording of the right to work has kind of been manipulated and co-opted by various sort of ideological debates around labor rights kind of points to kind of a profound disconnect that we're experiencing between this idea that work is somehow fundamentally a good thing or a vital thing, and the fact that people today, particularly in the United States, I think this may play out culturally differently in a place like Europe, for instance, but I think this idea that work is a vital part of being a productive citizen, or that your life should somehow be measured in how productive you are, or the type of economic contribution you make, that can often be used to sort of obscure the fundamental question of the quality of that work, what work displaces in the rest of your life, whether or not we put too much emphasis on simply the fact that people are working without really recognizing or looking at the other types of rights that may actually be impeded or undermined, or even totally obliterated as a result of being essentially kind of coerced into a work situation that doesn't respect other fundamental human rights. So I think the workplace, in terms of being sort of an extra legal or an extra constitutional zone, I think that kind of speaks to the fact that the right of capital and property rights often take precedence in our society anyway, in the US, over labor rights. And I think it's also interesting to think about this question of the right to work, and whether or not work is something that everyone should feel entitled to, or should feel some sort of moral claim to, because we're sort of verging on a society in which work as such, or the idea of working 40 hours a week, or the idea of having, one job or one career for the rest of your life, is possibly becoming increasingly obsolete, or we're having to sort of fundamentally rethink the role of work in society. Are we going to have technologies that displace workers to the extent that people will face a situation in which their jobs are basically rendered no longer necessary for, the perpetuation of industrial capitalism. And when we do come up on a situation like that, then what would something like the right to work mean in a society where we have the means and the technology to let everyone work less, or let some people sort of not do waged labor at all? And maybe we should be thinking about a right not to work, or a right to sort of opt out of the necessity for work. And so I think that that's the sort of more sort of philosophical, like existential question that we're coming up on when we think about the future of work. That's a very vogue term these days. But when we think about historically how much of our sense of self and how much of our sense of identity has been bound up in our participation in the workforce, that's a relatively small slice of human history. So, maybe we need to sort of rethink the role of labor and whether or not it really deserves the outsized importance that it currently takes in our society. And maybe we can think about ways to take care of ourselves and each other that, don't necessarily involve subjecting yourself to the whims of an employer for 40, 50, 60 hours a week. So yeah, maybe that's just a question to put out there as we think about it. That being said, I also think that the workplace and the labor movement are also historically and also in the present, extremely important sites of contesting rights and exercising political power and building leverage for people who don't have very much power or influence in society. And so I guess ultimately, I hope that the labor movement can sort of reconcile this idea of work perhaps being too necessary or too much of a coercive force in our lives, and also seeking and also looking at work as potentially a platform for some kind of economic or social emancipation for some people. So.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely think there's like a Protestant work ethic that will remain in the current of this country for quite some time, but hopefully we can sort of chip away at it. Hopefully these unions can sort of chip away at that in fighting for their own rights and better working conditions for themselves. So maybe I'll throw it to Alex with that question. Is essentially, is there any relevance to the right to work today? Obviously, it has like a perversion coming from the right when they talk about the right to work. It depends on which state you're in. There might be right to work laws on the books that don't necessarily give you the right to work for a meaningful wage and in good conditions. So yeah, just throw it to you with that question of what is the relevance today? What does that mean for workers?
Yeah. So I had a few thoughts from both Dario and Michelle's comments as well. Though I was just, in response to your immediate question, I was thinking I saw Scott Walker, who was one of the great villains of the recent American labor movement. He attacked unions in Wisconsin as governor. Really a great villain, and the right to work, as the phrase it's used on the right, like Scott Walker is one of the predominant people. And I was just noticing that yesterday he had tweeted last night, collective bargaining is not a right. It's an expensive entitlement. I'm like, did he know this was the topic of the conversation tonight? Wow, great kicking off point, that this remains a real live debate. I think before I talk a little bit about like the unions and the right to work, I just, looking over the declaration before this event, I was really struck by like Article 24, right to leisure and rest, and what Michelle especially was just saying about the right not to work. I think it's really interesting in that, especially over the pandemic, this has become quite a live topic of discussion and like a motivating factor in many strikes and near strikes among the U.S. working class, which is famously not thought of as particularly motivated. People talk about the Protestant work ethic and this kind of digging deep into identity around wanting to work. In fact, the pandemic actually led to so many people being moved to strike over mandatory overtime and horrible scheduling practices. And really the question of hours and scheduling became like the central conversation in a way that, of course, it had been when the US labor movement was originally built, which was around, of course, the 8-hour struggle. And so it's been really interesting to see this, like what might have previously been sort of dismissed as like utopian or more philosophical questions around rest and not working. In fact, you're hearing like the loudest labor leaders as well as the rank and file kind of voicing this desire. And so a quote came to mind that the newly elected president of the UAW, Shawn Fain, said to me a couple weeks ago. I was talking to him, interviewing him about like this crazy year that his union especially has had. And I was like, why the resonance? Why are people really like supporting auto workers during their strike and generally like this upsurge in public support for unions and striking? And he said something to me that, sort of to chip it down to a couple lines. He said, what's important in life isn't working 7 days a week, 12 or 16 hours a day, or working multiple jobs just to survive. The pandemic, COVID, made us reconsider those things. And we realized that what's important is people want to live. And I feel like that kind of sums up in a really beautiful way that Shawn often has with words, this like getting down to the point of things. I also just this week was talking to a great 30-year Teamster member, UPS worker in New York City. And he had said, he similarly was trying to understand why this uptick in fighting and winning by unions in the United States. And he was like, people are on the streets, they're struggling, they're working their knuckles to the bone. And they're saying, for what? Nothing. I'm killing myself. It's not just 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Now it's Tuesday to Saturday. And also I'm working Sundays. What happened to the Haymarket Square fight? What happened to 8 hours of rest and 8 hours of sleep? And so where did that go? And so it's like really these conversations are quite lively and like happening on the shop floor, like references to Haymarket Square and the fight for these basic rights in a way that I find, it's hopeful. That people are really having these debates, not just in conversations like this, but actually on the picket line as well. And so, I mean, as far as the right to work being substantive, I mean, I agree with what Dario said at the jump, that like these rights don't apply. They have not been applied in the US workplace, especially. I can't speak as much to other places, but it makes me think of Elizabeth Anderson's book, Private Government. Which, I think the maybe subtitle is like how employers rule our lives and we don't talk about it or something. And you check your rights at the door. No free speech, often legally protected rights for collective action and bargaining also are just violated systematically. There is still nothing that is done about it, even as in this country we have a more aggressive National Labor Relations Board now. They can't impose penalties on employers who violate workers' rights beyond, a couple $1,000s, and is barely enforced. For an Amazon or a Starbucks, that's completely worth it to destroy a union and pay out some little fines here and there, or have to reinstate 1 or 2, militant workers in your giant workforce. It's nothing compared to winning against a union. And so I don't want to give too much of a pessimistic kind of take on making the right to work in Article 23 real in the United States. But I mean, just reading over it before this event, I was like, yeah, none of this is at all. These are all contested. In fact, much of the elected officials in this country would take great, they would be outraged at some of the lines in this article. It's completely not agreed upon as common sense, especially among like elected officials here.
Yeah, I think that's a really comprehensive, great answer. And I think I'll pivot with that answer, I guess, to Dario. Is there any relevance, anything that workers can take from these articles in the legal construct around them to sort of lobby for their own rights? Like, is this something that workers could use, given how it's, again, so contentious, like, at least as we're currently living, there's no government that's actually like trying to like uphold themselves to this, right? So is there any purpose in actually using the framework outlined in the right to work as some sort of bargaining tool, a cudgel to use against labor? Or I guess in this case, we don't have the ability to collectively bargain. Maybe you're lobbying at like the sort of governmental level. So is there anything that workers can take from this and sort of try and actualize?
I mean, that they can take something from this, definitely yes. That it makes any sense to lobby with it, no. So I think, I mean, like, workers' history is that you get what you fight for, not what you lobby for. So And if you're not ready to fight for it when you have it, they take it away again. So that just to be clear, I think what is important about that is the consciousness that it is a right, the consciousness that it means if this is a right and I don't have it in a factory, it means work is dictatorship. Yes, it means it's not democracy. It's an authoritarian, repressive regime installed in a democracy to press out the surplus value from workers and make their lives miserable. Yes, so this is basically what you can read if you read that and you know that these are the basic rights and compare it with the situation that we have. So I think this is important, and it's important because if you realize that something is your right, you fight differently for it than if it's something you think you are going to negotiate for or beg for or something. Yes, that's why I think it's important to realize, and most people don't realize that. I mean, we're still I think that the pandemic and the situation in the US changed a lot over the past few years. But I mean, in the US or wherever, most of the people still don't realize that, think that they have to be thankful if they find a job. They don't know the rights on the job. They don't know even this basic declaration. So it's important to realize that, and then obviously organize and do something. So also to just to be clear, I don't know if we have an international audience, but for example, in the Union Freedom Index, it goes from 1 to 5, the evaluation you can have. 1 is the best and 5 is the worst. So the US situation is 4. Yes. So it's a bit away from North Korea to be every pointed. Yes. Very pointed. So, and I think what does it mean in a situation and a right to work? Well, if I look at it, for example, from the things that I've been studying, like the workplace takeovers that I've been studying in Latin America and in Europe and etc. Well, that's one thing. So the owner wants to close the factory and kick out the workers, and they take it. They take it, they occupy it, and they build a cooperative or something to continue the production. Sometimes they change the production. As soon as they can decide themselves, because they took the factory and they stand body by body against the repression, the whole situation changes. They start you start discussing, why are you producing certain things? What are you going to produce? Suddenly the health of the workers and the families becomes important because they can do something about it and they can change something about it. If you're in a frame where you're only allowed to talk about $1 more or less every hour, well, you might not think about these things because it makes you feel bad, because you know they're killing you with the job, they're killing you with the things that they're producing, but you can't do anything about it. So it's interesting to see that when they occupy, when they take the right to work seriously, because this factory was built on our sweat, and you don't go away with the money and with the factory, and we're going to go and do something here. And then you realize that's the right to work. That's the right to work, to take it in your hands, to decide with your community what you're producing, what you need, and what you will be doing. And this means also that it becomes meaningful work, because do we want the right to work? I mean, I agree with Michelle. And since we're in a Rosa Luxemburg panel, there's a saying in Germany, you wouldn't expect it from Germany, where they say, if work would be something good, the bosses would have kept it for themselves. Yes, and that's it. I mean, it's so easy to understand what work today is. Most of the work is alienating, it's repressive. You wouldn't do it if it wouldn't be for the money you get and you need to live. Yeah, I mean, probably 95% of the jobs or even more are like that. So it means we have to get obviously to meaningful work, because the right to meaningful work, to decent work, if we want to, the ILO definition is, I think, still not precise enough, and still oriented in the idea of endless growth, which will obviously not happen, and it's not possible. But the idea, obviously, of decent life, of decent work, is important because it's fulfilling work, because it's like work that allows human development. And then it makes sense that this should be the right we should be fighting for. And it means workers' control. It means control of the means of production by the people that work. And that's and it is something that is important in any sense. It's important for like the emancipation of working class people, working class communities. It's important for the global South. Like Walter Rodney said that there will be no decolonization without workers' control. Workers' control of the means of production is an essential part of decolonization. Yes, and so I think that's the right to work. It's also the right to decide of the work. Then we're fine.
Thank you. That was a great answer. And I just want to ask maybe Michelle, like what do you think meaningful work looks like? Maybe like what kind of hours a person would spend throughout their course of their week working, or maybe it's not even under the idea of the traditional work week. Maybe this is something that's more like what percentage of a person's life do you think would be like the best balance for both like making a living and actually being able to live that living that you're trying to create for yourself with your labor?
I think going back to the relevance of this, Universal Declaration of Human Rights and what it says about the right to work, and also what it says about the right to join a trade union and that sort of thing. I think it goes back to this. I mean, maybe the key takeaway from this document is the realization that, rights on paper fundamentally don't mean anything unless you actually have power to enforce them and realize them and implement them in a meaningful way in one's life. So I think that's to think about what a decent work week or a decent sort of, the corporate term now is like work-life balance. I think we need to also realize, like, when we say right to work, or when we talk about work being an important part of our lives, what we actually, the main thing is that we think we have a right to certain things in life, and work becomes the means of obtaining those things. So if work becomes the fundamental barrier to the things that you should be entitled to as a human being, then there's a basic contradiction, right, in our system, in the sort of legal and social structure in which these rights are presented to ordinary people on a day-to-day basis. So I think, I think what we really need to think about is citizenship and personhood and sovereignty and choice, right? And autonomy, right? So going back to what Dario was saying about, workers' control and, the ability to, control the means of production or whatever sort of intellectual gloss you want to put on it. I think the main question that we need to be grappling with is how do people want to define, a meaningful, fulfilling life? And that's going to be different for everyone, right? And we need to build a society that respects and accommodates people's ability to create the life that they want, right? And if that means working 60 hours a week because you love, being a carpenter, or, you love running a restaurant, or, or you love taking care of children or whatever, right? That should be respected. But if you decide that, you don't want to do wage labor, right? Like, there should also be a role in society for you, or there should also be a place in society for you. You shouldn't sort of be castigated as like, lazy ingrate because you simply don't want to comply, with the norms that we've constructed around a system that, perpetuates capitalism and the growth of capital at the expense of other basic human rights and needs, right? So I guess like the sort of roundabout answer that I'm going to give is that I have a hard time thinking about, a single framework for what a decent work week or wage structure or anything like that would look like. But I do know that, one of the reasons we have a labor movement is because before there were any laws protecting workers in the workplace, people organized and they managed to mobilize and obtain power within the workplace, and also, more broadly in society, that would allow them to define for themselves, right, what they wanted their work day to look like. Not completely, of course, but before there was sort of this idea that there are rights that exist out there sort of in the abstract that we're entitled to, right? Or that are handed down by the state, right? People defined for themselves what they felt like they deserved, right? And there was an impulse towards basic human autonomy, right? The idea of like 8 hours for what we will, right? I mean, there's never been a point in human history when people didn't have a sense of what they wanted to do with their lives other than work, right? And so we shouldn't lose sight of that. So long before there was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, right? We had a basic sort of moral compass around what it means to have a meaningful life, right? And it's not the same for everyone, but if we can, and our society is much more complicated than it was sort of in the sort of pre-industrial capitalism days. But, I teach labor history, and one of the interesting things this past semester when I was talking about, the rise of the 8-hour day movement, and I showed them sort of that like triptych of like 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, and 8 hours for what we will. And I asked my students, what do you think they meant by 8 hours for what we will? And, there's like sort of silence for a long time in the room. And like people, it took, students, some of whom had worked and some of whom hadn't, right? It took them a long time to sort of like get to sort of wrap their head around this idea that, that people should think of that chunk of the day that you just have for yourself and for nobody else, right? Like that's also an entitlement. And I don't know that, I think we're sort of like losing the language for that. So when we go back to something like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, like maybe it's important to recognize like, yes, it was this sort of like, sort of this kind of liberal framework that was created without any real sense of actually redistributing power in society or economic wealth or anything like that. And there are profound blind spots in it, right? But there is this idea that, that people should have the ability to define their lives. So I think that's an important takeaway for understanding the role of work, because we need to be able to think about ourselves and think about our lives beyond the workplace.
For sure. And I think the different groups that are trying to redefine what that is, at least in the US and the US labor movement, are all of these unions that are seeing huge increases in their growth and their density. But maybe Alex, can you tell us a little bit about like what they're defining as their sort of demands in the different labor movements? Maybe it's UAW versus like the SAG-AFTRA union. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a giant question, but just, I really like what Dario said about like the right to decide as kind of something that, as we've been having this conversation, seems to like be a through line. The right to decide what counts as a meaningful workday for you or not. The right to decide, in the UE fight I was talking about, that's the electrical workers, and they're the ones who struck that gigantic manufacturing facility in Erie, Pennsylvania. They were, the leadership of that union, which remains one of the only like kind of independent, more radical unions in the United States, and not coincidentally was also decimated by the McCarthyist anti-communist purge of the 20th century in the labor movement. The president, Carl Rosen of UE, said to me, like, one of the great tragedies of the McCarthy kind of purges is that the American labor movement gave up the fight over controlling conditions on the shop floor. So I think for some people, even if they don't phrase it that way, that is in fact, one way to think about, it's not plant takeovers like Dario might be covering in Latin America or in certain parts of Europe. But it nonetheless is this sort of reaffirmation of something that I think was lost for a while in this country, the idea that the worker knows best, and that the boss is there often to stop the worker from, sort of making use of their knowledge. And the boss is only interested in that knowledge, as a means of further consolidating his own control over the workforce, and making the processes in the plant more efficient, but not necessarily, efficiency defined as more profitable, rather than say, more sensible for environmental, equilibrium or for humane working conditions. So that is a big fight, and I think something that can apply elsewhere. I mean, you think about the UAW, and there it's like these auto workers, especially in the big three, the Detroit automakers, GM, Ford, and Stellantis, which was formerly like Chrysler. These auto workers, the UAW, for all its horrible corruption in the past, still had this status of every worker struck when they were told to strike. There's this sort of, it goes across the political spectrum. Everyone acknowledges that auto work is difficult and that those workers deserve a living wage. And so I think they kind of mobilized around that, and led by this guy, Sean Fain, their new president, who kind of puts this into, I think, really like almost religious kind of tones about in announcing the strike, he said something like, I'm gonna butcher his wording, but something like, in the kingdom of God, there is no person who exploits his own community. In the kingdom of God, there is no person who destroys the environment. In the kingdom of God, there's no one person who can destroy the lives and bodies of all of his brothers and sisters. This is not the kingdom of God. It is hell. Like for the most powerful union in the United States historically, and kind of the most vaunted, to have the leader kind of putting this in such stark terms around like class warfare being back on the table, and the workers actually carrying this view that's not just their own members and themselves that they're fighting for, but in fact they are trying to put back on the table the idea of what is right and wrong, and how it is like systematically violated by capitalist exploitation. I think is like, it's huge. I agree with Dario's assessment that the US is a 4 on the scale. It's not good. But there is now this motion happening all across, not just auto work and not just one sector, but really across many different unions, and especially in the private sector, which of course is barely unionized at all in this country, in a way that I think is very powerful and has there's real opportunities there. We've seen it just this year, as you mentioned, and as I've kind of laid out, I was watching this happen in all of these places, and the amount that people elsewhere are being inspired by these strikes and going and taking those tools back to either unionize their workplace or reform their union, or kind of go out on the offensive against their bosses, I think is really remarkable, and something that does put these bigger questions that we've been talking about, these ideas laid out in the universal human rights statement. How do you make that real? We always say in the labor movement, okay, if you're negotiating and you say this is our bottom line on which we will not go lower, if you're talking about wages, for example, well, that has to be backed up by actual, what do you mean that you're going to tell the boss that you won't go lower? It means you have to be ready to strike. And so I think people are starting to see, what does it mean to actually make these things real? And it means you have to be willing to fight. And of course, I think that is a very exciting conversation to be having. And of course, it's at times bizarre to hear it being said by, say, screenwriters in Hollywood and actors who are, becoming labor militants. I mean, one of the remarkable things about the entertainment industry unions in this country is that they've always been quite strong, and they've kind of taken this industry that, I think it's not controversial to say that Hollywood kind of is kind of the ultra supercharged version of everything that's bad, or that many of us would think is bad about the capitalist economy. This scarcity and hierarchy and perceived zero-sum game where all your coworkers are actually your competition, and yet these unions exist, and every member has one vote. It doesn't matter if you're an A-lister or just scraping by as a background actor. And we kind of saw how that was used to then mobilize to kind of confront an industry that has used the pandemic to, I think, supercharge sort of certain trends in that industry that just make the whole pie smaller for the workers there, and also redistribute wealth up, to the point that so many of these union members in Hollywood are working second and third jobs, and and also being threatened by AI and things. And so I think we're seeing the language of kind of more radical labor movements of history past, both in the US and globally. You're hearing it all the time now. I mean, it's not that everyone agrees. I mean, Dario said this, that many workers in this country especially still buy into the idea that they should be grateful to have a job, that they should be thankful for whatever they get from the boss. But you're starting to see that contested quite openly and aggressively. And I think that I don't know. So I don't have like a totally coherent answer here, but I think these conversations are really traversing one sector or one union, and the unions really are talking to each other. I mean, I'm seeing it all the time that, you know, the US working class has so long been fragmented, where you have like grad students and academics and they don't know any Teamsters or UPS drivers, and they don't know any actors in Hollywood. And now all of a sudden they're all at each other's rallies, and they're all walking the picket lines together. And I think that can add up to more than the sum of its parts. You know, something has to give as far as like the legal obstacles in the United States to winning unions, to like taking on the boss. But I think, as Michelle said, you know, before the laws come, what happened was workers were already there and demanding things. And then the politicians catch up and they say, okay, fine, we'll institute an 8-hour day. I think one last thing I just want to throw out there, because it's a conversation I just had that I thought was like a really another angle on this whole general topic. I was talking to Sarah Nelson, who is the president of the American Flight Attendants Association, CWA. She's also just like she's become quite well known in the US labor movement as kind of the like leftmost voice, this kind of like more militant, more outspoken labor leader, which is, you know, in the past couple of years becoming less uncommon, but certainly 5 years ago, she was like one of the few union presidents who would speak this way. And she said something to me that was like about the topic of the relation between like democracy in this country and workers' rights. And, you know, the way I think many of us on the left always talk about democracy in the United States is that it doesn't exist, right? It's not just that you leave your rights at the workplace and you know, only do you get them back when you clock out. But you also don't have them in the rest of your life. You know, you can vote and it doesn't change how elected officials actually end up, what laws they pass or don't pass, what interests that have already captured their vote and their priorities. And it leads to this like incredible despair, I think, and like, whether you want to call it nihilism, sometimes it leads to more radical views about like what these parties represent. But I think often it has just led to like this apathy. And so Sarah was talking to me about this, and she was saying, you know, people, this is her quote that I just want to offer to the group. People supposedly participate in a democracy, and it doesn't seem to change because we're living in a system of capitalism and money is controlling our politics. People are looking at unions though, and they're seeing changes in one day, in a week, in as short as 6 weeks, which she was referring to the UAW Big Three strike there. That's nothing compared to waiting for years and years and being frustrated that nothing changes. So people are seeing that regular people can take action together and they can get change fast that they would otherwise never have gotten. And, you know, and she's talking about these UAW members who, like, you know, some of them had their pay double upon ratification of that contract. And they had, you know, there's been a lot of, you know, sort of, they didn't get everything they wanted around control over scheduling, but it's certainly an improvement. They got back certain things like stronger pensions and retirement, you know, the cost of living adjustments that they'd given up when the auto companies went bankrupt during the Great Recession. And so it was this idea that, like, and especially these communities that say in the sort of deindustrialized Rust Belt kind of Midwestern places, who are completely, quote unquote, like left behind, as lacking as that framework is, I think there's some truth to it. Suddenly they're like, oh, right, we can just leverage our power in the one place that it still exists, which is in fact the workplace. And that can force not only these wage changes and things like that, but you also saw political scrambling. I mean, Biden walked a picket line because the UAW is a key voter bloc and they hadn't endorsed him yet. And he didn't want to, you know, he's looking at his reelection. And you see Donald Trump even immediately show up in Detroit to pretend to speak to striking auto workers. It was a farce. He was invited by the boss of an auto plant. And yet, nonetheless, he too was like, I got to be seen as having done the right thing by these workers, even though that was a complete lie. I mean, it really is this interesting thing where it's like, oh, there's one way I can get the president to show up, you know, in my community. It's by shutting down my auto plant. And I think that is like, again, you don't know what conclusions that will lead people to. And I think that's a very generative, productive thing coming out of this moment.
Yeah, I think that's so much information. And I think one thing that just stuck with me is like, or two things really, just in conversation with each other, is like workers need to be like prepared to walk away when like your bottom line isn't met, right? And then also that politicians will catch up. But I know just to like throw it out there was like a case with the railroad workers where,
yes,
if I remember correctly, they're literally barred from striking. And it's like, well, what do workers in a situation in which the government has literally said you cannot walk away from this table, like you either take this deal or like, what is their next recourse, or is there one?
Yeah, I mean the rail workers especially are in, like, any of these workers governed under the FLA rather than the NLRA, are, because they're, you know, like, for complex reasons, you know, they are in a bind, and like there have to be ways to get around that. You know, the rail workers themselves have, you know, one, been pushing anyway for certain things that they didn't win at the table, and some of them have won those, like control over scheduling, more sick time, and mandatory like scheduling, things that they wanted. So they kept pushing anyway, right? And they did find ways around it, in part because they had so organized well that everyone was outraged that Biden and other elected officials had shut down their strike. And so they had this kind of public power and organizational kind of momentum to win certain of those things. You know, they've launched a campaign around public ownership of rail. And they're still campaigning on that. They just put out a short documentary about it a couple months ago. And so I certainly wouldn't pretend to know the best strategy forward for workers governed under those provisions. But I think, you know, and I imagine a lot of them would agree. I haven't like run this idea by the rail workers specifically. But, you know, when I was thinking on this past year and doing various reflections on it for different publications, you know, it's like Biden did that. He intervened where he was told not to by the workers, and it was obviously politically wrong. And yet he felt he could get away with that, right? That like, yes, there'd be whining, and yes, certain like annoying labor movement people would say this was betrayal, but who cares about those people? You jump to a few months later, the Teamsters are preparing to shut down and strike UPS, would have been the largest one of the largest strikes in American history, 340,000 people covered by that contract. And Sean O'Brien, the president of the Teamsters, told Biden to stay out of it. You know, employers were imploring Biden to intervene and stop, in whatever means he could, UPS workers from striking for the sake of the economy. And Biden did not, like, he stayed out of it, and he listened to Sean O'Brien on that. You cut to 2 months later, Sean Fain and the UAW start wanting to roll EV plants into the big three contracts, because the electric vehicle plants in the US, even where they're operated by the big three automakers, are entirely non-union. And it's a big problem, right? Because that means they are building out a non-union parallel workforce in auto, which only will accelerate the decline of unionization in auto, and the UAW's decline specifically. And, you know, sort of behind the scenes, the UAW folks were like, they asked the Biden administration to have acting labor secretary Julie Su and a US trade rep ambassador to sort of help mediate conversations with the big three around how to make that work, how to either get pathways to unionization or roll in those contracts so that EV workers at their plants would have a faster route to unionization. And Biden did that. And so I think you're seeing, even in these small things, and I'm the last to say that Biden is like pro-labor. I think he's just a good politician. And thus it seems meaningful to me that actually he's starting to be a little more afraid of the unions and the workers, and kind of actually follow their lead on what they do and don't want him to do. Which, again, isn't to say I see him as a reliable ally, nor does it mean we don't actually have to reform things so that if rail workers are being worked to death, they can still be barred from fixing that by the state. But it does seem to be like a marker of the direction things are going, and the growing power organizationally and in the sense of public support that the working class and unions specifically have now. And we got a long ways to go. But to me, I'm like, if you see Biden as just a fair weather friend and he keeps siding that with you this time, you're like, oh, that's good. Means we are growing. And so I think that is a small positive sign, a tempered sense of optimism here.
Yeah, it's like he's becoming more responsive to the growing power.
Yeah, he's a little scared, which is good.
Exactly. So I know we're running short on time, so I just want to give Dario and Michelle a chance to maybe just give your last recommendations for the labor movement globally, and how they can maybe not use the declaration, but maybe the spirit of these declarations to fight for their rights.
Basically, the spirit of the declaration is to be clear that everything we're asking for in a decent life, the control of the means of production, the decent salaries, etc. These are all our rights. We're not asking for any favors. We're not like begging for anything. And I think this is one of the most important things. The second thing is, I think, and I think that Michelle was made an important point when she pointed out that this is a liberal declaration, and as we know, liberals go always halfway. They tell what they all want, and when they realize what you have to do that, they get back and ally with the right. Yes, because if you read all that, there's one word missing, or one article: abolish capitalism, because you won't have equal pay if there is capitalism. Capitalism has inherently race, class, and gender hierarchies. It needs them. It needs the hierarchies between North and South. It needs to work the hierarchies between different groups that have whatever, different skin color, different religion, different whatever. But like all these hierarchies are inherent part of capitalism. So if you write and want to get this declaration, make it true, it also means you have to say that you have to abolish capitalism. Yes. So this is in the end the last point. And just one sentence, I totally agree that over the past few years we've seen like growing workers' resistance, and I think I use this broader term because it's not just a strike. I mean, here in the US, you had like one of the biggest class uprisings, a black-led class revolt, which was clearly a class thing. There was no doubt about that. Yes, so I think it's important to see that. And just a last thing is just a bit of I don't know if you can even see that. No, I just want to put the image of the book. Is it?
I'll drop a link to it in the chat. I know which I can see it like flickering through the green screen thing. Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Daria.
That happened. It's If Not Us, Who? Workers Worldwide Against Authoritarianism, Fascism, and Dictatorship. And it has short chapters of like 6,000, 8,000 words each. So it's also good for, you can download it for free, the PDF, and it has examples from 5 continents. And it's also done specifically, and it's also used in some parts for like workers' trainings and things like that, because it gives you obviously a lot of different situations, strategies, and kind of feeling of empowerment.
Awesome, thank you. And Michelle?
Yeah, I mean, just to maybe bounce off a bit of what Dario was saying, as we sort of contemplate the legacy of the Universal Declaration, and we're moving towards an increasingly globally integrated economy, it's also important to remember that even as we're discussing worker struggles in the US and the victories that have been achieved and some of the important and exciting organizing that's going on, the US is also sort of part of a broader sort of global economic structure that fundamentally relies on profound global inequality. And so when we were talking about strikes and what different labor unions are doing, I was also thinking about how a lot of the really exciting worker organizing that's happened over the past generation or so has really been led by immigrants, and even the revival of Labor Day in the U.S. I think is was sort of a migrant-led movement, and often those migrants are working in informal sectors. They legally speaking, they don't really have a right to organize under the National Labor Relations Act in terms of forming a formal union, and yet they've found ways to build institutions, to create mutual aid networks, to use and deploy really innovative technology to communicate with each other and to sort of exercise some kind of voice in the workplace, and even go on strikes as well. So just thinking about the sort of global and the migration aspect of the labor movement, and how the U.S. labor movement is kind of deeply and sort of intricately connected to all these other movements and events and shifts that are happening in other countries. It's interesting to revisit the Universal Declaration in that sense, because it was supposed to be, a global sort of transnational declaration. at least in terms of expressing a general sentiment for what all of humankind should be striving for, right? But it ultimately runs up against the division between nation states, right? And we're still grappling with how borders have become instruments, have always been sort of instruments of oppression, tools that are used to divide, and really, cuts against this idea of universal rights, right? And it also sort of enforces deep, deep inequalities. And so if we can think of a way around that, and we can also sort of get workers here and over there, and the workers who cross borders to think about how they're actually, perhaps agents for articulating and implementing sort of a broader, more democratic, more cosmopolitan, more internationalist idea of what rights and humanity, really mean, right? I think like that may be the germ for real change.
That's a really beautiful way to end the conversation. And I really want to thank the three of you for being flexible and hopping on. Apologies for my confusing emails and the error in the timing, but you all are amazing for hopping on. And I really think we had a great conversation here on the rights of workers and laborers around the world. So thank you all for joining us. And I think I'll throw it to Esteban. I think Esteban, you're going to Manila next.
Yeah, thank you, Julian, as well. Thank you, and thanks to Mariana as well for all these amazing segments broadcasted from New York. So yeah, as you said, we're moving now to the Philippines. I think Richmond is here with us. I don't know, Richmond, if you want to present a little bit the segment, and then if I understood well, we're going to be replaying the interviews, but I hand over you so you can make the presentation of this segment from Manila. Thank you very much, Julian and Mariana, Dario, and Alex, and Michelle. Thank you very much, and welcome, Richmond.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our colleagues in New York, and thank you so much, Esteban. It is both an honor and privilege for RLS Manila to join you today in the celebration of the third night of Global Social Rights and highlight the remarkable contribution of our women activists in the Philippines, as their tireless efforts, unwavering commitment, and boundless courage have not only shaped the landscape of activism in our country, but also paved way to a more inclusive and just society. For our time, we will present to you a pre-recorded interview of our invited women panelists to reflect on the enduring words of Rosa Luxemburg, who says that the most revolutionary thing one can do is always to proclaim loudly what is happening. So this women embodies Luxemburg's vision of freedom as a collective pursuit, one that requires courage to think differently and the determination to act in the face of adversity. So without much further ado, I present to you our pre-recorded interview.
I will share it if you want.
Oh,
Do
yes,
you want me to
please.
share it? Okay.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
That's perfect. You will tell me if everything's fine, if you can listen.
Yes, yes. Again, good morning from the
Is the audio okay?
Wuhan. Oh, it's okay, yeah.
Okay, so I will just.
Welcome to the 12th hour of the RLS talk on the Nights of Global Social Rights. For our time, I am very pleased to introduce the speakers of today's panel for RLS Manila. Both are globally recognized for their exemplary human rights work in their respective fields. We have Cristina Palabay, Miss Tinay, the Secretary General of Karapatan Human Rights Alliance, a broad alliance of human rights organizations in the Philippines. Tinay is the 2021 Franco-German Prize for Human Rights and Rule of Law recipient for her exceptional work, contribution to the protection and promotion of human rights and rule of law in her country. And we also have Cecile Obanda Paces. Cecile is the founder of the Voice of the Free, an NGO working against human trafficking and slavery on the national and international level. Cecile received the 2005 Anti-Slavery Award from the Anti-Slavery International and the first Iqbal Masih Award for the elimination of child labor. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining me on this hour for RLS Manila. So let's dive right into the questions that we have prepared. You both have a long and varied history of working as human rights defenders. My first question is for you, Cecile. Can you give us a brief history of what politicized you? What was the turning point in your life that made you say human rights are clearly being violated and something has to be done about it?
Well, yeah, I was born and grew up in a very difficult time in our country. It's actually during the martial law, and of course for me as a young child, it's not, I don't really care about it at first, it's really nothing for me because I thought that it's not really affecting our life. I'm a catechist, I'm serving in the church, and we just do a regular thing. And my father said that as long that you're not doing something bad, you'll be okay. But of course, year after year, I experienced really very difficult life. And during that time, I live in Bacolod, or Negros Occidental, is one of the province really badly hit by the economic crisis during martial law under the Marcos dictatorship. And I saw a lot of my friends, I saw a lot of families suffer. It's not really just extreme poverty, but it's really hunger. And then my father lost his job. There's no really food in the table to take, and of course there's a lot of militarization. For me, that my turning point is that when the church that I serve was actually begun under attack by the dictator and the military, and a lot of my friends are forced to go underground. Some of them were apprehended. My best friend was killed, and for me that's the turning point. And of course I asked myself why this is happening, and we thought that everything and all the promises of the golden era become really like a golden mud that slowly penetrate our individual household and our being as an individual. So for me, it's really the direct experience of militarization with my friends, and I think, and me, because I believe that if I was not able to escape, or maybe one of the victim also, and the economic suffering of my people, especially in the province, that's really my turning point.
Well, thank you so much for that. And just to add on that, of course, aside from martial law, after the martial law, one would expect that there would be a better Philippines afterwards. But it seems that we're going backwards. Actually, the culture of impunity is still with us, with the war on drugs, the anti-terror law that was passed. So from one administration to the other, we are back again with the son of the former dictator serving the country as the president. And so I would like to direct this to Tina. Tina, you work directly with political activists, relatives also of the slain, of the disappeared, and the jailed activists calling for justice. And this is still happening today, not just during the time of martial law. So all of this you're doing while also receiving for yourself death threats. How do you navigate situations like this?
Well, I guess for continuity, I'm what they call a child of the martial law period. My family has this. I think for every family, you have the both sides of the story. My father was a crew member in the presidential yacht you know, of the president, of the former dictator, while my uncles were unfortunately among those who were killed during the time of martial law. So I guess I didn't know that, of course, no, even after EDSA People Power won. I knew about it when I came to UP as a student. But I guess, how do you navigate this continuing impunity, as they call it? I guess every time you have to choose. It's a choice. For every moment, for every period, it's a choice of individuals. We're lucky, I'm lucky to have that kind of choice, because for many, many, especially those who are struggling with poverty and more intense militarization and threats to their lives, many do not have that choice. No? They only have the choice to fight, to struggle, to make ends meet. You know? But I guess young students like me before, you know, I started as an activist when I was in the university. We're luckier to have that choice. You know? And every time I look at it, every case that we handle, of course, we do it with empathy. You know, you can't help but have that, right? At the same time, you have to have that self-control, to have that sense of objectivity. You have to be strong, for each and every case that you handle, for each and every victim or survivor or family member that you talk to. What makes things easier is, I think, about collective care and security, because of course I won't be alive right now without my collective, without the brave constituencies of human rights defenders and allies. So it's that sense of collective power and strength, I think, that drives me to continue what I am doing right now.
Thank you so much. So let me go back to Cecile. From being one of the survivors in a way of martial law, you founded Voice of the Free that works around human trafficking and slavery. Can you tell us the story of how that idea came about?
Yeah, because as you know already, I was in prison for almost 4 years, right? I was in prison together with my husband, former husband, and my 2 children in prison. And of course, staying in prison is really, I think, the worst situation that a mother can brought up their children. So it's like a torture every day, seeing your children grow up in prisons and you don't know really what's going to happen with you, with all of you, every day in your life. And of course, 4 years is 4 years. And yeah, of torture every day, of that uncertainty of your family's life. So when I go out of prison, we go back to our province in Negros, and during that time it's not yet safe. You still, there is still killing. There are still people who are murdered, apprehended. It's like still martial law. So that's why I have to move to Manila. My siblings offer me support, to move in Manila. So I bring my children, and of course my husband. We are all together here. But eventually, my husband go back to the regions because he wants to continue fighting. But during that time, I have already 4 children, and I want to, I want my eldest son to go back, because when we were in prison, we were separated, and it takes us around 12 years of separation. So while I'm here, I got reports. I got some communication from the parents or mothers, mother to mother, about their children's missing. Some of them said that my daughter was recruited in Manila to work as a domestic worker. For 2 years, we're not able to, to communicate with them, and we don't know what's happening to them. So this is where we start when we try to look. No, where there's children. During that time, there's no human trafficking yet. It's not yet that word is not yet invented. So it's just actually missing children, working as child labor, even child labor. We didn't talk about. It's just really missing children. So this is where we start, and then I was able to find some. Not many, a lot of them, a lot of them in a very exploitative situation. And for me, it really strikes me hard because I'm a mother who's trying to survive my children. And I know the situation of people who are incarcerated, maybe not in prison, but maybe in household on a very exploitative situation. So I think it's more on my mother instinct who responds to it. And so that's the start. So I become like hunting those who are missing and hunting people who are abducting children. So I don't know. That's what we start. Yeah.
And from it's very interesting to know that these exploitative situations that you have observed, and from your experience being incarcerated yourself, and the mother instinct that you've mentioned, that's why you started your organization. From then on, I would also want to add to ask, what do you think are the root causes of human trafficking in the Philippines?
Well, in our experience, of course, I believe that sometimes it's still continuation of the culture of impunity and the culture of people who are very fatalistic, fatalistic, that believe that this is their fate, and the belief that the children sometimes are the first line of defense when it comes to poverty. So a lot of Filipinos have many children, and sometimes they feel that they're way out for their situation. That's one, cultural, and of course the economic. While we have parents who believe that, by nature, I believe also that the Filipino are very familiaristic. If they have choice, they want their children to be with them. They don't want their family to work abroad or to go somewhere or be uprooted in their community, or by fall on the trap and the deception of people who promise good life to their children and to their family. So still, and the third, I think it's really corruption, because trafficking oil really by corruption, and this is a crime that needs so much protection also from the authorities. So there are a lot also who are in collusions with the traffickers. And so I think that's for me, that's the main 3 reasons why this is happening.
Yes, thank you. On your first reason, really the continuation of the culture of impunity, and again the economic aspect of it, I would like to go to Tinay, as we have also mentioned earlier, the culture of impunity in the Philippines, the continuation of the structure that was built during the martial law, and you yourself as a child of martial law, you said, when we say about or talk about culture of impunity for a human rights defender like yourself, the ones working in the ground, what does it really mean for you to operate within the context of that culture? And what are the elements of this culture that we're talking about? And in a way, the consequences for you?
Mhm. I agree with Tita Cecil when she said that there's really a multi-layered aspect to the landscape of impunity in the country. I would often say that there is this infrastructure of impunity, because it's not just a mere it doesn't merely express in terms of culture, right? There is what they call a method to the madness. So, but structures are the ones that who are driving this climate, and I think it is based on economic who has the economic power and the interests that they pursue. The kind of the in terms of political structures, of course, you have the whole machinery of the state with all in all the branches of government. And when I say all, this includes the judiciary, which should which should keep its independence, but somehow it is interwoven into that infrastructure of impunity, and at the same time, of course, how it plays into the mindsets, and people's thoughts and expressions, more so nowadays online, and this manifests in every distortion of human rights principles and values, in terms of the lack of understanding on the role of the state as a duty bearer, and the people as rights holders. Impunity, I think, exists, number one, because there's no accountability. And when there's no accountability, it means that anyone can get away with anything. And more so if you are in a powerful position. So those in government are positioned that way. Those in big businesses have those kinds of position. The second is, I think, about the repetition. Impunity exists when there's repetition of these violations. If it keeps on happening, and anyone who commits these crimes get away with them, then it's just a vicious cycle of violence. And thirdly, the non-existence of indemnification, because indemnification means more than just money. It's about instilling in all our institutions that these are violations of people's rights, and it should be translated into something in our educational system, in our ways of educating state actors, in the ways of getting together our communities to point out what are the crimes, what are the rights violated, and what should not be done, and how we can move forward towards a human rights culture that we all want to promote.
Thank you. That's actually very interesting. Thank you for laying in the points of the culture of impunity, the ones that enable it, the structure that enables it. I think I also want to ask this for you, Tinay. With this discussion and early on, you have mentioned about the collective care and the security of other human rights defenders and allies, the ones that enable you, that protects you from the things that you're doing now. My question is, how can the international community support the efforts of human rights defenders here in the Philippines and in other similar contexts across the globe?
Well, I think it's essentially international solidarity is a big word right now, especially with how things are going globally. There is much room, and there's much expressions of international solidarity, but at the core of it, I think it means people, the relationships of fostering relationships with people based on mutual trust, respect, empathy, recognition of the need to support marginalized or disadvantaged communities. So while of course we do lobby, and there are good people, you know, among diplomatic missions outside the country. We even meet in, of course, independent UN independent experts, and then members of parliaments in many parts of the world. We also work closely with international NGOs, you know, who are like-minded, who have looked into several the patterns of violations and the landscape throughout the world, and they see the commonalities, no, in terms of the trends, in terms of the strategies. But at the end of it, I think I take heart from the solidarity movements by our own, you know, built by our own. As they say, our Filipino migrants are in more member countries than the UN General Assembly. We are in more than, I mean, if you have 193 member states, right, of the UN General Assembly, we are in more countries than the member states of the UN, considering the diaspora, and
We are everywhere.
we are everywhere. So anywhere that I go, where there are Filipinos, there are various expressions of solidarity and support, and of course they drive conversations, build communities among churches, among various organizations and communities wherever they are. Yeah, they would give us adobo. They would they would cook and take care of us whenever we go there. Of course, it's expensive, right? When you go to other countries, when you talk to people, it's really, really very expensive. But with their care and expressions of support, when we're inside the Philippines, and you know, they're doing solidarity work outside, those kinds of things really feed into the morale, you know, of human rights defenders and anyone, I think, no, here in the Philippines, needing that kind of solidarity. I think it's the collective expressions of those small, no, but important and significant forms of support.
Thank you. That's very good to hear, and very hopeful actually to hear that aside from the international community, from the international actors, the one that keeps the fuel, the fire of human rights defenders in the Philippines is actually the locals also abroad that you meet. I would like also to go to Binay, because speaking of like international partners and the diaspora of the people that we are working with. For your organization, the Voice of the Free, who are the international actors, the political, the NGOs that you are working with your cause? Because, you know, we're talking about human slavery on an international level.
Yes.
So you need to have a good network in order
Yeah.
to do the things that you do. What are the supports also that you are receiving from them?
Yeah, for us, most of our actually partners are also in line with the modern slavery, you know, fighters. No, so we are also freedom fighters. So we align more on the Anti-Slavery International through like Freedom for All or Freedom United. But mostly our partnership, of course, it's solidarity, because I don't think that even us NGO can really exist alone in this fight against modern slavery in our generation. So you need partners, you need co-fighter on this that can share strategies, that can share good practice, and you know, make sure that all those laws that you already been passed in the UN, like for example, the adoption of the Convention on the Rights of Domestic Worker, you know, the worst form against child labor, the anti-trafficking protocol, although that it's non-binding, because the anti-trafficking, the Palermo Protocol, it's non-binding because it's not convention, but the others are. And of course, goes with the obligation for the country who ratify this convention. So one of the major, point of our partnership was to make sure that all this law that ratified by certain countries is also properly implemented. So enactment of a local law is a must in order for the for the ratification to take effect. So we also monitor, because countries are obligated to report on the ratification and the implementation status of the laws that are passed related to modern day slavery. So policy-wise, we're also very active in doing that. I really help in developing the worst forms of child labor convention, the ILO convention. And I'm also instrumental in the lobbying of the domestic workers. Protection, the rights of domestic workers, Convention of the Rights of Domestic Workers, because we are also an organization who actually lobby for 20 years the Magna Carta for domestic worker in the Philippines, or the Batas Kasambahay. So the experience that we have here is elevated actually and actually captured by our international partners and helped in the developing of a convention in in the ILO. So without your partners, your local experience, you cannot bring it into a global sphere or to share your global practice. So I think working with other international institutions, or even governments, even other bilateral partners, or people in the movement, is a must. Or else you are like alone in one island, and it's not an easy fight also, because for modern slavery, you are actually fighting against syndicate. You are fighting a very organized crime. And the fight is not easy. People try to destroy your credibility. People try to, to destroy your organization, the effort. You have also a real enemy in my field, and I experienced that big time. I experienced that big time. So yeah, so you need that kind also of of solidarity and partnership. And I think I'm blessed and lucky that I have a very strong partners, and I'm sitting also on some of the board of that, of the global movement. So that's my part of the world now.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much for that. Speaking of being destroyed by the enemy, of like tarnishing your reputation, I think I would like also to connect this to Tinay's statement earlier about the expression of various Filipinos abroad, of the support. It's in one way or another, when we talk about like advocating for this, for the human rights, and people working for human rights defender, working for human rights, most of the times, especially social media, we are often villainized. So, especially for Karapatan, I know there are quite lots of example, the tarnishing of reputation was coming from the government. So, how do you deal about this?
That's the first thing that we did, and I did, was say that, okay, don't panic. Yeah, I think that's the first. I was in another part of the world. I think I was in the US. It was like 1 a.m. in the US, and then the things kept coming in 2018. And the first thing that I did was, let out a breath, a long heave, and then I said, okay, this is, we should not panic. We know where we stand.
Yeah.
We know our strength. We know what to do. And I guess the the calmness. I was so calm. I was even surprised by myself.
Yeah, you need to be calm.
And then after you think of the 1, 2, 3s, right? I guess what in our experience became the crucial thing is that we decided to fight back. Because if you don't, they will just keep on hitting and hitting you with everything and everything until you're grounded on the ground. You're grinded into small pieces on the ground. And it starts with people, right? It starts with you. It starts with you. If you gain that confidence and you decided that this is not true, this is not correct, and you decided to fight back, then people will see the need for everyone else to fight back.
Yeah.
So what we first, of course, consolidated our human rights workers, Karapatan, and then, of course, our member organizations. We reached out to lawyers, to the media, to everyone, to even to Facebook, to social media companies, all stakeholders, who are keen on supporting us. And that's when we said that the key is really the strength that we all have. So we reported things to, we went to complaint mechanisms domestically and internationally. Of course, at the domestic level, it's really very restricted, right? You go to the Commission on Human Rights, to the congresses, to the courts. We even went to court. And when we went to court, they slapped back with another case against us, which ran for like 4 years. My God, 4 is a very, very minor case, but it was 4 years, and it was the former national security advisor who filed the case against us. So the second lesson that we have in that process is about turning bad things into good things, right? Into opportunities. So we use the opportunity to highlight our case, and to push back, but not only our own case, our own experiences, but the experiences of many others. Because while we have access, of course, to media, we have access to tools, to these mechanisms, many others, especially in the provinces and in rural and indigenous communities, they don't have that kind of access. So we said that in bringing forth our case, we need to shine a light also to the broader, to the cases of others, and to the broader trend that is happening here in the Philippines. So it becomes not only an individual or organizational experience. It is indeed, because indeed it was a full-on campaign against critics, and those who exercise political dissent.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's really, that this is a fight, of course. Yeah. And I grew up being like a guerrilla. And if you know that this is a fight, of course, you have an enemy. And your enemy will not just sit down and just listen to you, or, by the fact that we're going to hit you. But you just don't know when and where and what time, how. You don't know, And then I think from the very beginning, you need really to be ready. You need to be ready. And in my case, when I was hit, of course, everybody's become confused, right? That's always then, what's going on? Why? But I think for me, because I'm used to, to running around, fighting, and I'm just stay calm because I'm quite confident that, and I know the truth, and the body of my work can speak for itself, So I just calm, and I have only one statement. I just said, bring it on. I will depend myself in the right time and in the right platform. Because I cannot afford just to, I'm not a showbiz. I'm not a celebrity that I have to go around and talk, but bring me the right venue and I will depend myself there. But it doesn't, it's never even come because it was actually already dismissed even in the investigation level. It doesn't even go to formal court or whatsoever. So I'm just wait and just continue to do my work because I cannot afford to stop. During my time, during my attack, I have 80 girls under my care. I have many cases, against trafficking, against rape, or what, all those cases that I cannot give up. So why it hits you so bad, personally, and of course, even your family, you cannot lose focus of your purpose, And when it comes, it comes. If not, it's not, And but it will not stop me, doing my job or doing the right thing, because only history can actually judge us, judge us. So yeah, siguro it's because of my age.
It's the wisdom.
You are already seasoned by all those
by all the harassment that you faced during your early years. I like the points that you made, the words that you said, that while being under attack, you need to stay calm and continue working because lives are at stake here. We couldn't just sit down and take it. We need to continue working, continue to fight, and at the same time face the detractors, face the enemies, and your purpose. I like those words.
Yes, during that time I said that okay, if I'm in the ring for the boxing, that's the time that I box. But as long as I'm still in the somewhere else, I just continue to do my work. I'm just worried if I'm in the what do you call that, boxing ring already. I will not waste my energy while the fight is not starting yet, right? So
yes. I guess aside from the things that we're already discussing now, what advice do you have for individuals who are interested of becoming like yourselves, like human rights defenders in this very challenging environment, especially like living in the Philippines? So what would be your advice for people?
Ako ba?
Yes,
Yes, me first.
You go ahead.
Join us.
Yes,
please join us. Yeah, for me, I'm 64 years old. No regrets. No regrets with all the sacrifices I've been through, with all the, with all those beautiful things that happen in my life, the prison, the fight, and everything, because you have only one life. Use it. Use it in the right purpose rather than just waste it in maybe in Facebook or somewhere. Change is important. We are all die. We're all gonna die. But I think live a fruitful life, contribute to the to the goodness of the humanity, and to bring this world in a better place, right? So yeah, it's simple. Just join us. This is good for me. This is the best choice that I've done in my life, and will continue to do whatever I can based on my capacity. If I born again, go back again in time, I still choose the same path that I choose.
Thank you. That's very encouraging for everyone. Tina, would you want to add on that?
Wow, it's hard to add on that.
It is, yeah. Like same message.
But really, I appreciate Tita Cecil and many others, our foremothers, no, who came
Paved the
before,
way.
paved the way, right? Because of the whole body of wisdom and the knowledge and of course the legacy that they have brought to several human rights defenders until the current generation. Now, I'm part of what they call the Gen X generation.
I didn't actually know that. I don't understand that anymore.
but you know, we were at that time, I think what was really drilled into us by many things, you know, media, the school, is that you study, you work, you earn, and that's it. You know,
that's the cycle.
You fend for your family, and when you fend for your family, you help the country. You know, but I guess many have broken that mold. That mold has been for every generation, right? I mean, but I guess each and every time, there's always that breaking out of the box type of things, where we are put into the box of what needs to be a good quote unquote good citizen. But at the same time, as what Tita Cecil has said, I think it's about really thinking of doing good things for others. No, I mean, that's true. You only have one life. What will you do? What will you do with it, right? I mean, even if you watch TikTok for 24/7, I mean, it won't do any good. So you have to, I mean, it doesn't mean that you'll give up everything. No, it means that give something for others. You give your life to something that is meaningful. And there is a broad human rights movement wherever we are. There are various endeavors into women's rights, children's rights, civil and all aspects of civil and political rights. Of course, right now there is much interest in environmental defense, you know, but we have so much to fight for, you know. In this cruel world, and at the same time there is a big movement that's waiting to embrace us. The people out there, especially the poor and marginalized people, would need that kind of support. We're not messiahs, no? We're not. We should not act like that, because the people, whether without us, with or without us, I have full belief that people have agency over their rights. They have knowledge on human rights. But working together makes it, you know, more fruitful, more fulfilling for any individual.
Thank you. And with that response, I think I'll segue to my last question. What do you envision for the future of human rights advocacy in the Philippines?
Ikaw naman.
Yeah.
Well, I think that we would not exist as an organization. I think that's the future that I am aspiring for, because when we exist, it means there's something wrong.
Something wrong.
So I want to lose relevance. I want our organization to lose relevance, because of course it means that the problems that we are having right now wouldn't be, we wouldn't have to do human rights documentation and monitoring, right? But at the same time, we have so much to hope for. You know, I'm considering the history of the country, the history of various peoples all over the world. This is actually the time of hope, because of the various efforts to connect various movements, to strengthen these movements, and at the same time, while of course there may be backsliding in some context here included in the Philippines, backsliding to perhaps worse situations or better situations. I think for as long as many sectors, groups work together, we can have a vision of a truly free and democratic country, because that's what we need. That's what the disadvantaged communities need. Not only, well, of course, more so in the future generations. I do not have a child, Tita Cecil. I'm a lesbian activist, but at the same time, I feel motherly when I look when I look at my cat and the younger generations of activists now, because you'll see that hope. So that's why there's also a need to really support and harness the youth movement, especially during this time when there's much there are various forms of disinformation.
True.
There are various forms of attacks on the basic principles of human rights and people's rights.
Yeah, so for me it's the same. I hope that I don't exceed, our organization will not exceed, so yeah, because there are no need for people who work on, on the issue of human trafficking and modern slavery. And I wish that, I know that I will not say this day, but I wish that the time will come that our people, women and children, can explore opportunity and their dreams without the risk of being exploited and sold. Yun lang. So yeah, that's my dream, and of course for the country really to to learn from the past, and to to acknowledge the sacrifices of those who offered their lives in the past.
Indeed. And with that, I would like to thank you. To extend my thanks to you, ladies, for such an empowering, for such a strength and wisdom for this talk. Again, this has been the time for RLS Manila as part of the segment 12 of the 24 hours discussion on the Nights of Global Social Rights. You are all invited to participate in the discussions in the coming hours, coming from our different offices across the globe. All recordings on the RLS Berlin website will be uploaded soon for all this discussion. Again, thank you so much, and mabuhay from the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Richmond. I don't know if you want to say some last words before handing over Almaty and Marlies, who's already connected.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Esteban. We just wanted to say that in continuing the cause that the human rights defenders are fighting for, we hope that we draw inspiration from the broader narrative of women's involvement in activism and in revolution. May the stories shared by our panelists ignite the flames of passion within each of us in prompting to stand for justice, to champion equality, and to contribute on the ongoing struggle of human rights for a better tomorrow. With that, I am turning over this to our colleagues in Almaty. Thank you.
Thanks, Richmond. Thanks a lot.
Thank
Good
you,
morning
Richmond.
again.
Hello,
Yes.
Marlies.
Hello and good morning again from Almaty. I must say it was very impressive to listen to these last parts of the interview that the colleagues in the Philippines organized. I find it very, very spiriting that the word came, there's so much to fight for. that this spirit of hope, of solidarity characterize these statements. I think that is true for the topic too that we are choosing. Our office in Almaty is working not only in Kazakhstan, but we have partners in other parts of Central Asia. We are working with partners in Kyrgyzstan, in Tajikistan, and in Uzbekistan. And the situation of people with disabilities are to be improved in all of these countries. We have chosen to highlight their situation in the context of defending human rights, because the Human Rights Declaration provides a good legal basis for it, and also legal documents that have grown afterwards. For instance, the International Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And as we have gotten already a statement in our social media from one of the countries questioning why we have presented only in the following interview 3 persons, I would like to stress we are aware that this is an area that really needs the work of many dedicated people. And we know that people in all countries of Central Asia are addressing these issues that have grown, that independent of their national background, a very important moment is that they have experience also in working together internationally to solve these questions. So I highly appreciate your time now, that you are watching and that you are following what my interview partners in the pre-recorded interview will have to say about the topic, how they see their work and how see potentials to change the situation of people with disabilities in their communities for the better, using various approaches, but really doing it in the spirit, as it was said, of hope and solidarity. Thank you very much. I now hope I can hand over to the hosts who will show the pre-recorded interview, because we were not too sure whether the technical conditions that we have here would allow for a fully 1-hour interview recorded live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marlies. I'm gonna start to play the recording. Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon and good morning from Almaty. I am Marlies Linke, head of the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung Central Asia office. Our office is located in Almaty, but our work is related to the entire region, more or less, of Central Asia. We work together with partners in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. I say good afternoon because I am about to introduce our interview partners in Almaty and Dushanbe. And I say good morning because our interview will be recorded now and broadcast as a part of the 3rd night of social rights that the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung office in Geneva, together with other offices of our organization worldwide, and partner organizations and experts is organizing, and will broadcast it from December 9th to December 10th. So one of the aims of our organization is, especially in the program work here in Central Asia, to strengthen the development of a socially just and inclusive society here. That's why we take the anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 as a good date to remember that these rights exist, that they are there for everyone, and that we are ready to base our work on this declaration, and I would say not only on the initial one, but all the other ones that have developed on the basis of this very first. I said I would like to introduce our interview partners. Let me welcome very cordially here Ms. Zahira Begalieva. Zahira is the chairperson of the Public Foundation I Teach Me Competence Development Center here in Kazakhstan. She is very much a specialist when it comes to really protecting the rights of people or persons with disabilities, but is not limiting her work to this. I think as everybody whom we are going to hear today, part of the work is really to stretch out the hand and make understandable that working with and for people with disability means actually changing the entire society. So that's why I'm also saying hello to Ulan Ikarbekov. I see that there is a mistake. Ulan is the head of the Association of Persons with Disabilities here in the city of Almaty. We have invited both of our counterparts from Kazakhstan because we know that their organizations and they personally have really made a very interesting contribution to changing the situation for people here in a very practical way, for people with disabilities, and also enabling the entire, if you want, so, oh, now we have lost Ulan. Ah, there, Ulan is coming back. I would like to move on to Tajikistan and introduce the head of the National Association of People with Disabilities of Tajikistan, Asadullah Zikri Khudoyev. We are very happy that we have been in contact already for many years, and everybody who is in the round today as interview partner had a chance not only to talk to the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, but the ties between organizations of people with disabilities and working for people with disabilities in the region of Central Asia are much stronger and have been established much longer. But this is a point that I would like to talk about later on. Let me return to our starting point. The convention, why did we choose this topic? Starting point of the third night of social rights is, as I said, the anniversary of the adoption of universal human rights. Social rights are indispensable for everyone. They lay the ground for a dignified and empowered life. Social inclusion for all members of society is a moving target. International law requires states to realize social rights progressively and ensuring that they are always guaranteed equally to everyone without discrimination. The International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights is the primary legal source for ensuring these rights. Our organization, or our office as part of the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, has been working since 2019 with various organizations of persons with disabilities from Central Asia. And that's why we have chosen to commemorate not only the 75th anniversary of the universal rights of human rights, but we add to this that on the 3rd of December, is the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. This is usually a day when the rights that this special group of persons have are not only commemorated, but they are really brought into to the attention of the public. We want to make sure that we supporting this, because we see that the Convention of Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the optional protocol to it really are documents that can be used as an instrument to strengthen these rights and make the life of not only this group of persons more fulfillable, easier, and maybe give them a chance to participate in a much better way, but to make the entire society understand that this is really an important group for the entire society. I think that in the preamble of this Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, there are statements that I think need to be recalled in the daily work. It reads, the state parties to the present convention are recognizing that the United Nations in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights has proclaimed and agreed that everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth therein without distinction of any kind. And it's reaffirming that the universality, indivisibility, interdependence, interrelatedness of all human rights and fundamental freedoms, and the need for persons with disabilities to be guarantees in their full enjoyment without discrimination. The convention is not a new invention. This convention is actually a solid basis that has been signed by several states, also in our region in Central Asia. Kazakhstan, for instance, signed the convention in 2008 and ratified it in 2015. Tajikistan signed it in 2018 and is in the process to ratify it. And I would be happy to hear a little bit more maybe about the progress that had been made in this process, that this is not a matter of a small minority, but we are actually dealing here with a rather large number of persons. I would like to illustrate with the fact that Tajikistan has 10 million inhabitants and 160,000 of them are persons with disabilities. This is about 1.7% of the population. 34,000 of them are children. I would like to add that in the preamble of the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is also emphasized that mainstreaming disability issues is an integral, or should be seen as an integral part of relevance of developing relevant strategies of sustainable development. For me, keywords in our work that are related not only to the specific rights of people with disabilities, but uniting their situation with the entire development of the societies here in the region are accessibility, mobility, safety, including the right to liberty and security as persons, as health. The preamble of the convention also points at recognizing the valued existing and potential contributions made by persons with disabilities to the overall well-being and diversity of their communities. Here, I would like to introduce the keywords in the work that I see here in the region: living independently and being included in the community, and that a precondition for that is to be enabled to receive a good education. Work and employment, are also key factors. Let me come to the questions that I would like to ask our participants in the very first round of this interview. How would you describe in your country the situation of persons with disabilities? And what is the importance of the International Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in improving the situation of people with disabilities in your own country? What progress has already been made? So now I'm looking at my interview partners, and I would like to give the floor to Sahira. Would you like to start? And I would like Ulan then maybe to comment on that, because you both are from Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan has made a lot of progress in that field already. But I think we are coming later to the point that exactly the exchange between the different countries is an important key in moving forward here. So how would you respond to my questions? What is the situation of persons with disabilities in Kazakhstan?
Меня слышно, нет?
Can you hear me? I do hope so.
Слышно, да? Или мне нужно перевести на... Все. Ага, все, спасибо. Спасибо большое, во-первых, Мерлиз, за то,
Thank you very much, Marlies, for inviting us to such a significant event as this interview focusing on human rights and especially people with disabilities, because more often than not, in the overall, so to say, flow of challenges and issues, people with disabilities find themselves neglected and their interests are disregarded. As to the people with disabilities, after the moment of ratification of the convention, indeed, Kazakhstan has made significant progress. To a significant extent, thanks to the most active representatives of this group of people who have been promoting the rights and interests of people with disabilities in their day-to-day work, not only on political level, but also on the most routine, on the most grassroots level, meaning that it's not only political, high-level rights, but specifically the need that people with disabilities want to live in normal conditions. So it has to become a norm and not an exception that a person with disabilities gets education or starts his or her occupation. So from the point of view of state policy, multiple laws and bylaws have been adopted. One of the most significant achievements was that we shifted away from the term invalid, or we officially now use the term people with disabilities, because positioning a person, so it highlights the distinction between, or the hierarchy of rights. First, we should be taking care of human rights, and then, of course, the rights of people with disabilities. The digitalization which is taking place in Kazakhstan has helped us a lot as well. For example, we, or people with disabilities, no longer need to move from distant villages to cities in order to get some rights or social benefits. Since I specialize in digital occupations and the professional training of persons with disabilities, we have entered the term distant education and distant or remote employment for persons with disabilities, and it is a great legal norm and a mechanism that people with disabilities, persons with disabilities, can learn. So many more people, persons with disabilities, now have this opportunity. As to accessibility and mobility, it's only Unfortunately, it's still only about big cities and maybe large government organizations. Going deep into the country's constituencies, of course, mobility and accessibility is still an issue. Access to information. We have achieved quite a good level, but there is still a need to improve the quality of information services to persons with hearing disabilities, with mental disabilities. So there are still things to do, still room for improvement. As to orientation and rehabilitation, the state has been taking active steps to provide the person with disabilities with rehabilitation means. We have state-supported rehabilitation programs, but the selection is still done by images or by pictures, and so not always persons with disabilities can come to these rehabilitation centers and get into these wheelchairs, test whether they're comfortable for them. Another challenge is the lack of monitoring of the situation with the protection of the rights of persons with disabilities. So the monitoring is done, but it is done chaotically, not systemically. Maybe Ulan will supplement and continue what I've said. Indeed, I wanted to actually give the floor to Ulan.
You are also working in that field, and you have an experience maybe in a little bit different part of that. I had.
Да, конечно. Здравствуйте еще раз. Я благодарен.
Yes, hello. Allow me to seize this opportunity to extend gratitude for the participation in the interview. It is really great that you are doing such things. As I hear, my colleague has given some of the details. Indeed, a lot of things have happened since 2004, after Kazakhstan has ratified the convention, as well as the optional protocol. So a lot of changes have taken in the medical field, or from the medical point of view. A lot of work, lawmaking work, is ongoing, is underway in Kazakhstan, trying aimed at expanding the opportunities and the capabilities of persons with disabilities. As a person using a wheelchair myself and working 18 hours a day, I can say that this program and the legal and lawmaking initiatives that have taken place in Kazakhstan recently have expanded our opportunities and capabilities very much. As to communication with government organizations, our relations have become much, much better. Our ministers have become more open. AKIMs, or local administration heads, have hired designated staff persons and counselors, who actually are closing the gap between the person in the wheelchair and local administrations. As you know, local maslikats in Majlis, there are 7 persons with disabilities working. Local maslikats have a person with disabilities. We have a senator who is a person who is sitting in the wheelchair. Another representative, NGO representative, who is also engaged in government organization. So it's become much easier to address different issues on the government level. As to access and mobility, accessibility, there is still a lot of challenges because psychologically people have not transformed. And so there is still this mindset of a distinction between persons without and with disabilities. And so we are currently actively working to change this mindset. Sometimes we get even negative responses. Sometimes persons with disabilities cannot leave their apartments just for the mere reason that we've lived in the Soviet Union and the architecture was standardized and typical, and there were 6 steps. So in some places, we still see these physical barriers, but the government has been allocating significant budget means to refit, to update, to fix these entrances to the dwelling houses with the racks. And sometimes it is not possible to install special elevators for persons with disabilities in our in apartment blocks, but a new member has just entered the Committee on Urban Development, and he's also a person with disability. Once again, I'm highlighting that more and more persons with disabilities are entering into various legal or executive authorities because it's nobody else but the persons with disabilities know our needs and requirements. We have also started traveling abroad and seeing how the rights of persons with disabilities are protected, for example, in Germany. So I think we're on the right track. Our life is full of combat, or our life is a battle, and we will continue combating and battling for our rights.
This great wave of optimism. I know that making even small steps ahead is a day-to-day struggle. And
Еще я хотел бы добавить, еще я хотел бы
If I may, let me add the following. One of the key things that we're working on is employment of persons with disabilities. So, as per Kazakhstan's legislation, 2 to 3% of personnel in any organization should be persons with disabilities. And our government has been allocating money to make workplaces comfortable for the persons with disabilities. But as my colleague Zahira has mentioned, we need to monitor this closer. It doesn't mean that a person with a disability or a person in a wheelchair will head a corporation, but because so once again, employment of persons with disabilities still represents an issue, a challenge. Ulan, you have gone to the second stage, I guess, to the second question, because I wanted to ask about the situation in Tajikistan prior to discussing some of the challenges.
Like really to give you the floor now to describe what the situation is. Maybe you have a little bit more time because the second person whom we have invited as a speaker from Dushanbe has not joined yet. Kudratullah Kurbanov is the head of the Department of Social Protection of the Population with the Ministry of Health and Social Protection of the Population of the Republic of Tajikistan. In case during the meeting somebody extra is joining, so this is our second voice from Tajikistan, but in the moment, I hope that Asudlo can make full use of the time in order to really say where people with disabilities find themselves when it comes to being honored in their rights and what has been achieved already. In the second round of questions, I would like, that's why the feedback to Ulan, I would like to go into the future and hear what challenges are you facing and what you are still to work on. So, Asudlo, the floor is yours.
Еще раз здравствуйте, коллеги.
Once again, dear colleagues, hello and thank you, Marlies, for the invitation. It is my honor and pleasure to participate in this interview. Of course, especially on the eve of the International Day of Human Rights on December the 10th. And prior to this day, we conduct various festivities and events to celebrate persons with disabilities. Indeed, this year we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the International Declaration of Human Rights, which includes 2 covenants on social, economic, cultural, and then economic and political rights. Persons with disabilities should be recognized as equal to other citizens and shall have the right for the protection of their rights and acknowledgement of these rights by a given government, a given country where such a given person with disabilities lives. As to the situation in Tajikistan, it is the following. Speaking of the social economic standing or situation, we can say that everything is okay, and the economic opportunities are okay. They allow persons with disabilities live a decent life. Not only exist, but live decently. As to the overall situation, allow me to refer to the significant achievements in this sphere in the course of the most recent last 5-10 years. The state has been paying much more attention. The government has started to pay much more attention to the issues, to the interests and rights of persons with disabilities. So we can say that sometimes when the government is not willing or is not able to help our organization, they at least do not intervene in our activities. The laws, the legislation regulating or pertaining to the rights of the persons with disabilities, about 250 different non-government organizations working with persons with different forms of disabilities are operating in Tajikistan, promoting their rights, actively protecting their rights. Also, organizations protecting the rights of persons with disabilities now can unite, can combine their efforts. And so this platform, this approach, and the strategy adopted by the government, by the state, actually fosters our collaboration among such NGOs. Another very important driver are the successes and achievements of our neighboring countries. By collaborating on the regional level, exchanging our experiences and practices with other NGOs from Central Asia, adopting their best practices, I think this allows us to move forward as well. The key achievement that we have achieved so far was the signing or acceding to the conference, to the convention in 2018, and our president's participation in the UN General Assembly. This demonstrates that the Republic of Tajikistan acknowledges the rights of persons with disabilities not only on the national level, but likewise on the international level. Yes, in order to ratify this document, the government of the Republic of Tajikistan decided to get ready for that. So, based on joint efforts, we have adopted the National Action Program on ratifying the convention. And the strategy spans the time period until 2020 or maybe 2021 in order to take account of the opinions of persons with disabilities. But once again, we see that the government is no longer neglecting the rights and the interests of the persons with disabilities and is willing to do something to protect the rights of this category of population. This program that I mentioned before in the strategy was elaborated with direct participation of persons with disabilities, and this document opens great opportunities for us to do something that we couldn't even dream before. So this national action program is undergoing implementation. For example, on December the 1st, we plan to, or December the 10th, we plan to organize event to review the progress in implementing the International Convention, and we hope that next year the Republic of Tajikistan will ratify the convention. Within the framework of the same action program, Kazakhstan's experience on having designated counselors on persons with disabilities and the engagement and the initiatives of the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung in Central Asia has played a significant role. We hope to get this mechanism, to implement this mechanism of counselors in Tajikistan as well. A couple of weeks ago, I visited Almaty and talked to several representatives of Almaty City Akimat. So very soon they will adopt the corresponding bylaws. So I'm telling you all this because this would not have happened if we were not pursuing these goals, pursuing these objectives in our day-to-day life. If we hadn't kept talking about these things every day, about the importance of the international conventions and covenants, then about the importance of adopting thematic corresponding national action programs. So we have become more vocal. Government organizations started listening to us, hearing what we say. So it seems that we have achieved a lot. In the nearest future, we want to see the representative of persons with disabilities in our parliament. They've already established a regular or permanent working group on the protection of the rights of persons with disabilities in the parliament. And of course, enhancing the capacities and capacities of persons with disabilities. It depends. So I think that more awareness raising campaigns we conduct explaining to persons with disabilities what their rights and opportunities for them are, the better. The more they will learn about that. We should not be forget of anything. We should be very reasonable, wise, and rational in meeting the representatives of government organizations, explaining to them what we want to achieve. And I think this way we will be able to achieve even more success. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all three of you, because I have the impression that I don't have to ask the second round. My second prepared question was, what challenges are to be addressed in the context that we are working in here? What shall be strengthened, and how does sharing experience with other organizations dealing with similar issues helps you? So the answer is partly already here in the open. I still would like to stress that for me, for instance, when preparing for that interview, I was reading the convention text again. And I see that there are many things that in our work really play an enormous role. For instance, the statement that recognizing that disability is an evolving concept, and that disability results from the interaction between persons with impairments and attitudinal and environmental barriers that hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others, is something that everybody, not only those who are officially recognized as people with disabilities, should take into consideration. When I said in the beginning that in order to be empowered to make a really valuable contribution. I think this is really a change of attitude of the majority that is needed. And it's not only a resource question, I think it's also a question that is related simply to behavior. One of the points that I would like to make for our organization is really also connected that we would like to see many of our projects kind of interacting, not only projects that are firsthand related to the life of persons with disabilities, but how are urban spaces developed? Who has a possibility to determine how resources are used? To what extent are questions like mobility? It has been already said that moving from your flat into the public space is not easy. But if I look at, for instance, activists in Bishkek who are fighting for having well-paved pavements so that anybody who is part of the society in a city can move, be it a mother with a pram, or be it somebody who is on crutches because he has broken his leg and is only temporarily impaired, or somebody who is in a wheelchair, doesn't make a difference for me here. This is really something that the entire society should take into consideration. And what I find very interesting is what Ulan said, that in the past years, the societies in the region are moving away from perceiving the state of persons with disabilities as a medical condition. So this is really a key for me for addressing these things and for interacting with each another. One of the points that I would like to bring into the discussion again would be to what degree the implementation of the existing legal basis is already strong enough, or where would you like to see it strengthened? To what degree monitoring is done, and is it effective? And of course, for me, the move towards strengthening the Institute of Advisors on Matters of Persons with Disability is one of the clues here. Because this is not only social rights, there are so many other things, like Ulan said, economic possibilities, economic rights, the rights to take part in decision-making processes, which is partly in the field of political rights, partly on decision-making, on economic decisions also implied here. Maybe you can say something more about it. So where are you, as representatives of organizations working in that field, would like to see progress? What is necessary to be done? Who would like to start? I am looking at Ulan, who is nodding. Would you like to start, please?
Да, я хотел бы сказать, что вот хотелось бы,
Yes,
чтобы
thank you.
именно подчинение закона усилить, потому что мы проводим
We need to enhance certain laws. We are conducting monitoring sessions, and we go to single and the same facilities maybe several times to see how well these laws are implemented. So the laws are there, they're good on paper, but when large organizations receive penny fines for example, not ensuring mobility and accessibility of their buildings, they just choose not to do anything because the fines are so small. So the execution of laws and execution of recommendations, I think, lags behind. We can enhance this category of activities. Also, our court or justice organizations, very often persons with disabilities don't want to go to court because they will have to go to these court hearings several times, and it's not really easy for them. So we need to enhance and facilitate participation of persons with disabilities in court hearings, because lawsuits and going through the court system is the best way to force or to influence the organizations that don't want to ensure accessibility. One person, unfortunately, he could not join us today. He filed a lawsuit against large banks. Very recently, they've adopted the corresponding standards to financial and banking organizations, and in several instances, we were able to win. And based on these successes, these new standards for financial banking organizations were adopted. So the most effective way forward for us and for our colleagues in other countries is to go to court, use the law. Because monitoring per se, I am a member of several monitoring groups. We go to different places, we monitor these facilities, and we, as I mentioned before, we can come to one of the same organization several times. And so once again, law enforcement, law implementation. Our president, addressing the nation, always talks about the need and the importance of implementing measures to protect the rights of the persons with disabilities. But I think prior to his next address to the nation, our government organizations have to report to the president what they have done as per the requests or instructions that he has highlighted in his previous address to the nation. Because there is no liability, there is no responsibility. The address of the president to the nation is, of course, a very important event, but every civil servant or different civil servants working on different levels of our government system understand it differently and very often do not fulfill what the president is telling them to do.
Also in the practice of Assad law, but maybe you have other points that you would like to take up. Where would you like to go in the future? I know one of the projects that you're pursuing in the moment is, as you have described, really organizing the legal steps in order to get the Institute of the Advisors on the Matters of Persons with Disabilities really.
Да, спасибо большое, Марли, за вопрос.
Yes, Marlies, thank you very much for your very relevant question. We can adopt any laws that we want. We can adopt any norms that we want. We can conduct as many monitoring sessions as possible or assessment, analysis, missions, assessing the efficiency of our laws. But in the course of my 29 years of protecting the rights of persons with disabilities and the different phases of this evolution, I came to the conclusion that if the attitude on behalf of the remaining part of society does not change, then so these laws and monitoring missions would make a petty influence, would have a very poor impact. So I think it is necessary to do everything possible to explain to the society, to make the society perceive us as equal members of our society. Against the background of the cultural legacy and historical legacy of the Soviet Union, where the protection of, there was still distinction, right, between ordinary members of society and persons with disabilities, but the social and economic protection of social and economic rights was equally accessible to all members of society, and that positively affected persons with disabilities as well. So we need to change, as I mentioned before, we need to do everything possible to change this mindset that a person with disability is not a person that has to be supported all the time or paid for all the time. He or she can work and contribute, benefit the society. Another thing, quotas. Quotas and this so-called positive discrimination for the number of seats in the parliament or for the number of staff in a given organization, number of students in order to ensure inclusive education. So on the one hand, we're talking about the equal rights of persons with disabilities and other persons. But then on the other hand, we try to get special benefits because our opportunities, our capabilities compared to other members of the society are not equal. So on the level of decision making and on the level of participation or working in the decision making organizations, if our society sees a consultant to be head of the Akhmat or to the member of parliament, sees a person with disability in such a capacity, I think we could achieve a lot and not forces on the society. I think that could change the attitude of our society. So it's not like we don't want the society perceive persons with disabilities as 100% equal to them, because physically our condition can be different. But I think we should represent persons with disabilities on equal basis in terms of our employment capacities and our potential contribution to society. So I think we should tap into the potential, which is still untapped, of the persons with disabilities. Meeting with government officials, we always say that the economic system of our country is market-based, and it has certain norms and peculiarities. Unfortunately, the government of Tajikistan the salary indexation done in Tajikistan will never improve the economic and financial standing of persons with disabilities. So I think we should work on the alternative ways for persons with disabilities to earn money to ensure their financial sustainability. But we should work not only with the government, we should work with the broader public and, of course, the society at large.
Point of view, I think this is really, as I said in the beginning, it's a process. And this is not to reach a certain point. The society is evolving, and also people in their self-perception as people with disabilities need to change sometimes, because not everybody perceives him or herself as valuable, but the potential that the person has and might develop depends not only on the environment, but also on whether he or she finds the strength and support. I know, for instance, that Zahira is working in a field that is becoming more and more a popular field for employment for people with disabilities. Our societies are stepping onto the path of digitalization, and maybe you can say a few words about the contribution that you can make to this field.
I would like to agree with my colleagues in terms of what we should pay attention. First of all, we need to raise legal awareness and legal literacy of persons with disabilities themselves, because very often persons with disabilities identify themselves as such. They do not identify themselves as women, as entrepreneurs, as mothers or fathers, who also have certain rights which can be implemented. So once again, enhancing legal literacy and legal awareness of persons with disabilities, so they perceive themselves as something else Also, digital inequality and combating digital inequality. We've conducted a survey. We've surveyed 700 people. Only 52% of our respondents did not have any digital skills and competencies. And we know that digital skills are currently the best way to good education, to employment, to getting a lot of services rendered by the government, because many of them are offered based on digital platforms. As to our specific contribution, the contribution of our organization, in order to level out this digital inequality, we train persons with disabilities on modern skills and modern careers, occupations. We provide courses in Russian, in Kazakh, and if we put together videos, we have titles and citations. We also collaborate with companies. For example, a company agrees to hire a person with a disability. We guide them and we work with them together, work with them, explaining them what should be the corresponding conditions. So we follow a given person with a disability through the entire cycle of his or her employment until he or she gets the first salary. We have over 1,000 alumni of our program across the entire Kazakhstan. Indeed, that's a huge step ahead.
It's a very big step to self-empowerment of people who have been otherwise probably limited in their choices how they can partake in the economic life. And I think it helps also to empower them in the sense that they feel more as an active citizen. And as a qualified professional, they are more likely, I think, to become a voice in this, I would say already movement. I have met in the region over the past years very many very different organizations and people with different backgrounds who are dealing with different kinds of disabilities. But I think what I really value very much is not only the optimism that I have seen, but the persistence, the perseverance, people who are very much aware that they are to qualify themselves and their environment, and in order to reach a result, you don't have to think about today and tomorrow, but you're going step by step and look at a much longer future. So thank you for really this kind of perspective. And not only allow me to say thank you for what you have said today. I would like to point out that I have always perceived the organizations of people with disabilities in Central Asia as part of a network. There are so many different entries to this field, and they are existing also in the other two countries that our office is active in Uzbekistan and in Kyrgyzstan. I have to apologize before them that I, for this 1 hour, in order to go into the depths of the problem, decided not to have country by country representation, but to make it possible to portray maybe also the connections that have been established between 2 of the 4 countries, because I have been should I say, privileged to be part of a connection process between organizations and representatives of organizations of people with disabilities from Tajikistan and Kazakhstan. And for me, it was very much a field where I could learn myself. So I wish really that we could continue this kind of cooperation and link your expertise to other organizations, not only who are specifically dealing with challenges that people with disabilities face, but people who are citizens of your countries, of our region, I say. So thank you for coming to the interview. It was a pleasure to hear that again, and thank you for your valuable time. Looking forward to seeing you all again at the next chance that we have.
До свидания.
До свидания.
See you then. All the best to all of you. Goodbye, dear colleagues. See you then, dear friends.
So,
Thank you very much, Marlies. I don't know if you want to say something to finish with this segment, with your segment, and before handing over to Dubai and the COP team in Dubai.
I think our time is up. Thank you very much for the attention for the topic. I think it was one of the building blocks that we should take into really consideration and to which we should pay attention also in the future. But I'm not going to eat away the time that our colleagues will need for their next presentation in Dubai. I am also interested in their work. So thank you for having Central Asia on board for these 24 hours.
Thank you, Marlies, and welcome to the COP team in Dubai. So I'll hand over on you. Thank you very much for being here.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I hope you can hear us okay. We have a lot of new technology working right now, but it's good to get the thumbs up. So thank you very much. And yes, a very good morning from Dubai, where it's 9 o'clock and people are just coming down to breakfast. We're in the breakfast hall, slightly secluded from the main hall. Otherwise, you probably couldn't hear us very well. And it's really amazing to be invited here to speak on the third night of Global Social Rights and to speak about the 75th anniversary and reflect on the anniversary of the Declaration of Human Rights. And we feel certainly, I think, that our work here is very relevant towards that. So it wasn't difficult at all thinking of things to talk about. It's more a question of what do we include and what do we unfortunately have to leave out. But yeah, I think what we're going to do today is it's not so much a formal setting, as you can see by the croissants and the coffee and the feta cheese and the melons on the breakfast table, but it's more of a conversation, and we'll be interjecting with each other. I also, you can also, if there are listeners who have questions to anything, you can also write me an email. I have my phone here and I'll be checking it regularly. So if you write to me an email at david.williams@rosalux.org, I'll see that and I can ask my wonderful panelists this morning, or my breakfast guests, as I'll call them for today. And we'll sort of kick off by sort of explaining a bit about the work that RLS does around the climate change negotiations, why we do it, and then we'll sort of introduce ourselves a bit as well. So yeah, it's not the first COP that we've engaged in as RLS and as the sort of to sort of frame society's response to the global challenge of climate change. The COP was kind of introduced where all parties, all countries of the world come and send representatives and sort of deliberate and discuss on the response to climate change. And as the sort of the key politically legitimized space, we see it as quite an important arena to become involved in and to represent civil society. So with that, I would like to ask our breakfast guests to introduce themselves. We have a little microphone here. I'm going to ask everyone to speak into the microphone. It would probably also work if you just put it on the table, but this way we don't speak over each other. And it's sort of a self-disciplinary measure. So Nadia, who are you and why are you here?
Yes, good morning from Dubai. I'm Nadia Sharabi, head of the International Politics and North America unit, and also an advisor on climate politics from the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation. For and with the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, I have been attending the climate negotiations since 2015, 16, so actually since Paris Agreement came into life. And my role is to organize the participation of our partners that we're having all over the world, to organize the communication between the offices, the colleagues, and then also to somehow try to analyze a little bit what's going on here. This time I'm focusing on the part of mitigation, and we'll explain later what that means.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Carla Vasquez. I'm project manager from the Mexico City office, and I work in the climate program. So I'm here. I came here with the delegation from Brazil because the COP30 is going to be held in Belém, Brazil. So we came here to plan the strategy, especially for the civil society groups, and to push forward some important policies for the Global South. And here I'm also with Tetit.
Thank you very much, Carla. Hello, everyone. Greetings from Dubai. My name is Tetet Lauron, and I'm an advisor for the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation with the New York City, although I am based in Manila. So this is my 14th COP. I've been following the negotiations for the longest time, and we are now here as part also of the Women and Gender Constituency, where we have been collaborating with other civil society actors, other feminist organizations, trying to influence the negotiations and making interventions when allowed, if allowed, around key issues in the negotiations, like on ambition, on finance, on mitigation. For me specifically, I have been following the negotiations on climate finance, especially the loss and damage negotiations, but more on that later. Over to you, David.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I'll just briefly introduce myself as well. I'm David Williams. I work for the International Climate Justice Program, which is based in New York. And I've been attending COPs. I mean, this is the third COP that I've been to with RLS. I also had the privilege of attending another COP before I joined RLS in my previous capacity when I was still working at a climate science center. Yeah, so 4 in total. And from attending COP the first time, I can remember it was all very, very sort of overwhelming, and I found it very difficult to sort of describe what was going on to people who weren't there. So I'm not going to attempt that this time, and I'm going to leave that to Carla, because Carla, it's your first time at a COP. So we thought it might be nice to kick us off. If you could sort of maybe try and sort of describe the experiences of your first couple of days here. You know, what you sort of maybe expected coming in here, and maybe how what you've seen on the ground confirms that or is different from that, and what you sort of hope you get out of it at the end.
Yeah, thank you, David. Well, yes, this is my first COP, and this is going to be my 3rd day. So I'm still in the mood of I'm still shocked a little bit, because not only because of the country and the discussions, but also because I feel that the negotiations are very far from the realities we work with in our offices. We work the most with grassroots movements. We talk about other things, and I think there's a big gap between not only the language, but also the approaches that the summit produces in the negotiations. I also trying to understand the the language and the metrics, because we cannot apply the same criteria about what they are talking about, what the leaders are talking about negotiating. But we see in our daily job different conditions, structural issues. And here in the COP, I haven't heard about it. I haven't heard about the impacts. I haven't heard yet in the negotiations. I mean, in the parallel events, in the civil society spaces, they talk about it, but they're not included in the negotiations. So I think it's important for us to close the gap, to see which are the opportunities. I'm trying to identify it, and what should we do with civil society, with the social movements, to make an approach no just focusing on the climate issues, but in the structural issues. So this is it's a little bit hard, but I have the support of my colleagues also, with Tetent and David, who are very specialist in the COPs. And so, well, this is a little bit complicated, but we are trying to understand the methodologies. And well, I leave it there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I think the first experiences at COP are, like, it took me a while to actually realize there were negotiations actually going on, because you enter the whole like the conference centers, that they're always in some sort of absolutely vast conference centers in big cities, and there's just so much going on. And once you've managed to get past all the people who are like presenting themselves, I think that's when I kind of managed to navigate these COPs a bit better, was when I realized that the things that were worth following wouldn't present themselves to me. Like, if I walk through all these halls and stuff and people are always like talking to you and trying to present their work to you, that's actually not necessarily that interesting. It's actually like the negotiations themselves, trying to find out, okay, when to be in which rooms and which sort of texts are being discussed. That's when it gets interesting, because that's where you can follow these different different geopolitical angles, and why country X, Y, and Z is representing this position, and why they're being opposed by other countries as well. So thank you very much. Would anyone like to add from how their trajectory in COP has gone until now, and what sort of helped them a bit on the way to try and sort of orientate themselves?
Well, I think, David, if you allow me, I'd like to add another point.
Yeah.
And normally what's really important for our approach as Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung is that we do not lose this contact or the connection to the movements, to the grassroots organizations. And that's why we always following what we can maybe say an inside-outside strategy, right? Normally we have colleagues like you, David Tetet, who are really understanding what's going on in the negotiations and who go inside. But then it's normally also very important for us to have civil society movement spaces being organized outside the COPs, to put pressure from the outside and to show where also change is happening on the ground. And since a few years, this has not really been possible due to the local conditions where the COPs take place. And unfortunately, this is also the case here. There is no civil society space outside of the COP. I mean, there are options inside the COP, but then this is, of course, going through certain restrictions, which are normal because it's a UN space and there are regulations which have to be followed, but then also things are being screened and checked before you do them. So I think in terms of the global stage of the climate movement, COPs have always been criticized, but they also have always been a momentum to organize for the global climate movement, the global climate justice movement, I have to say, actually. And I really hope that this is coming back at a certain point of time. Maybe in 2025 in Belém, in Brazil, we have a strong civil society and movement-led organizing. So this is just something I would like to add, which I miss joining COPs over the past years because it has always been important to us.
Can I add?
Of course. I think we can probably just leave it here and they let us know if they can't hear it.
Okay. So in addition to what's already been mentioned by David, Nadia, and Carla, I think it's increasingly becoming clearer and louder how the issue of climate justice or the lack of climate justice intersects with other justice issues that we all hold dear to our hearts. No? So we hear farmers groups here talk about land rights. We hear indigenous peoples talk about the dangers of resource grabs in the name of climate solutions. So, you know, more and more people are connecting the dots. That's why you might be surprised that, you know, for COPs, there are indigenous people, there are women's feminist organizations, youth organizations. So climate is not just an environmental issue, that's clear. The issue of climate justice is very integral to our global struggle for social rights. So I think one context that we cannot really escape at this COP is the issue of human rights. No, so yesterday there was a really big civil society action focusing on human rights, civic space, and of course the issue that many people facing harassment, violations of their rights. It's been put in the spotlight here in Dubai. So it's really incredible how people are slowly, or not slowly, people are increasingly seeing the interconnectedness of the different issues around climate justice.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, COPs are always, they never happen in a vacuum. They're always reflective of the global political dynamics of that time. And this year, it really is, it really is impacted by the relentless bombing of Gaza. This is a huge, it's had a really big impact both on the formal negotiations, but also on the civil society responses. In the first couple of days of COP, the world leaders come in and they hold big speeches on how they're, you know, shaping their national response to climate change. And both Abbas and Herzog, the respective representatives of Palestine and Israel, they both cancelled their speeches on very short notice because it was just after the ceasefire ended. According to several reports, there were very heated backroom negotiations, and it really had a big impact on the World Leaders Summit, which is what they call the first couple of days of COP. But it's also, of course, had a huge impact on civil society movements where this issue is really seen as very much connected to the wider underlying demands of the climate justice movement, and is of course hugely relevant in terms of human rights and social rights. How do you feel it's shaped this COP?
As I've said earlier, no? And as you rightly said also, David, things do not happen in a vacuum. Yeah. So I feel like yesterday, no, there's been every day here at the COP, civil society have been staging actions to highlight specific issues, but also to highlight the much bigger issue with which we find ourselves in. So every day you see special groups calling for decent work, the right to water, the right to food, the right to development. So it's all about nature's rights, human rights, people's rights, not just at an individual level, but more in the collective sphere. So people are not just talking about individual human rights here at this COP, but about our collective rights as a people. And I think one thing I find very energizing is the fact that Global South solidarity is really, really felt in these spaces, whether we're talking with negotiators from developing countries, whether we're talking with other social movements who are present in this space. So there's that continuing conversation. We may not always agree on points, but at least there's that continuing dialogue in order for us to understand each other. At least that's in the civil society space, not so much in the formal negotiation spaces where, you know, the usual bullying tactics, the usual hardball negotiation coming from rich countries who are continuing to refuse to recognize and acknowledge their historical responsibility for the climate crisis in the world, and their responsibility, you know, as part of an international community to provide, to mitigate, to reduce their own pollution and emissions, but also to clean up their mess. I think that's the crucial part here. No, I don't know, Carla. I think everyone will understand. If you mess up, you need to clean it up. That's the bottom line here. But rich countries continue to refuse to pay up the bill for cleaning up the mess that they've created.
Would you like to add?
Yeah, I would say they do not only refuse to clean up, I think they give the broom to the developing countries again. At least that's what I'm observing in the climate negotiations regarding mitigation, regarding like who is in charge of lowering the greenhouse gas emissions, and there the ball is being kicked around in a way where kind of this principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capacities is being neglected, or at least they try to undermine as developed countries, because they say, well, it's now everybody's duty to mitigate, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, we would all say, yes, of course, everybody needs to put their, excuse my words, shit together to that we really limit global warming to the 1.5 degrees. It is almost impossible. But we can also talk about this later. But what I'm observing is that there's a certain discourse being set up that we're in the same boat. And actually, we're not in the same boat. There are luxury yachts, and then there are, I think, nutshells. And so this is like really not so, it's not very cooperative from the developed countries, I would say. It's not so good. And then coming back to your question about the geopolitical context in which the negotiations are happening, I find it very logical that especially civil society, if you would define yourself as being a climate justice activist, or like, then you cannot, like Tetet said, climate justice is not about environmental issues. It is about justice, it is about human rights, it is about the right to peace, it is about the right to development, and so on. It's about feminism. So, of course, the war in Gaza needs to be addressed, and I think it's good that civil society is doing this.
And I may be a little bit pessimist, but it's also a question for me, because I'm afraid that considering that we are in a tipping point, that 2023, it's a special year because we reach a new record temperatures, of also the rising of the level seas and so on. And what I'm afraid is that the negotiations, what result from it, it's again false solutions. Again, okay, the renewables are not being sufficient, so let's go and find another source of energy, for example. I'm just thinking loud, but I'm afraid, and I would like to know what is going to be the results from this COP, because for sure it's not going to be the same narrative, because also the governments, also the stakeholders needs to change the strategy. But I'm not sure what is going to be like the answers for this moment. I hope, in the other side, I hope that civil society gets more involved, and I think it's being more visible, the participation and the organization from civil society, and I hope that we can change, we can build another narrative to approach these climate issues, these justice, climate justice demands, and to connect another parts of the, let's say, the answers, the alternatives. It is time to hear the solutions. It is time to consider the alternatives from the locals, from the grassroots, and see that there are some clues, there are some answers that needs to be more visibilized. So I think that from the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, we have an opportunity to build that, to support that new narratives in the with civil society, with grassroots movements, and also with the labor class. I'm very happy to see the unions, the trade unions here. We need to also make a closer alliance, and to see which other approaches we can build for these discussions.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, yesterday was a big day for civil society here at COP, because it was the day of global action. We had a big march through the COP space, and it was, just as you say, trade unions, it was feminists, it was indigenous groups, it was all kinds of groups from the global social justice movement calling for, you know, a ceasefire a day after the US vetoed that resolution in the UN Security Council, calling for climate justice, calling for historical responsibility of global North countries, and those issues are, of course, running through all of the negotiations. If you follow what developing countries versus developed country representatives are arguing for, you can really sort of identify these themes of, as we call it, CBDR, common but differentiated responsibilities, as Nadia was saying, historical responsibility, fair shares approach. You know, we're in a situation, this has been caused by someone else, and why are those who are dealing with the biggest consequences and at the same time have contributed the least to this problem, why are they in the worst situation right now? So this is how it's framed, and I think after sort of giving a bit about the context in which these talks are happening, we can maybe go into a bit more of the nitty-gritty of what is actually important this year, specifically at the climate change negotiations. We're going to try and avoid the use of acronyms, which is very difficult at COP. We're going to try. I'm going to hold you to account if you do, and I'll ask you to explain them. But it's probably me who's in the most danger of messing up on this. So we're going to start off. This year is a particularly important COP, COP, Conference of the Parties, that is, because we have what's called the global stocktake. So at the Paris Agreement, one of the most, I think, significant forms of legislation coming out of a COP, there was the agreement that every 5 years, or every 5 COPs, shall we say, after Paris, there would be like a stocktake. Sort of essentially, okay, what's happened? You know, how well are we doing in reaching the 1.5 degree goal, which was set in Paris? Where are we failing? Where are we undermining the Paris Agreement? And what needs to change going forward? The idea is very much that this stocktake really shapes the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions going forward. Now, nationally determined contributions is a mechanism through which countries basically commit themselves to climate action. Okay, every country is asked to submit an NDC, and it's basically a plan of, okay, these are our emissions right now. This is what we're going to do to reduce them going forward. So yeah, it's called the Global Stocktake, the GST, and that's happening this year. And the Global Stocktake is sort of broken down into several sections. Three important sections are mitigation. So to what degree, how are we doing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions? The second is adaptation. So, with increased climate change, there are larger impacts like flooding and heat waves and droughts. And how can we adapt? How can we respond to those droughts in a way that they're less impactful and protect communities? And then another important category is also loss and damage. They say in the climate change jargon, they say when the limits of adaptation have been broken. So essentially, when climate change impacts happen, which are so severe that there's just no way of impacting, of adapting to them, and it comes to impacts. It comes to loss of life, loss of livelihoods, loss of infrastructure, and how can those communities affected by that be supported? So I'll start off with a couple of key points on mitigation. I'm following the global stocktake and adaptation here, so I should know about this. But thankfully we have Tetet here, who is sure to correct me on the things that I've misunderstood. So on mitigation, we have a couple of issues which are really heating up, and the fault lines are often between developed and developing countries on this, and you'll see why. One is on the phase down versus the phase out of emissions. So phase down is obviously sort of implies that emitting greenhouse gases isn't great, but that all we just need to do is sort of reverse this a little bit, basically sort of make sure that we peak at some point and then sort of slowly, gradually reduce our emissions. Whereas a phase out actually implies much stronger that fossil fuels are a bad thing. And that the phase out of fossil fuels is absolutely necessary to stay in a 1.5 degree limit. So lots of discussions around that. Also relating to that is whether you refer to fossil fuels or fossil fuel emissions. So do we want to reduce fossil fuels, the burning of gas, of oil, of coal, or do we want to reduce fossil fuel emissions, which leaves the door open to absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere? It leaves the door open to carbon capture and storage. It leaves the door open to geoengineering. It's very much all sort of centered around this term, which is playing a very big role this year, which is abatement, which essentially means absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere. But it's very unclear as to how this is actually defined. The EU negotiator also said yesterday they're okay with the term abatement coming in, but they're very concerned about it leading to a reduced urgency around CO2 emissions reductions. So essentially saying we need to be really careful, because as soon as we include this kind of language, that's going to lead to you know, a more relaxed approach, saying, "Oh, it's okay, we can keep on emitting greenhouse gases," but then at the same time, you know, these technologies are completely untested. They're not available at the scale that we need them at, and they also bring with them issues of pollution, of governance issues. It's a huge safety challenge. So these are a couple of the core discussions going on mitigation. One final one, which I think is also important to mention, is the issue of Article 2.1c, which actually relates a bit more to climate finance, and Tete will get onto that later. But Article 2.1c is essentially a provision within the Paris Agreement, which states making finance flows consistent with the pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. And it's essentially something with which developed countries can then say, okay, you can only receive a certain amount of funding if you adhere to low emissions pathways, and therefore sort of hold developing countries a ransom and sort of determine policies of developing countries. This is certainly how many from civil society see it. So it's again, this is something sort of being used by developed country negotiators to influence the discussions. And then on adaptation, very briefly, because I know I've been talking for a bit, but on adaptation, very briefly, it's an issue of finance, essentially. Who's going to pay for the adaptation costs which are necessary? In Glasgow a few years ago, it was agreed that the adaptation funding would double from 20 billion to 40 billion a year. However, this is, of course, still wholly insignificant. According to a UNEP gap report, adaptation gap report, the actual figures needed is around 580 billion. And if you then have a look at, you know, what's being debated here, it's a drop in the ocean. And that's why most of the negotiations are around, okay, do we stick to this doubling of adaptation finance, or do we increase ambition? Do we, you know, how do we make reference in legislation that actually this is still wholly insignificant? And then we come to loss and damage, where I think Tete would be the best person to talk about that one. Not me.
I was listening intently to David, and learning also about the different negotiation tracks, because there's just so many agenda items that are being negotiated at the same time that one does not have the capacity to follow and understand everything that's going on. So anyway, in terms of loss and damage, it's about finance, no? This COP opened on a positive note because for the first time at the opening session itself, there was already a decision to operationalize the loss and damage fund that was agreed on last year at COP27 in Egypt. So while that may be good, you know, the story doesn't end there, because the challenge now is making sure that there is real money on the table on that fund, in that fund. But so far, we have seen very little pledges, and we know that, you know, all of these big political statements, it's one thing, but if they will actually translate to commitments of money flowing, that's another thing. So there's an estimate that loss and damage would amount to around $400 billion each year, and that's the money needed to make that loss and damage fund effective. But so far, pledges here have been very few and very far in between. For instance, Germany pledged 100 million. The US pledged 17.5 million. You know, it's like, what? Where did they get that amount? No, it's like, okay, it's very spare change. And then here, developed countries are trying to get clarity on what is meant by climate finance. Although the UNFCCC has been around for almost 30 years now, it seems like there is no common definition of what climate finance is, which makes all of this negotiation of who's going to pay up really, really difficult. But the standard definition so far is that this is a commitment, an obligation of rich countries to provide resources to developing countries in recognition of their historical responsibility for polluting and extracting. But now it's being challenged by rich countries, and they say there is no financial obligation on their part. So they want to put money as an act of charity, as an act of humanitarian, as an act of solidarity. So that's what developing countries have been challenging. Now that it is not charity, it is not something that you give out of the goodness of your heart, but a legal obligation when these countries signed on to the UN Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. So it's really, really very sticky. And I think that's one point that would be from which this COP will be judged, because David mentioned it's all about financing, no? Whether you talk about mitigation, whether you talk about adaptation, and now you talk about loss and damage, it's about who will pay up, how much money will actually make a difference in people's lives. How do you now claim your right to imagine a future when there is no money that would support that? How do you now claim your right to health, to food, education, those fundamental rights that developing countries and communities need in order for them to survive this climate crisis? So, inshallah, we will see how effective developing countries will hold up to all of the hard-handed tactics of rich countries here, and how civil society and social movements can really push for more responsibility and more finance.
Thank you very much, Tessa. And also, we've been talking about sort of this issue of mitigation, and how historical responsibility is becoming an increasing issue. How global North countries are increasingly sort of deleting all references to historical responsibility, and thereby sort of distancing themselves from any obligations they would have. Nadia, could you maybe tell us a bit as well about what's been going on? I think you've been following mitigation and just transition, if I understand correctly. Maybe you could tell us a bit about how these different discussions that have been happening in other places have been going on in your work programs.
Well, following is a little bit funny because I only arrived here for the second week of the negotiations, and so there was only one session regarding this so-called mitigation work program. I'll come back to that later. And just transition, I'm not really following, so I don't know. There's a misunderstanding, but I can talk about just transition. And of course, all of that, we cannot see it separated. You mentioned the global stocktake and the mitigation work program. This is actually a work program that was decided on last year in Sharm el-Sheikh and at COP27, is meant to complement the global stocktake. So they have to organize at least 2 global dialogues every year to see what are the opportunities, what are kind of the burdens regarding to mitigation, right? And what is interesting is that this is also having a very a focus on investments. So the idea is how to create opportunities for investment into, for example, renewable energies, sustainable transport, other mitigation technologies, and so on. And I think, as you can imagine, already under this is exactly this: who owns technology, who is able to sell technology. It's about money, because especially poor countries, they need funding opportunities. It's a question of participation, because, and then we come to the issue of just transition, many people will lose their jobs in the fossil industry and coal mining and so on. So kind of by nature, they would be opposed to this development. So the question is how to take them along, or maybe if you are a little bit more participatory, even let them decide how to change, how to transform the economy, but also how to make it just, like who has access to energy. There's a lot of energy poverty. In many countries, especially in the sub-Saharan regions, people don't have access to energy at all. And then you tell them, well, you're not allowed to use this gasoline-fired cooker anymore, but you have to use a solar cooker. Yeah, but then who has access to this technology? And what does it mean also for gender relations, right? Who actually needs to be asked? Who needs to participate, make the decisions? What does it mean for people with disabilities, and so on? So all this is going on in discussions beyond these big lines that you were describing about, like, who is, what I was saying in the beginning, who is in charge of mitigating how much? So the negotiations are a bit stuck. There's a draft text out, which, and this is again the wonky side, many brackets around the text.
You have to explain that.
Even brackets. Yeah, I will explain. That means actually these are only options, and it's not agreed on yet. So
and they can delete the whole thing.
They can still delete the whole thing. So if there's a bracket at the very beginning of the text and at the very end of the text, then the whole thing can blow up. So the technical negotiations are being closed for the mitigation work program. It's now at the ministerial level, but it's still many brackets. And parties yesterday seem to be appreciating the progress, but still a bit uneasy, very uneasy about certain issues, because, and this is then you always like, what, you decided on this program last year, but then now this year they again bring up fundamental questions like, what is actually the mandate of this whole thing? Because they are afraid of that it's kind of doubling the work of the global stocktake and so on and so on. But what I want to say, what is really, really, really concerning me is especially the issue about these false solutions that are prominently represented in this mitigation work program. This is this carbon capture and storage, carbon capture usage, all these absorbing emissions from the atmosphere, because as David said, they are tested only on a small scale level. They are super expensive, super energy intense. And I think this is actually the agenda of this COP's presidency, which is an oil producing country. And so it's not about phasing out of the fossil fuels, or maybe if yes, but then combine this with these kind of technologies in order not to fully leave this business model. And what I want to add to this is that yesterday a letter was leaked by the OPEC chair, who really encourages the OPEC members not to agree on phasing out of fossil fuels. So oil, gas, and coal still want to keep their business models alive, and they are strong. We have more than 2,000 fossil fuel lobbyists here. So again, you see, this is also why this whole process seems to be very corrupted, and that's also why it's important that actually critical civil society is alive and is here and raises these issues, puts the finger into the wound. It's not possible the way it goes. So maybe I leave it here.
Can I just add one bit? Sorry.
You can both ask.
This COP is really, really dystopian. No, in the sense that while there is so much science evidence, you know, from the expert scientists about the relationship between fossil fuel extraction and use and increasing global warming, now the very scientific foundation is being questioned and undermined by the very leaders who are supposed to, you know, lead us into a greener future. So yesterday or the other day, the headline was, there is no scientific evidence between fossil fuels and the 1.5 degrees temperature goal. So it's like, you almost fell off your table. It's like, what?
Still discussing this?
Indeed. So, but Carla.
I would like to make a question that may sound a little bit naive, but I think we need some translations in the sense that money for what? I know this is very difficult to survive in this world without money, but why the social movements, why the governments of the global south should fight for finance. And I know you have a very critic perspective, but I know there's also a risk for the finance of nature, for example. So money for what, which kind of opportunities we would have if we reach an agreement that consider a big amount of money, and what are the needs in the other part, the counterpart, to implement projects that would be not full solutions or business as usual.
That's a very good question. No? Actually, developing countries are pushing for rich countries to pay up because with the increasing impacts of climate change, developing countries are finding it harder and harder to find the resources, both for climate action, responding to needs of their people when disaster strikes, etc., to rebuild, but also those provision of fundamental social goods, social services. So more and more, countries here are raising the issue of the lack of fiscal space because developing countries are highly indebted. They pay huge amounts to the World Bank, to other creditors. So countries are saying you need to cancel the debt in order to free up those resources so that we could attend to our people's rights, provide them with food, housing, shelter, education, fundamental social rights. So that's the key thing here. But we see more and more the refusal, and a false solution that's being talked about here is debt for climate swaps. Like you exchange X amount of a country's debt if they will protect the environment, not cut down trees, etc., etc. So that is like a false solution because number one, it only covers a very small part of the country's debt problem. And this attempts at conserving, nature conservation, it's not really to conserve nature, but to plant trees and whatever that eventually will be extracted by corporations wanting to have the green label. So that they are assured of a steady source of natural resources with the green label. So that's why we say it's a false solution.
Yeah, Carla, but I agree. Of course, we have to ask the question, finance for what? And I mean, this is also the problem, I think, with, for example, loss and damage fund. Like, if big disasters happen, or if like country needs to, I don't know, is sinking, and then they need to relocate their whole population or anything, like, who really owns the money or gets access to the money? Is it the communities, or is it then maybe a national government that also has lack of transparency, lack of democratic governance, and so on? But we need to be careful also with this, because this is also often played out again, all this by the global north, saying all the countries in the global south, they have governance issues, they are not democratic. And so this is also a little bit slightly racist discourse. So it's tricky. But then again, what is really, really a problem is this financialization of nature. And these solutions that have been already under the Kyoto Protocol, or the predecessors of the COP that have been introduced, these REDD+ programs, for example, that nobody can say one tree is equals, I don't know how much CO2, and this is why this tree is worth $100. And then when you emit 1 ton, this is crazy. And at the end, what is really, from a climate justice perspective, what is first, it's not proven that it's working this way, and secondly, from a climate justice perspective, it's also these projects have been violating human rights constantly, especially indigenous rights. And there are communities who live with the forests, and who have been using the forests in their own way. And then suddenly these communities are not allowed to do this anymore. They are being paid money to be relocated, and then these cowboys come in and make a lot of money with this business model. So this is capitalism. And this, for me, again, always a problem and an elephant in the room, that actually what is behind all that is this capitalist development model or economic model. And this is not being questioned here at all. All this craziness for economic growth and so on. And I think this is also our role to always highlight that this question needs to be asked at the very end.
Yes, and to highlight the obvious, human rights abuses which go hand in hand with those kind of market-based solutions. Yeah, I think it's like in the negotiations themselves, like there's always a lot of attempts to differentiate between market-based finance and sort of grant-based finance. So market-based being sort of things that encourage a further privatization and neoliberalization of developing countries, and actually, in the long term, making them more exposed and vulnerable to climate change impacts. And it's a huge topic. I mean, this issue of global of debt in the global south, and those countries are now sort of being asked to borrow money on international markets at extortionate rates, further, exasperating the debt crisis combined with the climate crisis. It's a real problem, something that actually the government of Barbados has been very, very vocal on with the Bridgetown initiative, which we can talk about at a different stage maybe. But we only have 5 more minutes. And Nadia was just talking about the issue of hosting COP in a petrostate, and we're all looking forward to Brazil, hoping that things are going to be also a petrostate. Damn. Anyway, but certainly a petrostate, and dubious record in democratic rights is Azerbaijan, which by all accounts is where next year's COP will be held. So my question is to Carla: would you like to, I know you've only been here for 2 days, but with those first impressions, would you like to return? Would you like to, be involved again in next year's COP, or after hearing us now for a while and sort of complaining a lot about the things that happen here, would you prefer to take a backward step and focus on other areas of the climate justice fight?
I think yes, it is important. It is important to be here, to understand, to translate also what is happening in these negotiations, to maybe to give some argues about what it is important to be here, even when we are not okay with the conditions and with the dynamics and so on, but why it is important to understand what's happening here. And also, and I think this is going to happen in Belém, we need to make more visible the other negotiations, the ones that happens in the grassroots, the alternatives that are being implemented by communities, by adding other topics. I think it's also important for this COP that the food sovereignty it's being part of the discussions. Also the just transition related to the work field. I think it's also a good thing of this COP that I haven't expect. And yeah, I think especially in the COP30 in Belém, we have the opportunity to widen the discussions and to prepare another strategy, considering that we are in a critical moment, that we are rising new tipping points, and so we have a lot to do.
Are we going to see you there?
Inshallah.
Nadia, would you like to comment on even just the thought of next year?
Shwaya. I don't know yet. Could be, could not be. Inshallah. Shukran.
The next year.
Well, next year, there was a lot of wrangling. It's the UN works a bit like FIFA in the sense that there are different sort of country groups which get to decide where COP is hosted, and next year's the Eastern European group, and just also because of the very dire political situation in that region right now, there was lots of wrangling about who could maybe host it, and Azerbaijan and Armenia were vetoing each other. But they actually came to a big political agreement the day before yesterday, I think it was, and Armenia paved the way. Withdrew their veto of Azerbaijan hosting COP, which means that there's nothing preventing them anymore, and most major news outlets are already are selling this as a done deal, and the Azerbaijan pavilion has also started releasing flyers announcing them as the host. I mean, I don't know if it's officially confirmed yet. I don't think so. That will happen at the end of these 2 weeks, but it's looking likely right now. And so, if we want to host this again next year, I'm sure Baku and